on mute. Sorry, I was on mute. Sorry about that, guys. Welcome back, guys, to Talking Mets with Rob. Sorry about the mute button. Thank you guys for tuning in. My bad. Sorry, I forgot to click on the button. Welcome back to Talking Mets with Rob, guys. A regular season rubber game. Mets versus Phillies. Scherzer versus Nola. Exactly what we planned on seeing in this series. Are the Mets going to shut them down, or is the Phillies lineup going to bash? And honestly, the first game, the Phillies turned it around in the eighth inning yesterday on Monday, and then yesterday the Mets pitching completely shut down the Phillies lineup all the way through the game and shut them out, and the Mets won 2-0. And it is nice to see that the Mets bounced back after a difficult blown game on Monday. I mean, in all honesty, though, the Mets should be 6-0 right now. They had a 4-0 lead on Monday, and on Sunday they blew a lead as well. So it's just easy games that they could have easily won, and this team should be 6-0 right now. And unfortunately, we're 4-2. But rubber game today, got our ace on the mound right now. There should be a good chance the Mets can win this game, going home 5-2 for their home opener on Friday, and that's exactly what Met fans want. We have a day off tomorrow, so everybody can relax. Everybody will be ready to go in the bullpen. Everybody who needs to be in the lineup on opening day will be in the lineup on opening day. So we will get through everything for the half-hour pregame. The game starts at 1 o'clock, guys. So we're going to go through the lineup, talk about the pitcher matchup a little bit more. Mets lineup, Phillies lineup, talk about your questions, whatever concerns you got or what you wanted to talk about yesterday's game. We can get in that in the next half hour or so, and then we'll get to our game. If you're new to the channel, guys, don't forget to hit on that subscribe button, guys. Let me know in the chat if you're new to the channel and say what's up. You will get a shout out on this channel. And once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button. The more likes we get on this stream right now, the more it gets at the top of the list and more people will tune in to the live stream Mets versus Phillies. We want Mets fans and we want Phillies fans here because it's a good interaction with two different fan bases going at it. On Monday, it was very interesting on this live stream. If you did not tune in, it was very interesting. When the Mets took a 4-0 lead, the Philly fans were nowhere to be found on the stream. All of a sudden, the Phillies started coming back, and then the Philly fans starting to show up in the stream at the end of the day. But hey, that's what they want to do. That's what they want to do. But I'd rather have them in the whole time and take the beating just as much as they were giving us the beating when the Phillies took the lead on Monday. But once again, guys, thank you guys for tuning in to Mets pregame live. Mets versus Phillies rubber game. Game 7 of the season for the New York Mets. Scherzer on the mound, Nola on the mound. I will get to say what up to everybody in the chat in just a second. But once again, guys, you know how it goes if you've been on the channel before. But if you haven't, how this live stream works, basically I do the Mets radio call on my phone. I stream it to you guys. And also on the screen, I'll put MLB game day so you can follow what's going on, who's on the mound, who's at bat, the amount of pitches, the amount of outs, everything you need to know about the game, and you'll have the Mets radio call. Everybody seems to like it that tunes into the channel, and I'm going to continue to do it until some people do not like it. But it seems like it's been a fan favorite as of late, so we're going to keep on doing it the way I've been doing it. And guess what, guys? This is what it's all about when it comes to baseball, rivalries. The Phillies and the Mets are going to be a rivalry all year. We played 13 times against the Phillies in the first 2 months of the season, and that's a lot because that means we're going to see them 6 more times after May, and we got a long way to go for the season. So we get the Phillies out of the way for the most part, and then we can go face other teams in our division along with teams in the West that we'll be facing in the next week or so. So once again, guys, I'm going to say what up to everybody in the chat. So don't forget, guys, you want a shout out, you got to say what's up in the chat so I know you're here. Don't be shy, guys. All right, so we have William, Brad, Arthur, Gabriel, Pyro, Daniel, Smothers. Who else we got? Grant, a member of Talking Mets, Rob, Frank, and we have CJ's, and we also have Tom. All right, guys. So thank you guys for tuning in. Once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button, guys. Let's get this stream out to more people before 1 o'clock so we can have a lot of fun watching the game today. D Garcia in the house. What's up? How you doing? So once again, guys, have fun today. Again, keep it clean, guys. I know you want to root for your team. On Monday, there was a lot of racial slurs back and forth for a little bit. There was a few people that came from another stream or another channel that was basically pounding on this stream and chat and just messing with the chat all day. So once again, guys, keep it clean. Root for your team, Phillies or Mets. Keep it clean, guys. We're all here for the same reason, and that's baseball. So it's all good as of right now. But keep it clean, guys, and let's have fun. That's what baseball is all about. You can root for your team all you want. There can be back talk, back and forth. That's understandable with teams and rivalries. But keep it clean, guys. And we got a couple of more people. We got Mariana in here as well. So thank you guys for tuning in. Tom says, go Phillies. All right, so here we go, guys. Let me just check everybody's comments really quick. William says, hi, everyone. Let's see. Arthur says, nice to see you are on, Rob. Yes, I am. Gabriel says, let's go Mets. Pyro says, Mets and chill. I like that one. Daniel said that Edwin Diaz wasn't on bereavement. We meant to be 6-0. I wouldn't say that 100% because I don't think the both times the Mets blew leads was in the 8th inning, and I don't think the Mets Buck Showalter was going to put Edwin Diaz in for 5 or 6 out saves. I don't think they were going to do that. But again, we had leads. We had to hold them. It should have easily been 6-0. Smarters, what up, buddy? Brad says, how good has McGill been? Absolutely amazing. I mean, you can't ask any more of Tyler McGill at all. Like, it's impossible. Like, if we know he had good stuff. Like, everybody talked about it last year. We were talking about it during the offseason. Some people even thought Tyler McGill should have been in this rotation from day one. Should have got the nod over either Carrasco or Walker while we were talking about it in spring training. But you know what? Injuries happen, and guess what? Look what happens. Your debt pays off, and now Tyler McGill not only had the opening day start, but also had yesterday's start against the Phillies. And the first thing everybody talked about when he had his opening day start, oh, he faced the Nationals, a bad team. Fine, you can say that, but he pitched very well against the Nationals. Now he got tested against the Phillies bashing of a lineup, and he took care of business. And he pitched excellent. I believe it was 10 in the third innings of scoreless pitching. And then if you go back to spring training, it's been about 16 innings. So all of his pitches are working. He has 6 pitches. Everything's working. Everything's working perfectly right now. But what I want to see from McGill is when somebody actually starts to hit him, if that's possible, I think it will be. If they start to hit him, can he adjust? I think he can. You know, he's got the demeanor on the mound that he does not care about. He just goes after people and throws his pitches and doesn't care whose name is on the back of the jersey. He goes after them. And that's nice to see. He's got the stuff. He was throwing 98, 1 or 2 pitches were 99. He's really good. Now, if he can harness all that and get even better, well, then guess what? We got a potential rotation arm for the near future. But it was a really nice start for Tyler McGill yesterday, and now we got Max Scherzer on the mound today against Aaron Nola for the rubber game. So, yes, McGill was excellent, Brad. Grant says, morning, what's up, Rob? How everybody doing? Grant's headed into a food show with 6,500 vendors. Going to have you in my ear while eating myself stupid. Hey, can't complain about that. But glad you're tuning in, Grant, as always. Frank through, are you going to be at opening day? Yes, I am. I'm working on doing different things. I'm going to be live during the Tom Seaver statue reveal. I'm going to go live during that in the morning. It's early. It's 10:30 in the morning, but I think a lot of people would like to see that who's not going to be at the stadium looking at the statue getting revealed. So I'm going live on that. I'm doing a pregame somewhere in the parking lot before the game. And then obviously, guys, if you've been with the channel, you know what I do when I go to a game. I go live during the 5th inning of every home and road game I attend, and you guys get the in-game experience in the fifth inning and hang out with me during the game. And you know what? You get a little play-by-play as well. You look at the field, look at the fans. I'll be sitting with the Seven Line Army on opening day and Saturday, by the way. So you'll get a couple of chances to see that fifth game in-game live, which a lot of people like. So I'm going to continue to do it this year as well. But definitely I'm going to opening day. I'll be there very early. I'll probably be there around 8:30, 9 o'clock in the morning. I'll be in the Marina parking lot where the Seven Line tailgates, only because that's the only parking lot that's open that early in the morning. And you get settled in, and you know you want to be at the Tom Seaver statue reveal, and that's where I'll be at 10:30. So don't forget, guys, if you're not going to the game, if you're working or you're doing something that you just can't make the game or watching on TV, tune into the channel. I will be going live during the statue reveal, so hopefully everybody enjoys that. I Defy says, been watching the last few days, Rob. You're doing great. Thank you. Thank you so much, man. I really appreciate you tuning in. Oh yeah, Brad, this hat, they didn't use this New York script for a while. They only used it 1 year in 1987. So, and that's one of my favorite like New York logos. The way it looks with the script, that's one of the best ones. I also had the jersey that for some reason I have it somewhere in my drawer, one of my closets. I just have to figure it out and find it. Usually I put my baseball stuff away for the winter most of the time. So yeah, but this script New York is one of the best. I think one of the best jerseys the Mets ever had. Unfortunately, they only did it for 1 year in '87, but that's actually going to be one of my tattoos very soon. CJ says the Phillies are going down today. Let's go. Tom says go Phillies. It's all right. We know we're gonna have some Philly fans in here. That's all right. D Garcia, what's up? Mariana says 5-2 good record to start the season. It would be nice. Obviously, 4-3 is not terrible either. Like you'd rather be 500 than under 500, but it would be nice going 5-2 coming to the home opener on Friday. Mariana, how I make the thumbnails? I use a combination of PowerPoint and Word and just editing software. That's basically it. Takes time. The thumbnails are harder a little bit more work than the live stream actually, because here I'm just showing you my dumb face just talking to you guys until the game starts. So we got about 15 minutes, or it's about 17, 18 minutes until game time. So what we're going to do right now, guys, we're going to check out let me just get to the rest of the comments before I go right into the lineups and the pitching matchups and talk about that a little bit. Yeah, Tom, exactly. Yeah, the Phillies did out-hit the Mets. But as you know, Tom, I mean, I'm sure you know this. You know what? Just because they out-hit them doesn't mean really nothing. You know what I'm saying? You guys hit a lot of singles yesterday too, which really, didn't – your team is not a manufacturing runs type of team. The Mets are, right? The Mets are going to score their runs on base hits, doubles, sac flies. The Phillies are looking for that 3-run home run. If the Phillies don't hit home runs, they're gonna have a hard time scoring runs. And that's the way I've noticed in the first 2 games of Mets. Granted, I haven't watched the prior series with against the A's, but the lineup seems like they're a power hitting lineup. I really like JT Realmuto. He's more of a gap-to-gap hitter, but other guys in that lineup all over the place. Schwarber, Harper, all those guys, Hoskins. Even Didi Gregorius is a guy who's basically an all-or-nothing type of guy. He's a guy that pulls the ball 99% of the time. These are guys that are much bigger power hitters than the Mets lineup. And the Phillies are a team that are looking for the 2-3-run home run most times during the game. I don't see them putting 3, 4, 5 base hits together to start a big rally. I see them as a team that's hitting a lot of home runs, and that's how they're going to win ball games. And look what happened. They had more hits than the Mets, but you know what? They couldn't get that big home run that they needed. They had people on base multiple times, and they didn't come through. But hey, again, that's why baseball is so great. You can have less hits than the other team, and you could still win the game. I mean, the pitching was outstanding for the Mets last night. For the most part, the Phillies haven't hit the Mets pitching, except for 1 inning yesterday on Tuesday. And on Monday. So the Phillies are having a hard time with Mets pitching besides 1 inning. And I think that I'm a little shocked by that. I thought the Phillies were going to score a decent amount of runs in this series, and they really haven't. And that kind of shocked me a little bit. I thought they were going to easily score 4 or 5 runs per game, and it was up to the Mets to score more runs, obviously, than the Phillies. But you know what? That's why baseball is great. CJ's I'm 30 to 34. Gabriel says McGill is on fire. Exactly. R.I.P. Rob, what's up, buddy? Karen, how you doing? Angel, how you doing? Member of Talking Mets with Rob. R.I.P. Yes, I did. I don't have it up today. That's my Lindor jersey, but the Marte jersey I have in the closet right now. I got it. When did I get it? I got it 3 days ago, 3 or 4 days ago. The unfortunate part, when I went to the MLB shop in New York City, they ran out of E's, so I only had marked. So I had to wait for the jersey. So I just paid for it, and I just had to go to the next day so they can get it. They ran out of E's for some reason, but whatever, it's fine. They gave me a discount because I had to wait another day for my jersey, so I'll take 10% off. Yeah, Tom. Hey, your birthday gift will be a lot of wins for the Phillies in September. Yeah, I noticed a lot of people picked up McGill in a lot of fantasy leagues. That's what everybody was talking about at my job. We have our own. My job has a fantasy league as well, and we were basically like the one guy who basically has nothing, like is not a big baseball fan but likes fantasy baseball. He was the one that drafted McGill in, like, I don't know, it was like the 10th round or something, like 8th round or something like that. And everybody was trying to trade for McGill, and he won't do it. So, like I said, look, McGill's a beast. Like, he's another pitcher, just like DeGrom. He's similar to DeGrom, that he came out of nowhere. He wasn't a top prospect, just like DeGrom. He's a guy who doesn't talk much, doesn't show a lot of emotion, but just pitches. And you know what? He has better stuff when he came up than when DeGrom came up. His stuff is a little bit more, I guess you could say, mature or like developed than DeGrom was. DeGrom, when he first came up, was throwing 93, 94. McGill, when he came up, was throwing 95, 96. This year, he's throwing 97, 98 consistently. That's insane. And you know what? He changed his mechanics a little bit and had less motion in his windup. And look what it's done. And I think he learned a lot from Jacob DeGrom, talking to him a lot, because Jacob DeGrom is very fluid. He doesn't have a lot of moving parts when he pitches. He just sets, winds, throws, and that's what McGill did. He simplified his windup, and I think that helps when you have your mechanics perfect. You can easily throw 99, 100 miles an hour, and that's what McGill has done. And on top of that, he has 6 other pitches, got a cutter, changeup, curveball, slider. He has so many other pitches that he's using in his repertoire to get batters out, and he's using all of it. And that's how good he's been. Yeah, that was awesome. You know what? Look, everybody, if you played baseball in your life, everybody's had moments like Alec Bohm. Somebody who's just could not throw to first base. I think a lot of us, I did that. I played third base in high school and college. I had a moment, I think it was my sophomore year, where I could not throw the ball to first. I had this mental block that I couldn't throw it to first. And I made like 3 or 4 errors, similar to Bohm. And what happened? I got yelled at from my coach. My teammates were pissed off at me. I gave up 3 runs because of my errors. And it sucks. And I understand where Bohm was coming from. But what I liked, what he did, he didn't lie and say, "Oh, I didn't say that." He said, "Yes, I said it. I didn't mean it. I was emotional. I was mad at myself. But of course I love Philadelphia." And that's the perfect answer for a young player. And you know what? The Philly fans, as much as I don't like them, that was excellent what they did. He deserved the standing ovation, because you know what? That's one of their prospects that came up and has been struggling. And it's nice to see the Philly fans show support to one of their young guns right there. And you know what? they could have easily booed him. If they would have booed him, maybe that would have hurt him even more. So they realized, give him a standing ovation, give him the confidence that he probably needs at this point to get him going defensively, because offensively he's really good. Angel, how you doing? Angel Rivas, how you doing? Yeah, I think he's gonna earn the 5th start. I think. Well, you see, the problem is, if Walker comes back next start, and if DeGrom's not gonna be back until probably June the earliest. So again, worst case, if Miguel's pitching this good, well, you're gonna have to decide who you're gonna take out of the rotation. If everybody's pitching well, you're still gonna have to make that decision, because I don't want a 6-man rotation, because that just messes up people's slots every 5th day, and I don't really like that. But again, if Miguel is pitching well, they'll find a way to get him in the rotation. Jason, how you doing? Robert, how you doing? Yep. Clayton Kershaw is pitching today. So we got about 9 minutes until game time, guys. So I'm going to talk about the lineup really quick, and we'll go from there. So I'm going to have the lineup scrolling underneath the screen, but I'm also going to pull up game day so we can actually look at the screen as well. Just give me a second, guys. All right. There we go. All right. So they already got the game day up. Just give me a second. Let me just pull up the lineup. So here's the lineup for the Mets today. It's Brandon Nemo playing center field, leading off. Francisco Lindor batting second, playing shortstop. Marte batting third, playing right field. Alonso is the cleanup hitter, DHing today. Eduardo Escobar, third base, batting fifth. Dominic Smith playing first base, batting sixth. Mark Conner playing left field, batting seventh. Jeff McNeil playing second, batting eighth. And Tomas Nido is catching once again for Scherzer, batting ninth for the New York Mets. And for the Phillies, we have Kyle Schwarber DH and batting first. JT Realmuto catching, batting second. Bryce Harper playing right field, batting third. Nick Castellanos, left field, batting cleanup. Gene Segura, second base, batting fifth. Didi Gregorius, shortstop, batting sixth. Yohan Camargo playing first base, batting seventh. Brian Stott, third base, batting eighth. And last but not least, Matt Verlin playing center field, batting ninth. So those are your two lineups for today's game. And once again, guys, if you don't know who's pitching, it is Max Scherzer versus Aaron Nola. Technically, it's the battle of the aces, but Aaron Nola has been the number two ever since Wheeler got there. Wheeler just has been pitching a lot better than Nola, but technically it's two aces on the mound today. I think Nola has the stuff to be an ace, no doubt about it. For some reason, over the last couple of years, he has not been good enough to be called the ace of the staff. But I really do think that Nola is a guy that you have to get to him early, because when he starts to get in the groove, he's going to be very hard to hit. He didn't pitch well his first outing. He has a 6 ERA. He wasn't very good. But again, he's got the stuff to be dominant. He can shut you down if his stuff is there. And the Mets got to make sure they jump on him early, just like they tried to jump on Zach Wheeler early, which really didn't work until Nemo hit the home run in the fifth. So once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button, everybody, so we can get the stream out to more people before the game starts in about 10 minutes or so. And if you're new to the channel, don't forget to hit on that subscribe button, everybody. Let's see what else we got in the chat today. All right, let me just fix this really quick. A little bit more pleasing. All right, there we go. All right, guys. So let's just see your comments really quick before the game starts. Yeah, Angel, I think it really depends on what everybody else does when it comes to Miguel, right? If everybody's pitching good, well, it's going to be hard to take somebody out of the lineup unless you put a 6-man rotation, but I don't think the Mets want to do that. So if he's pitching really well, the Mets will find a spot in the rotation for him, I think. Yeah, the Mets Up podcast is pretty good. Yeah, I've listened to it many times. Yeah, again, like he's got the stuff, and he's got the mental makeup to be a really good pitcher. And I do think that if McGill can continue this, well, guess what? Now you got a rotation on for the next couple of years now, and that's something that the Mets clearly need because let's be honest, guys. After this season, Walker's a free agent, Carrasco is gone. So, the Mets will have Scherzer, they will have DeGrom, and they'll have Bassett. So they need another 4 and number 5, and let's hope McGill and Peterson are those two guys. Yeah, Jason, they should be 6-0, but you know what? Baseball, unfortunately, doesn't work like that, unfortunately. But at the end of the day, guys, that's why baseball is fun, because all it takes is one inning to blow a game. And let's be 2 days in a row is the 8th inning for the Mets against the Nationals and the Phillies. So they're just showing on SNY right now the series basically recap at the moment. So the game's going to be starting in about 10 minutes or so. So just keep on hitting that like button, guys, so we can have a lot of people in this chat and watching the stream together and having some fun. Once again, guys, this is how the setup works for live streaming during games on my channel. Game day is on the screen, so you can follow the game. Also, I'll have the radio call with Howie and Wayne during the game. And in between innings, I'll pop back on and we'll talk about the inning. So hopefully you guys enjoy this. And for you Met fans, let's go Mets, right? All right. Yeah, I see people talking about the bullpen was the issue. But again, the bullpen was mostly on, Sunday. For the most part. But again, like I said, it was bad defense by Alonso. It was somewhat of the bullpen. You can pick, either side of who is to blame. But you know what? When you have a 4-run lead, you can't blow that game. All right, a 1-run lead against the Nationals, fine. You can easily blow that game. But a 4-run lead, you cannot lose those games, especially nowadays. And specifically this season, when it comes to the extra team in the playoffs, these division games matter because if somehow you end up with the same record as a team that's fighting for a wild card spot or a division spot or specifically a wild card spot, if you're both in that one last spot in the wild card, it's going to come down to season series and who has the most wins. And that's why these games are so important now because it was more difficult to worry about, beating your own division when it came to the wild card, because at the end of the day, you can actually have a better record, or even if you have the same record, sometimes there'll be somebody that's a little bit better than you. So I think it's important to win. It's obviously important to win division games, especially if you have aspirations of winning your division. And at this time, the Braves are struggling, and the Phillies and the Mets have been playing very well. So, it's going to be a 3-team race all year, and there's a pretty good chance that 3 NL East teams can make the playoffs in the Braves, Phillies, and Mets. Just a matter of what combination, who's winning the division, who's taking the 2 wild card spots. That's something that we have to look at as well. I see the problem with calling Aaron Nola a great pitcher is that he hasn't been good in 3 years. And that's the problem with Aaron Nola. In 2018, he was dominant. 2019, pretty good. And in 2020 and last year, he wasn't good. I mean, he hurt the Phillies last year. Besides Wheeler, nobody really pitched well. Even Kyle Gibson, who they got from the Rangers, wasn't very good. Ranger Suarez was very good for them. So they only had 2 pitchers that were very good in their rotation, along with their bad bullpen last year. And that was the biggest concern when it came to the Phillies this year. Wheeler looked good yesterday coming back from that shoulder issue without any spring training appearances, which is nice to see for the Phillies with Wheeler. Aaron Nola, he has to bounce back. The Phillies aren't going anywhere if they don't have Aaron Nola pitching well. That's just a fact. You can't have just Wheeler wheeling and dealing, and then, no pun intended, and then Nola just crapping all over the place. Even if you have Kyle Gibson and Ranger Suarez, they're good, but again, they're not going to carry this team. Your 2 guys, Nola and Wheeler, will. And with this lineup, they need to pitch. If they don't pitch, Yeah, they might score 7 runs, but guess what? They might give 8 runs. And that's the problem. You've seen they're not a team that is going to win a lot of 2-1 games, the Phillies. They're not. They're going to win a lot of 6-5 games, 7-6 games like that because they're going to score a lot of runs. But again, Brad Hand looked good the other night closing out the game on Monday. Familia looked good. But as a Mets fan, I'm going to tell you Philly fans right now, Familia will frustrate you a lot. And Brad Hand, we've seen him a little bit with the Mets last year. He worries me. I think age is going to catch up to him at some point. But if they can pitch the way they did on Monday, well, guess what? The Phillies have a good bullpen. But again, the factor with the Phillies is not the lineup. They're going to score runs. When they run into a pitcher like McGill all of a sudden, they couldn't touch him. But, again, the Phillies are going to win games by hitting a lot of home runs. They're not going to be a team that's going to manufacture runs, as I said earlier. So, once again, guys, with the Mets and with the Phillies, the Mets are relying on their pitching. The Phillies are relying on their offense to score a lot of runs. Those two things are clashing in this series. You saw what happened. The Mets shut them down for 7 innings on Monday, and then the 8th inning, the Phillies lineup burst out into flames and went crazy. Yesterday, pitching was the advantage for the Mets and shut down the lineup. So it's basically a clash of the Titans. The really good Mets pitching against the really, really good Phillies lineup, and that's why this is so appealing. This series so early because it's a test for both teams of how good they could actually be. Yeah, Angel, I'm so glad Cano was not in the lineup. This guy cannot catch up to a fastball anymore. I mean, everything he was late on, and then he was swinging at every freaking thing in the dirt. Pissed me off. Thank God he's not in there. Thank God. So the game's going to start in about a couple of minutes, guys. So I will be shutting my mouth for game time for the Howie Rose call that I'm going to put up right now. Let me just get it. All right. So, yeah, thank God Robbie Cano is not in the lineup. Jerry, I agree. This should be the lineup every day. I'm sorry if I didn't get to everybody's comments, but I think I got to almost everybody. Nair, I saw yours really quick. I think it was about 6-0. Yeah, they should be 6-0, but again, that's the way baseball works. It's not always they should be 6-0. Yeah, absolutely. The bullpen had to hold it. Alonso shouldn't have made those stupid errors, but that's baseball. So it is what it is at this point. The worst thing that could have happened is the Mets could have lost 3 in a row. Yes, over the last 3 days, but they didn't. So they got right back in the winning column. So I'm going to play the radio call. It should come up. Let's hope, because there was a problem on opening day, which really was annoying. All right, here we go. All right, guys. So this is the call. Wayne Randazzo and Howie Rose. So the game's going to start in about 2 minutes or so. I'll raise up the volume so you guys can listen to the game and watch the game day on the screen. So once again, guys, don't forget to hit on that like button, guys. We got 60 live viewers in the stream right now. Probably going to get a lot more. It's basically on average 150 to 200 on the first couple of streams I did on the season, and we're looking to even grow even more. So here we go, guys. Mets versus Phillies rubber game. Max Scherzer versus Aaron Nola. Who is going to win today, Mets or Phillies? Click on the poll, guys. Say Mets, say Phillies. Let me know. Let's get the poll going as well. Joe, how are you doing? So this is the key to the games, guys. Can the Phillies beat up on Mets pitching, or will the Mets pitching shut down the Phillies lineup? That's basically been the key to the series so far for the Mets and the Phillies. But who is going to prevail in the first series of the year against the Mets and the Phillies? Once again, guys, the Mets and the Phillies play 13 times between April and May. We're going to see each other a lot. So everybody's going to be familiar with the pitching, familiar with the lineups. So it's going to come down to pure grit and who's going to come out swinging and doing the best they can to win these series. And as of right now, it's 1-1. Somebody's going to have a little bit of a happy fan base by the time 4:30 comes, because their team's gonna win. We'll just have to wait and see. Well, yeah, Angel, I was talking about exactly with the teams that could make the playoffs in the NL East. I think it could only be the Braves, Phillies, and Mets. The two teams, obviously one team's going to win the division. The other two are going to be wild card teams. That's what I meant. I didn't mean only two teams in the three, not only two teams in a wild card. Obviously, there's three. I was just saying that the two teams that won't win the division are going to be fighting it out. And the problem with that is, it can mean between if you don't make the wild card or not, based on if you have the same record, only because there's other teams in the division that can have better records than both of us and beat out both of us in the wild card because of their record. That's what I worry about. All right, guys. So they're showing a little bit of highlights of Aaron Nola, of how good his pitching is, which is very good. It's just that he has to harness it. So Aaron Nola's on the mound for the Mets. So I'm going to bring it right over to Howie and Wayne Randazzo for the radio call. So once again, guys, good luck to the Mets and the Phillies. For the Mets, gotta keep on pitching well and keep on manufacturing runs. So let's go Mets, and here we are. Here we go, guys. Here's the call from Howie and Wayne.
As the Mets will have the Arizona Diamondbacks or the San Francisco Giants in New York on their opening homestand. Plenty of festivities this weekend as the Mets will unveil the Tom Seaver statue on Friday before the game. Of course, all of the usual home opener ceremonies as well on the field before the game, as the Mets will be back after what will be a successful road trip regardless of the outcome today. But it could be a very successful road trip if they're able to pull off the win today against these Phillies. The Mets holding them off last night in a 2-0 ball game, a well-pitched game by Tyler McGill and a few others. And the Mets, considering that they used only Chase and Shreve and Drew Smith on the bridge to Edwin Diaz last night, like they'll have a good amount of arms available to them today to try to get through this game as well, to give Edwin Diaz perhaps another chance to save one as the Mets try to get out of here with a series victory. Aaron Nola just about ready to go. A guy the Mets
all right, guys, so on SNY, Brendan Nemo's coming to the plate. So here we are, 107 start time. Mets-Phillies, rubber game. Here we go.
First seasons with an ERA of 4.68. He still pitched well against the Mets, just a 2.25 ERA in his 4 starts against them. Brandon Nemo hit a homer yesterday. He's ready to begin today's game on the left side of the box. Nola, the right-hander, on the mound. And with the play-by-play to start this afternoon's ball game, we hand it back to the radio voice of the Mets, Howie Rose.
All right, thank you very much, Wayne. So Nemo settling into the batter's box, and the Phillies settle into an immediate overshift against Brandon. Stott, the third baseman, even with a bag, edge of the grass. First pitch on the way is a fastball taken low. Ball 1 to Brandon Nemo. Nemo 1 for 3 with a home run last night, off to a .333 start at the plate. And continues to get on base with regularity, but that's what he does. Go back 2018 season, his on-base percentage just a shade under 400. The 1-0. Changeup is outside, and the count 2 balls and no strikes to Nemo. Nola will feature a real good curveball, a changeup. He gets a lot of ground balls when he's right, and does not walk very many. He did not walk a batter in 6 innings in his first start against Oakland. Left leg kick, the 2-0 to Nemo. Way upstairs, 3 balls and no strikes, missing with a fastball there. Francisco Lindor waiting on deck. And then Starling Marte here in the last of the 5th inning. And Nola goes to the scraper right away at the back of the mound. You know, they watered down the mound prior to the start of the game, and it maybe he had a little too much of that clay caked up in his baseball shoes. Wanted to kick some out. Now the 3-0, and that's right down the middle. Called strike, 3-1.
So the radio call is a little bit behind the TV call right now because it is streaming. Fausto, how you doing?
Aaron Nola. I know sometimes you just need to slow yourself down. He just kicked a little more dirt off as he scraped his spike against the pitching rubber. So 3-1 the count to Nemo. Nola kicks and deals. And it's inside.
All right, so quick start for the Mets, leadoff walk. A little different lineup for the Mets. Francisco Lindor is batting second and Marte's batting third. A little different lineup than we've seen the first 6 games of the year. Lindor, 250 average, 1 home run and 4 RBIs with an OPS of 850.
Rockies. Hoskins doesn't sniff Max Scherzer, and that's why Hoskins is out of the lineup. Camargo at first, Segura at second, Gregorius at short, Stott is at third, Castellanos, Vierling, Harper left to right in the outfield, and JT Realmuto is catching Aaron Nola. So here's Lindor batting left-handed, the infield overshifted, and the first pitch. Curveball, and that's high. 1 ball and no strikes. So the strike zone jumping around a little bit on Aaron Nola early on. He's told you how rare it is for Nola to walk people, but he's walked Nemo to start things off. Nola works from the extreme first base side of the rubber. Lindor batting .250 with 1 home run, 4 runs batted in, but he's hit in 4 straight. Throw to first, and Nemo's got to dive back in. Starling Marte waits on deck. The umpires this afternoon, Adrian Johnson has the plate. John Tumpain is at first, Ryan Blakeney at second, and the crew chief, Marvin Hudson, is the umpire at third. Very little breeze to speak of as Nola goes to the scraper at the back of the mound again. And I don't know about slowing himself down. I think he really is a little fidgety because that mound is a little more damp than he's used to or would like.
Nola's very wild in the first 2 batters so far.
Want to know the count? Nemo, pretty good lead now at first.
6 pitches.
Long set by Nola,
7 pitches. 5
Lindor
balls.
takes upstairs. A cut fastball, 2 balls and no strikes. And again, in his follow-through, Nola looked down a little bit near his feet.
Looks like
now
he's having a problem with the mound.
A little dirt across the rubber. So he really appears to be less than settled on the mound. Now Nola brings the hands together. Another throw to first. Nemo dives back in ahead of the throw as it was a bit of a high toss to Johan Camargo, the first baseman. Nola's been one of the busiest pitchers in baseball the last few years. He delivers to Lindor and a fastball at the knees on the outside corner. 2 balls and 1 strike. Since the beginning of the 2018 season, and there he is at the scraper again, trying to get comfortable. He's made 113 starts, and that's more than any other pitcher in baseball.
Absolutely. Diaz slider was nasty yesterday. Was untouchable with that slider.
Pitched as a consequence.
Hopefully he gets another chance in the ninth today.
Dives back in. Mets stealing some bases this year. Of course, Starling Marte gives them that dimension. Marte is on deck right now. He led the majors in steals last year, but the Mets and Kansas City Royals each with 5 atop the major leagues. Very early, of course. 2-1 pitch. Lindor hits it high in the air to left field, slicing towards the line. Castellanos over, still coming into foul ground, and he makes the catch right along the sidewall. Plays it in quickly, and Nemo retreats to first. It's played by Nick Castellanos, the left fielder for the Phillies. So 1 away, and it'll bring up Starling Marte. You'll notice, if you've been paying attention to the batting order the first little while, as Nola continues to kick that scraper behind the mound.
So 1 out, 1 on for the Mets. 9 pitches for Nola at the moment. Marte up at the plate.
When they've both been in the lineup, Marte has been hitting second and Lindor third. And Buck Showalter essentially said that he's still trying to get a feel for different guys and he wants to see different looks. But he also said that Nola had a little something to do with that. So, first pitch to Marte. Swinging a ground ball to second. Should be 2. Segura shovels to second. 1. Gregorius to first. A double play.
All right, guys. So that was a quick inning for the Mets after the leadoff walk by Nemo. So we're going to see Max Scherzer on the mound going to the bottom of the first. No score in the game so far. So they had about, 11 pitches for Aaron Nola going to, after the first. So once again, the Mets, what they have been doing all year has been making the starters work and getting them out of the games early so you can get to the deep parts of the bullpen where most teams are not that good. So, but they didn't capitalize on the leadoff walk by Nemo. Lindor popped up. Marte just hit into a double play. So 0-0 score going to the bottom of the first. For the Phillies, Kyle Schwarber, JT Realmuto, and Bryce Harper is going to be the first 3 in the first inning for the Phillies. And we'll see Max Scherzer's second appearance as a New York Met. And don't mind me, guys, if I'm looking down. I am doing my scorecard as always. If you're new to the channel, that's what I do. I do the scorecard a lot. I have probably about 10 of these books over the last 10 years, just doing scorecards. I do almost every game if I can, but it's one of the things I like to do. Yeah, you're funny. John, I don't know if he almost blew it. I mean, the two hits that he did give up were not hit hard at all. So, but I don't know. I just felt like his slider was on. No, don't get me wrong. I was scared too, because we're Met fans. We just feel like something bad gonna happen. But he was just dominant. All right, guys. So Scherzer's walking around the infield right now, getting ready to go. Yeah, Tom. He's not running hard at all. I wonder if that oblique still hurting him still that he had in spring training. But yeah, he didn't run out of the box hard at all. All right, guys. So Scherzer's coming to the rubber right now, and Schwarber's coming to the plate. So here's the radio call.
The last of the first inning, the Mets did not score. And the top of the first.
Once again, guys, the radio call is going to be behind the TV, and the game day is going to be a little bit behind the radio call.
Live from the Bigelow Tea broadcast booth. Bigelow Tea, grab a mug and tea proudly. Scherzer, 6 innings, winning his debut against his old team, the Nationals, faces Kyle Schwarber. And the first pitch fastball is outside for ball 1. Boy, what Schwarber did to the Mets last year, what's happened so far, at least in these first 2 games, are quite the study in contrast, are they not? 1-0 to Schwarber, a fastball in for a called strike. It's 1-1. And this guy hit 9 home runs against the Mets last year. Only Richie Allen, later known as Dick Allen, and Willie Stargell never did that against the Mets in one season. A 1-1, change up outside, 2 balls and 1 strike. But so far, Schwarber 0 for 8 in this series. Is 0 for 14.
So Scherzer falls behind Schwarber 3-1.
And just 2 out of 18 to begin the season. 2-1 to the left-hand batter with the infield overshifted. The pitch missed inside with a fastball. 3-1. Both Scherzer and Nola, pretty good control pitchers. Nola's already walked the batter. Scherzer's
well, the umpire just called the strike on that last pitch, and that pitch was low. You'll see it on the game cast right there in a second.
Fastball in for a called strike. Knee high. Schwarber's not sold on it. He took a couple of
that looks
steps
low,
towards first base.
But the umpire called the strike 3-2 count.
Circles back towards the batter's box. And Scherzer has run it full. Schwarber, a .318 lifetime hitter in 32 games against the Mets with 13 home runs overall, but again, 9 of them last year. Here's the payoff pitch. Swinging a high fly, foul down the left field line and out of play. Real Muto and then Harper for the Phillies here in the first inning. Mets starting pitchers have been terrific. They are 4-0, allowing just 4 earned runs in 30 innings. Tyler McGill's been great twice. Tyler, of course. Payoff pitch. And it's inside ball 4. Scherzer walks the leadoff man, just as Aaron Nola did. And Schwarber goes down to first base with nobody out. It'll bring up JT Real Muto. And the Mets defensive alignment is sponsored by Moreland and Cohen Orthopedic Group. Experiencing orthopedic pain, they've got specialists for that. Smith is at first today. McNeil at second, Lindor at short, Escobar at third, with Canna, Nemo, Marte left to right of the outfield, and Tomas Nido, 28 years and 1 day old, behind the plate for the Mets, catching Scherzer. So here is Real Muto, who has really struggled against Max. Infield overshifts to the left.
So Scherzer's struggling with his control today too, so far.
1 ball and no strikes. JT Real Muto, a good hitter, is just 5 for 50 against Max Scherzer. Real Muto, 3-time All-Star, 2 for 4 last night. And Scherzer deals. Fastball hits the outside corner. 1 ball and 1 strike. A 94-mile-an-hour fastball from Scherzer. Scherzer has actually won 12 consecutive decisions. Remember, he split last year between the Nationals and the Dodgers. Here's the 1-1. Fastball in tight on Real Muto, and the count 2 balls and 1 strike. So his teams, including the Mets, the Dodgers, and the Nationals, have won each of the last 14 regular season games that Max has started. And then you go back to last June 4th, he is unbeaten in his last 20 starts. Remember, he's 37. 2-1 pitch. Swinging a high pop fly, shallow right. McNeil going out. Marte in. Marte with the glasses on makes the one-hand catch. And there's one man out. Scherzer continues to dominate JT Real Muto. Now Bryce Harper. Harper 1 for 7 in the series, just 2 for 18 to start the year, a 111 average with no homers, and 1 run batted in.
So 1 down, man on first.
Park,
Bryce Harper comes to the plate.
Not known as a great pitcher's yard, but you'd have trouble convincing Max Scherzer of that. He is 8-1 with a 2.23 earned run average in 12 starts in this ballpark. And when he starts here, his teams are 11-1. So a good omen, if only historically. And the first pitch. Harper late on a fastball, swings and misses, 0-1. 94-mile-an-hour fastball there. Harper's got fast hands, but it almost looked as though he had a little trouble seeing that ball out of the hand of Scherzer. That swing was much later than we're accustomed to seeing from Harper on the fastball. 0-1. The pitch, way outside. Change up, it got away from Scherzer, and the count 1 ball and 1 strike with Nick Castellanos waiting on deck. Schwarber, the runner at first, not all that concerned about him running. In fact, the next Phillies stolen base will be their first of this young season. Outfield straightaway. Scherzer from the third base side of the rubber. Delivers. Harper takes the fastball. It's inside. So, 2 balls and 1 strike. Harper played right field this afternoon. Joe Girardi had him off his feet last night. Harper was the designated hitter.
Oh, wow, William.
And Castellanos
really for you guys.
Castellanos has moved to left today. Schwarber is the DH this afternoon. 2-1. The pitch. Low inside with a fastball. And Scherzer, not all that sharp early on, behind 3 balls and 1 strike. He's already thrown 15 pitches. Walked Schwarber. He's aboard with 1 out in the scoreless game. Last of the first inning. Escobar at third is way off the line. Scherzer sets. Here's the 3-1. And the changeup misses outside, ball 4. And Scherzer has walked 2 batters in this inning. Scherzer last year walked only 36 batters.
Oh, I'm glad I can help you out, Jose.
79 in the third innings. Here he's walked 2 of the first 3 he's faced.
Yeah, Scotto, I agree with that.
Neither of these pitchers walked many hitters.
I don't know, but they look like Nola and Scherzer have problems on the or with the mound. Sledge, what's up?
Scherzer has controlled Castellanos in limited matchups. Castellanos 1 for 9 against Scherzer. Castellanos 1 for 4 last night, and that was a 2-base hit in the 7th inning. Castellanos will do that. He's hit more doubles than anybody in the major leagues since 2018. He's got first and second.
But that was the best slider Scherzer threw today.
First pitch, swing and a miss, and a good slider from Scherzer. And the count 0-1. Gene the hit machine.
That's right.
Gene Segura waiting on deck. Mets were delighted that he didn't start last night. Didn't come off the bench. He just eats the Mets up.
Jamil, I'm glad I can help you out, buddy.
0-1 the count. That's Joe Girardi he's referring to, the Phillies skipper. In the 0-1. Taken low, 1 ball and 1 strike.
First time the Mets shut out the Phillies here at Citizens Bank Park in 5 years. Certainly Segura not being in the lineup had something to do with it.
Not an easy part in which to pitch a shutout. Ball is always carried well here. Here's the 1-1 pitch. That is over the inside corner, and I believe that Castellanos thought that pitch was low, but not Adrian Johnson. He calls the strike, and it's 1-2. Potential spam. Lindor, the shortstop, over in the hole. The second baseman, McNeil, to the left of second base, lined up behind Schwarber. 1-2 pitch. Castellanos takes low outside, a slider, and it's 2 balls and 2 strikes. And, well, Max Scherzer, he was stretched out in spring training. He threw 90 pitches in his second and final spring training start. He threw 80 pitches in 6 innings in Washington. He's already thrown 20 here.
Scherzer is definitely struggling.
Jumping around on him. 2 to Castellanos. Down and in. Ball 3. Missed with a changeup. So Scherzer having trouble locating here in the first inning. He's already walked 2. And last thing the Mets need to see is Gene Segura with a whole lot of Phillies on base.
These veteran Philly hitters are waiting Scherzer out, waiting for him to get a better grip on the strike zone. They've been very patient up there.
3-2 to the right-hand hitting Castellanos. Schwarber at second, Harper at first with 1 out and no score in the last of the first. And now time call at home plate as Castellanos got tired of waiting for Scherzer. Scherzer is the active major league leader in strikeouts, and he could certainly use one here.
I agree, Scotto.
Schwarber leading from second, Harper from first. Harper the faster man. Outfield pretty much straight away, and now time called, and Nino's going to go out and talk to Scherzer.
Now, Scherzer does not use the pitch com. He wants the traditional signs from Tomas Nido. A runner on second here. Nido and Scherzer having a hard time getting on the same page.
They were together as a battery in Scherzer's first start. So they have worked together.
Yeah, Tom, they both don't look tough right now. I don't know if it's the mound or they're just not warmed up or what, but they both look very.
Now Castellanos wants a little extra time from Adrian Johnson. Now Johnson,
like they're not comfortable at all on the mound, either one of them.
I think it was Scherzer who asked for it, and he and Johnson are barking at each other. Max Scherzer and Adrian Johnson, the home plate. I'm getting into a little bit. But now Max takes a set position. He's very animated there. Sets at the shoulder. Long set. Now the payoff pitch. Outside ball 4. He has walked 3 batters here in the bottom of the first inning to load the bases. And this is most uncharacteristic of Max Scherzer, who's going to have to face Gene Segura with the bases loaded. I mentioned what Segura has done to the Mets. In 63 games in his career against New York, he's hit .325 with 10 home runs. And he's done very nicely against Scherzer as well, with 8 for 25, including a homer against him. So I suppose if ever Max Scherzer was going to throw a double play ball, this would be the time. Gene Segura, a very tough out for both Scherzer and the Mets. Schwarber at third, Harper
see if
at
Scherzer
second.
can bear down here.
Castellanos at first with 1 out, no score in the first. Scherzer ready, first pitch. Swing and a miss at a slider, 0-1. Might have just gotten a piece of that. Segura
definitely need the turn too.
333 to start the season, which doesn't mean much when it's only a few games. Segura 5 out of 15. Infield back at double play depth. They'll give up a run here in the first. The 0-1 is a fastball on the inside corner. Strike 2 call. And with that cat and mouse game of Scherzer and Castellanos and Adrian Johnson getting into it at home plate, well, Max was a little hot for a while after walking Castellanos to load him up.
Well, Scherzer's first 3 pitches to Segura has been his the best 3 pitches he's thrown in this inning so far.
The 0-2 pitch. Swing and a foul back to the screen, and he had him reaching for a slider.
Well, William, we don't need a triple play. We only need 2 outs.
One thing the
double play will end the inning.
Mentioned by waiting Scherzer out here in the first inning is really drive that pitch count up. He's got 1 out. He's already thrown 25 pitches. We've seen some long first innings each of the first 2 nights, generally from Phillies starters. Ranger Suarez needed 33 pitches to get out of the first inning on Monday night. Now it's 0-2 to Segura. Scherzer dangling that arm, taking a lot of time, and time called again at home plate. Boy, he is really having some trouble, it would appear, getting together with Nido on signs.
All right, nice strikeout by Scherzer. Came back nicely against Segura. 2 outs.
Scherzer bends in, dangles that right arm. Now it comes set. 0-2 to Scherzer. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed strike three. Gave him a changeup in the dirt. And Segura swings over a huge strikeout for Scherzer. 2 men away, and now Didi Gregorius will be the batter.
Now, this is where Scherzer historically digs in. Last season, opponents only batted .131 against Scherzer with runners in scoring position. It was the lowest mark of his career. But over the last 7 years, opponents have only hit .185 with runners in scoring position against Max, who loves to buckle down and get through spots like this.
Yeah, Scherzer looks a little bit better right now. It seems like he just found. I just think he was just
left-hand batter.
I don't think he's hurt. I just think he just didn't have it right now. You know, even the best pitchers in the world have problems.
8 grand slams going
But
back to
that was a good pitching against Segura.
Find an extra gear as he's trying to do.
Yeah, he's found it now.
Bases loaded jam.
He's located his fastball now.
One out. Now there are 2. No score. In the bottom of the first. Scherzer, a high set. The 0-1. Gregorius takes a fastball right down the middle. And
Scherzer's located his fastball. Once he does that, it's going to be very hard to hit. And he did that with Segura, and he's now doing it with Didi.
Maybe that pitch was further away from the plate towards the outer part or even off of it altogether.
All right, so ground ball got out of the inning, guys. Nice pitching by Scherzer.
0-2 to him. Runners lead from all 3 bases. Scherzer deals. Swinging a grounder towards first. Big hop for Smith behind the bag. Shovels to Scherzer. Covering in time. Side retired. Bases loaded.
That's a good pitcher. That's when you know the great pitchers. That's what they do. They get out of jams.
And at the end of 1, the Mets nothing.
All right, guys. So both teams had a chance with runners on base in the first. Obviously, the Phillies had more of a better chance with a bases loaded and 1 out. But again, when this is what we talked about yesterday with Wheeler, you got to get these really good pitchers early. If you don't, if they find their stuff like Scherzer did with the Segura and the Didi at bat, he found his fastball. He started to locate it, and then his breaking ball, even though they weren't strikes, now when you set up your fastball and you start to throw your breaking ball and your changeup, well, guess what? Now the batter is going to be looking to try to hit those fastballs, and they're going to be out in front of those breaking balls and their off-speed pitches. So again, he was, he just didn't have it in the first couple of batters, and then he found it as soon as he located his fastball with Segura. You saw that confidence, and whatever he needed, he found. And that's what great pitchers do. They find the way to get it done. They bear down. And that's what Scherzer did there. So after the end of 1, guys, no score. The Phillies had bases loaded with nobody on. The Mets got out of it. The Mets got a leadoff walk in the top of the first and didn't do nothing with that. Pop out with Lindor and a double play by Marte ended the inning. So we're going to the top of the second. The Mets have Pete Alonso, Escobar, and Dominic Smith. So already both pitchers had a tough time in the first inning, but both of them got out of their little jam for Nola and a big jam for Scherzer. So we'll see how far these both guys last, because they don't both throw. Nola didn't throw that many pitches, but Scherzer threw over 30. So we'll have to wait and see. That's not great, but again, Scherzer can easily shut down 3 batters like that with like 6 pitches. All right, guys. So the TV broadcast is back on. Nola's on the mound. Alonso's up.
Pete's the designated hitter today. Exactly. Loved being the DH. And he almost looked as though he didn't know what to do. After Starling Marte hit into the double play to end the top of the first inning, Alonso was on deck. Usually he'd run in, grab his glove, and get out for D. Well, here's Pete. The first pitch from Aaron Nola is a fastball for a call strike, 0-1. Alonso looked almost like a lost puppy. Walking back to the dugout, just kind of twisting the bat around in his hands, looking like a guy who had nothing to do. Here he is leading off the second, and Nola's 0-1. Breaking ball swung out and missed. Good curveball. That is a signature of Aaron Nola's, that great breaking pitch. And the count 0-2 to Alonso, who has just 1 for his last 13, but he has hit Aaron Nola very well. 10 out of 29, including 3 home runs against him. But he's behind in the count here, 0-2 with the infield overshifted. Pitch, fastball in there, strike 3 call. So Alonso caught looking. First strikeout for Nola, and it'll bring up Eduardo Escobar. Spectrum Mobile has the most reliable service coast to coast, plus 5G is included at no extra cost. Switch and save today. Restrictions apply. Visit SpectrumMobile.com today. Joe Girardi's overshifting just about everybody here. Now they move to the right for Eduardo Escobar, batting left-handed. First pitch is taken a little bit high. 1-0 to Escobar, went 0 for 3 last night. Batting .235 with no homers and 1 run batted in. And Nola deals. Breaking ball, that's low. So they missed with a curve and the count 2-0. Escobar 4 out of 17 at the plate to start the year with Dom Smith waiting on deck. Outfield a step the other way. Here's the 2-0. Way outside, ball 3. Nola misses badly with a changeup. Well, Aaron Nola walked the leadoff batter. That was a rarity. And we're told that it was only the second time in Max Scherzer's career that he's walked 3 of the first 4 batters that he's faced in a game. Hasn't done that in 6 years. 3-0 pitch. Low, ball 4. So
again, both pitchers just walking everybody today. Nola and Scherzer just walking everybody.
Send Dom Smith to the plate.
One noticeable thing about Scherzer as that inning progressed,
Dominic
he
Smith
started
is
to
up.
throw a lot harder. He was touching
He's 9 for 34 against Nola. He drew 265 with 1 home run. But he's only 1 for 8 on the season so far. So we'll see who wins this battle.
Extra. After walking 3, got the last 2 Phillies to retire the side. Now it's Dom Smith. And Dom, 1 for 8. He's been in all but 1 game the Mets have played. First pitch to him is taken off the inside corner. 1 ball and no strikes. This is the second game that he has started at first base. I doubt we'll see a whole lot of Dom in left field this year. As long as Travis Jankowski remains on the roster and gives the Mets some added flexibility out in the outfield. Jeff McNeil, when he's been out there, has shown that he can play left field well. Throw to first. Diving back in is Escobar.
We'll see very little of Dominic Smith in left field as the season progresses.
So Nola is still struggling to find location.
Versus they already have 2 of the first 7.
Dominic
have
Smith.
that DH spot at times as well.
3 infielders to the right of second. Here's the 1-0. And he lays off a fastball that's high and away. 2 balls and no strikes. So we're not seeing pinpoint command from 2 pitchers who generally display pinpoint command. But they are both so good that very often another gear kicks in along the way. Maybe it did for Scherzer in the first with those last 2 hitters. See about Nola. 2-0 pitch. Swing and a miss. Curveball. And the count 2-1 to Dom, who has homered against Nola in the past. But Nola 9-3 in 20 games started against the Mets. As Wayne mentioned, last year at Citi Field, he tied Tom Seaver's all-time record by striking out 10 straight batters.
I don't know.
Corbin Burns
I mean, it is odd that both pitchers are really struggling with their command in the first inning.
And a miss. Cut fastball.
Which is a little odd.
And it's 2-2. And look, let's not take
I don't know. Maybe it's the mound and not the ball.
But it's a different game as far as what the strikeout means today than it was back in April, on April 22nd, 1970, when Seaver struck out the last 10 batters of his game against the San Diego Padres. There used to be a stigma attached to the strikeout. Sure doesn't appear to be there anymore. Now the 2-2. Swinging a chopper foul up the first baseline.
Now, it took 51 years for it to happen again, and then it happened again about a month later with Burns. Pretty wild to see it done twice.
So we got a 2-2 count to Dom,
not happen at all
and Escobar on first with 1 out.
So you won't mind if I attach an asterisk of the mind to those 2 last year, right? Basically, just
both pitchers, Jose, are like digging their cleats into the rubber just to get a little bit more grip. I don't know if it's too sticky. There's a buildup of dirt in their cleat, but they've both been cleaning off their cleat a lot in the first inning. So I don't know. I don't know if it's the mound. It looks like it, but I could be wrong.
Like Seaver's on April 22nd, 1970, that gets statues built. And we will, at long last, thankfully, finally, unveil the Tom Seaver statue on Friday morning. 2-2 to Dom Smith. The pitch in there, struck 3 called. He put a sinker over the inside corner, and Smith knew it. Second strikeout for Aaron Nolan. 2 men away. Mark Canna coming up.
Michael Conforto sitting on a couch watching the game with us.
Thankfully, will be there. Long trip now with Nancy, still living out at the vineyard, way out in Calistoga. Wine country. What an operation that
I
is.
agree, Joe. Like I said, I don't think it was a fluke that Tom Smith was bad last year.
Wine even after Tom's passing, but that was every bit the passion to Tom, believe it or not, that pitching was. Here's Mark Canna, right-hand batter, swings and misses at the first pitch. A fastball, 0-1. Tom didn't just grow grapes, he nurtured them. You know, one opportunity I had to walk around with him in the vineyard, those shears in his back pocket, picking off grapes, saying, here, taste these. This is good, this is not good, this is ready, this is not.
So both
Dogs in tow.
sides, the Mets and the Phillies batters are complaining about the strike zone of the umpire so far.
Take it on the outside corner. No
Both sides are not
balls,
happy.
So Canna's been aboard in 12 of his 21 plate appearances. Last night he was on once, although he went 0 for 3. He did draw a walk. That's nothing, Phillies nothing. 2 out. Top of the second. Escobar the runner at first. There have been 5 base runners in this game, but no hits. Scherzer walking 3 in the first inning. Nola's walked 1 in each of the first 2. 0-2 to Canna. Now the pitch. Low outside. Fastball on the count. 1 ball and 2 strikes. With Jeff McNeil waiting on deck. A cloud cover has elbowed its way into the proceedings here. Wouldn't call it overcast or anything like that. We still see some sunshine enveloping the playing field. Can't ask for a better April day to play baseball than this. This is great. 1-2 pitch to Canna. Swing and a foul back to the screen. You're coming on Friday. Make sure, to get there as early as you can.
Again, everybody got happy with Dominic Smith over a 60-game season, having a good year. But Dom has showed nothing in a full season, and that's why I don't understand why people are going crazy about wanting Dom Smith in the lineup every day, because if you're going to look at 60 games of him being good, then you have to look at Michael Conforto being good at 60 games in the 2020 season as well.
1-2.
Dom and Conforto had terrible years last year, but everybody wants to give Dom a second chance, but not Michael Conforto. Kind of odd.
That's going to be quite the destination point.
And what the Mets are doing here, if Dom continues to struggle, is lowering his value in a trade. And that's only hurting the Mets.
I can tell you firsthand, having talked a lot with Tom over the years about baseball and the history, that he revered.
So Connor is working the count here, staying alive. 30th pitch for Noah in 2 innings.
Friday with Jackie is something that would make him proud.
Yeah, Tom, he looks like a better hitter, but J.D. Davis is a better hitter.
Picked by Stott, but no need to make a throw.
I don't like Dominic Smith's long swing. I think he's very vulnerable inside. J.D. Davis hits the ball away a lot more than Dominic Smith. And, everybody goes crazy over Dominic Smith having a good 2020, but everybody forgets that J.D. Davis, throughout the entire 2019 season, had a really good year when he was healthy. Remember, he was hurt last year, J.D. Davis.
It's just too important to throw onto another day with less significance.
And I know some people have wondered, well, doesn't that obscure Tom Seaver's day, if you will? And the family, Nancy and Sarah and Ann, completely support it. They actually are happy that it's worked out that way because they were asked. 1-2. Now the pitch. Canna takes a breaking ball, low and away. 2 balls and 2 strikes. I think that's important to know because it's very easy to get something going on social media that doesn't have any validity to it. And I know there are people who are suggesting that, they've made a mistake again with Tom. That's not the case at all. if the family was opposed and thought that maybe they should have their own day with no other backdrop, they probably could have suggested that. They were asked, and they said, absolutely not. We love this. 2-2 pitch. Canna pops it up foul outside first. Let's see if it's playable over by the dugout. Camargo over, makes the catch, leaning over a railing right at a camera well, and that retires the side. No runs, no hits, a walk, one left.
All right, guys. So we're going to the bottom of the second. The Mets didn't score, and that in the top of the second. Ken, it's hard to agree with you when it comes to J.D. Davis. He's not overrated. He had a very good 2019 season. The problem that I have, that the reason why so many Met fans are so in love with Dom Smith is because he became an easy guy to like, especially in the 2020 season with the whole social injustice thing and everything like that. Everybody fell in love with him because, he cried, showed his emotion, and everybody loved it. And, he's a guy who's an upbeat guy, happy guy, and people just fell in love with him. Again, I try to take my emotion, so to speak, out of it and watch with my eyes. J.D. Davis is a better hitter than Dominic Smith. There's no doubt about that. Everybody was like, oh, Dominic Smith had a great 2020. But guess what? Michael Conforto had a great 2020, and where is he right now? If you can't say you want Dominic Smith on this team because of 2020, but not Michael Conforto, who had just as good, if not better, 2020 than Dominic Smith. And both Dominic Smith and Conforto had terrible years last year. So, and if you want to go back to 2019, Michael Conforto was good, but he was inconsistent throughout the years, had a lot of hot and cold streaks. Dominic Smith was hurt the entire year, but J.D. Davis was healthy and was a big part of that lineup in 2019. And J.D. Davis, I think if J.D. Davis played every day, if he can DH every day, I can see him batting 270, hitting 20-plus home runs and 70 RBIs. I can see that. I don't know if I see that from Dominic Smith. Dominic Smith he's a great defensive first baseman, but he has way too many holes at the plate. Way too many. And that's what I worry about. And, I know it hurts Dominic Smith that he doesn't play often, but guess what? If you don't produce, you're not playing. This is a team that has many players that can play. So the game is back on, guys, so I'm going to put it right back on.
2 allowed by Nola and 3 by Scherzer in the first inning. He got the last 2 batters, though, to get out of that jam, and now faces Johan Camargo. Switch hitter batting left, takes a fastball for a called strike. It's 0-1. It is the 6th time that Aaron Nola has squared off against Max Scherzer. And that's kind of
Scherzer is looking a lot better so far.
Here's the 0-1.
And with 2
Swinging
pitches.
A foul out of the mid of the catcher, Tomas Nido, 0-2.
Yeah, Tom, I think it's right after the draft, which is this month, I believe. Oh, no, I'm lying. I'm sorry. Right after the draft, whenever that is. I forgot when it is. But, yeah, as soon as the draft is over, the draft pick competition goes away.
Rather lovingly. With Tom Seaver against Steve Carlton. Man, did they hook up a lot. 17 different times. Seaver and Carlton had head-to-head pitching matchups. You know what the record was? Here's the 0-2 to Camargo. Swing and a miss, strike 3. Got him with a curve in the dirt. Nido tags Camargo, and that's the first out here in the last of the second. It'll bring up Bryson Stott. I believe one of those was actually in the American League. Tom was with the White Sox and Carlton finishing up with the Twins, but they hooked up against each other 17 times. Seaver's record against Carlton was 11-3. Carlton's 3-12. Now that sounds terribly one-sided, right? In terms of the wins and losses, it was. Here's Bryson Stott, the third baseman.
Yeah, like I said, guys, Scherzer looked better in the last 2 batters in the first inning, and he looked sharp in that first at bat in the second. So again, I think Scherzer's finding his mark at the moment now.
Check swing, fastball. He actually fouled it at Nito's mitt. The count 0-2. Seaver's ERA was 2.74 in those games, and Carlton's was 2.77. Their whip was just about identical, 1.20 for Seaver, 1.18 for Carlton. The 0-2 curve in the dirt, 1 ball and 2 strikes. They hit 224 against Seaver, 236 against Carlton. Seaver struck out 95. Carlton struck out 93. Amazing. And yet the Mets won the overwhelming majority of those games. 1-2 pitch, foul, back to the screen. Another example of how Tom Seaver made the most out of very little all too often when it came to the offense. The Mets refused.
So Scherzer has 37 pitches in the second. He gets out of this pretty quickly. That's not a bad amount of pitches in 2 innings.
Punch foul off the hand, straight back underneath us. Scoreboard update sponsored by your local Honda dealers. Contact one for a great deal today. And
yeah, some people say Girardi rubs them the wrong way. I get that.
Because when I saw the Phillies notes talking about Scherzer and Nola, here's the 1-2. Fouled straight back again. Well, that immediately conjured up memories of Seaver, Carlton, and I don't know. They must have opposed each other at least 3 or 4 times just on opening day. And I think Madden said it was 3 straight opening days. 3, 4, and 5.
Exactly.
Seaver and Carlton faced each other. Mets and Phillies. 1-2 to Stott. Bounce foul over by and into the Phillies dugout. Stott 2 for 10 to begin his career. Playing third base today, you know about the problems of Alec Bohm, who made 3 errors in a game on Monday night. And that's been a continuing problem for Bohm. Stott is a shortstop by trade. 1-2. Now the pitch. A little bit low with a fastball. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Didi Gregorius, still the everyday shortstop here. And although Alec Bohm was a very high first-round pick, he was selected 3rd overall.
Got him at second base.
Here's the 2-2. Pulled on the ground towards first. A fair ball beyond the reach of Don Smith going down the line. Caroms off the jutting stance. Marte up with a Stott digging for second. The throw. He's out at second base. Starling Marte.
Nice throw by Marte.
Out. Bryson Stott trying to stretch 1 into 2. 2 men away. How about that throwing arm? That's why they're using Marte in right field, and he just displayed a vintage right fielder's arm.
Well, that was a great throw by Starling Marte. It was barely off the ground. A low line drive, 1 hop, perfect to Lindor, who slapped the tag down on a surprised and diving Bryson Stott at second base. I don't think Stott thought there was any chance that Marte was going to be able to throw him out, but Starling Marte was the second most outfield assists of any active outfielder, has his first now as a Met.
That was the first hit of the game, but now 2 out, nobody on, and Matt Vierling, the center fielder, takes a fastball for a called strike, 0-1.
Good job by Lindor, too.
Yeah, that wasn't an easy ball to grab either. While the runner was coming in, hit the knee on the bag, nearly impossible.
Swing and a miss at a fastball, 0-2. I think Stott might have wound up with was a big headache if that helmet had come
if
off.
Stott would have went feet first, well, Lindor would have had some problems with that knee. But players usually going to go feet first anymore.
Out, nobody on. Scoreless in the second. Scherzer's 0-2 to Vierling. Is fouled
Christian, what's up, buddy?
About those out-of-town scores.
Washington Scherzer got a little bit of an advantage here. Got a little bit of help from his defense and struck out Verlin to end the inning. So he threw 45 pitches in 2 innings. So he's back on track when it comes to pitch-wise for Scherzer. So going to the top of the third, guys.
Here's the 0-2 to Vierling. Swung on him, missed strike 3. Got him with a fastball. 3rd strikeout for Scherzer. Side retired. No runs a hit. Nobody left at the end of 2.
All right, so that was a nice inning by Scherzer, even though he gave up the hit. A nice defensive play by Marte to get Stott at second base. So we're going to the top of the third. No score and 1 hit for the Phillies. And for the Mets, they got up Jeff McNeil, Tomas Nido, and Brandon Nemo. So once again, guys, multiple times, Nola and Scherzer looked a little off in the first inning, and they looked like they couldn't find the plate. They were wild. They both looked at the mound with their feet near the rubber. Maybe it's the mound, maybe it's the ball. Who knows? But again, in the second inning, Nola had a very nice second inning. Scherzer had a really nice second inning. So it seems like the pitchers are finding their groove a little bit. And the lineups are struggling to actually, put the bat on the ball right now. Besides Stott, there hasn't been really nothing at all in the first 2 innings. Joe, absolutely end the lockout. That's our every game saying, every game. Because we had to deal with that damn lockout every day for a long time. So once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button, guys, so we can get the stream out to more people. Obviously, we're going to be here through the end of the game. We got 114 people in the stream right now. Let's get it to 200. And the way to do that is to hit on that like button, guys, and share the stream to everybody you can. So we're going to get it to 200 today, guys. We had it on opening day. We're going to get it again for the rubber match against the Mets and the Phillies, guys. So let's get it going. Let's get 200 today, guys. And let's get a good baseball game. It started off a little rough for both teams, but you know what? Nobody faltered. Everybody stood pat, and they worked hard. And you know what? They kept the both lineups to 0 at the moment. So we're going to the top of the third. McNeil, Nito, Nemo, and Nola's on the mound right now. So here comes the radio call, guys.
Batting 8th as he is today and has for a good chunk of these first 7 games, Wayne. That tells you you've got a pretty deep lineup.
That's paid off so far for the Mets. McNeil 7 for 19, hitting .368 to start the year. He's got a home run as he faces Aaron Nola to lead off the third. First pitch from Nola. Fastball is high. 1 ball, no strikes. Nola's walked a couple and struck out a couple in the first 2 innings. McNeil has hit the Phillies well in his career. A .324 lifetime hitter against Philadelphia. Nola works on the far first base side of the rubber. From his windup, the pitch. McNeil, it's a line drive foul. Hooked it down the right field line, and it's 1 ball, 1 strike on Jeff McNeil. McNeil does have a home run in his career against Aaron Nola. One of 3 Mets in the lineup that does. Dominic Smith and Pete Alonso are the other 2. Tomas Nido on deck, then back to the top of the order with Nemo. As the Mets and Phillies are scoreless in the top of the third. Nola from his windup, left leg kick, the pitch. Upstairs, 2 balls and 1 strike. It's a strange 2021 for Aaron Nola. 4.68 ERA. Got off to a great start last year. Had a 2.19 ERA in his first 4 starts. Pitched a 2-hit, 10 strikeout shutout against the Cardinals. And then it just went south.
Arthur, watching the Mets from Paris. That's awesome.
Downhill, the 2-1. Neal loops 1 foul to the left. It's 2-2. Nola's ERA from that point on, from April 18th to the end of the season, was over 5. This is a guy who's been in the Cy Young running, has been an all-star. This is one of the top pitchers in the National League. He just could not get it figured out last season. Didn't get as many ground balls as usual. Gave up a lot more fly balls than usual. The 2-2. Check swing on a pitch outside. McNeil held up. It's a full count, 3-2. One other thing about Nola last year, he could just not get out of trouble. Opponents batted .290 with runners in scoring position, .302 with runners in scoring position.
So McNeil is working hard with his making Nola work a little bit, which the Mets have been doing for the last all season so far in the first 6 games of the year. So it's nice to see that the Mets are doing it again in Game 7 against Nola, working out and making his pitch count increase. Mets have been doing very well trying to get the start out of the game early.
This Wednesday afternoon here in Philadelphia. We hope to have good crowds all weekend. 3-day games at Citi Field, Friday, Saturday, Sunday against Arizona. Full count pitch. Breaking ball grounded softly to second. McNeil rolled it over. Segura's got it, throws to Camargo at first. And McNeil grounds out, which is supposed to be the specialty of Nola, even though it was not last season, which is part of the reason why he gave up 26 home runs. Nola said the biggest issue for him was just command, and not even out of the strike zone, because he barely walked anybody last year. He had the best walk rate of his career, but he said his command was still a problem in that he was missing over the center of the plate too often. It caused him to get hit a lot more than usual. Tomas Nido bats with 1 out, nobody on. Nola from his windup, the pitch. Breaking ball floats away. It's 1 ball, no strikes. Nido catching Scherzer for a 2nd straight time. We're still told to not read anything into that. It's just a coincidence. Day game after a night game in this instance. I'm sure that McCann's going to catch Scherzer too. The 1-0. Fastball outside, ball 2. As Max gets acclimated to the Mets, he was able to get connected with Tomas Nido down in Florida and worked out in the same area down near Jupiter where Scherzer lives, and Nido not far away either. 2 balls and no strikes. Nola downhill, the pitch. Nido takes a strike on maybe an extended outer edge there. It's 2 balls, 1 strike on Tomas Nido. So during the lockout, when Scherzer couldn't connect much with the Mets organization, he was able to establish a connection with Nido. Nola from his windup, the 2-1. Nido fouls one off to the right. It's 2-2 strikes. Our salute to service is presented by our partners at the Tunnel to Towers Foundation, along with the Mets Radio Network. Extend heartfelt thanks to U.S. Army Sergeant Adam Hartswick. You can help heroes like Adam at T2T.org. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Nido. Nola from his
It'd be
windup
nice to have
pitch.
Piazza right now.
Swing and a miss.
But
Strike
you know
3.
what? Both teams are struggling with
Changeup down
offense.
and in.
You know, Scherzer didn't walk those guys. It's
Chased
not like the
down
Phillies were
Tomas
hitting the
Nido, and
ballpark
Nido
around,
swung
so
right over the top
nobody's
of that
hitting anything right
right-on-right
now.
changeup.
Both guys are ended up
Strikeout for
sharp
Nola,
right
his
now.
third. And now 2 up, 2 down here in the third. Mets still don't have a hit against Aaron Nola. Didn't get their first hit
So we're
yesterday.
back to the
until
top of the order with Brandon Nemo up in the
Didn't
top of the
score
third.
until the 5th
2
inning
outs.
when Brandon Nemo cracked a home run into the seats and right against Zach
Nemo
Wheeler.
hits a long fly ball deep to right.
Three
And that
infielders
ball is
stacked
gone.
on the right side
Home
for
run,
Nemo
Brandon
here. Just
Nemo.
Stott on
Woo!
left, about halfway between
Let's
second and
go.
third.
Second home
Nola's
run in
first
2
pitch to
days for
Nemo.
Brandon Nemo.
That's ripped in the
1-0
air. That's
Mets.
deep toward right center field. Harper and Veerling after it. It's Veerling looking up, and it's gone. Home run for Brandon Nemo. A second straight day with a homer for Nemo against one of the Phillies' aces. Wheeler last night and Nola today, and that ball just kept carrying.
Nice.
It fell just to the right of the bullpens in deep right center field as Brandon Nemo launches home run number 2 for the year.
Nice
The Mets have a
2-out
1-0 lead.
run. Home run for Nemo. Excellent.
Had that ball been hit last night in that same spot, not sure that would have carried out. A warm day here in Philly, and that ball just kept sailing. As Brandon
Joe,
Nemo
yes,
smacks
I
his
am
second
going to be
home run in as many days and
broadcasting live
takes
on
over
the
the
channel
team
for the
lead.
Tom Seaver
1-0
statue
Mets.
reveal
Here's
on
Lindor,
Friday.
First pitch. Fastball strike on the outer half, and it's 0-1. For Nola, 26 home runs allowed last year. He's given up 3 now in his first 2 starts this year. Allowed a couple against Oakland his last time. Even though he got the win, he gave up 4 runs. 0-1. Lindor pops it up, left side. Stott has a long run. So does Real Muto up the third base side, and neither could get to it. The ball kind of fell between them. Well, it looked like Stott, if he'd have kept running, might have been able to get to it, but he kind of slowed up. Yeah, I think that ball fell in the warning track.
I think one of the reasons he slowed down is because Real Muto kept coming, and
We shall see, Angel.
Stott
Depends on how much he wants. That's going to be the interesting thing.
Barrel into him altogether. So it slowed down.
So it's 0-2 on Lindor. It's ahead 1-0 on Brandon Nemo's home run.
Nemo's got to stay healthy, though.
Field way overshifted now for Lindor. Stott is to the left of second, but he's almost up the middle himself. 0-2 pitch. Lindor fouls it straight back to the section just below us, and right out of it as one of the Philly fans dropped it. Someone in a Mike Schmidt jersey slapped the person on the back. Come on. Should have caught that.
Oh, he had it.
0-2 the pitch. Low to Lindor. He looked it all the way down on a changeup, and it's 1 ball, 2 strikes on Francisco Lindor.
Now that guy in the front row is explaining himself, turning around, talking to anyone within earshot. Well,
Sure.
I lost it in the sun, had a sudden quiver in my hand. Just give him the E and move on.
1-2. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Lindor.
All right, guys, so the Mets got on the board with a 2-out home run from Brandon Nemo, his second of the year. Hit one last night against Wheeler, and then hit one today against Nola. So 1-0 Mets going to the bottom of the third. So the Mets break the 0-0 tie in the third with a Nemo home run. That ball carried. When Nemo first hit it, I thought it was going to be at least off the wall in right center field, but it just kept on carrying. So, again, that ballpark is something else. I mean, it's a beautiful ballpark. I like going there. But, man, that's a bandbox, man. Jeez. I mean, besides right center field, which is like a cavern. But, hey, I'll take it. So, 1-0 Mets going to the bottom of the third. The Phillies have up the top of the order. Schwarber, Real Muto, and Harper against Max Scherzer going to the bottom of the third. Yeah, I shaved, man. I have to look good for opening day. I'm going to be taking a lot of pictures and videos. I don't want to look like a damn fool. I'm hoping my order comes from MLB. I got this 3/4 zip hoodie jacket, Mets jacket. I'm hoping it comes. I don't know if it's going to come in time, but yes, I did. So once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. We got 130 people in the stream right now. Let's get it up to 200 before the game is over. Usually around the 6th, 7th inning, that's where more and more people show up and hang out with us on the streams during the games. So here we are right now, guys. Talking Mets at Rob here with you in an afternoon game, a rubber game with the Mets and the Phillies right now. Mets lead 1-0 going to the bottom of the third. So Nemo is a guy who can be very streaky, but when he hits home runs, he hits them in bunches. And he's hit 2 in a row, back to back. So the game is back on, guys. A stat 12-0 in the last 20 starts, 2.64 for Max Scherzer. So
Power expertise.
game is back on, guys. So here we go.
Mets have a lead, 1-0, thanks to Brandon Nemo's home run, the first Mets run of the game, sponsored by Sloman's Home Security. First pitch from Scherzer outside, ball 1 to Schwarber. Call 1-800-ALARM-ME or visit Slomans.com to find out how you can get a free home security system and professional installation. Scherzer hands overhead windup 1-0 to Schwarber. Outside, 2 balls and no strikes. Changeup miss from Max, who walked Schwarber his first time. Cold start for Kyle Schwarber, 2 for 18, although one of those hits was a leadoff home run, I believe on opening day. The 2-0. Fastball strike on the inner third. It's 2-1. Schwarber had a great year last year, helped him get a nice contract to sign with the Phillies on a 4-year deal. Scherzer downhill to 2-1. Breaking ball high and outside, 3 balls and 1 strike. Scherzer walked 3 of the first 4 batters that he faced. He has struck out 3 of the last 5. Settled in the second. We'll see how he looks here in the third. 3-1 coming to Schwarber.
Yeah, Joe.
Fastball strike.
As many games as I can.
Schwarber had a few steps toward first. Thought it was inside for ball 4. Instead, called strike 2. A full count on Kyle Schwarber. 3 balls, 2 strikes. Scherzer nods in agreement with Nito. He's ready. The 3-2. Popped up foul left side. Long run. Escobar moving to his right. Might have play. He's there. He makes the catch. Eduardo Escobar coming basically from the shortstop position. Covered a lot of ground, but even so, he got pretty camped under it by the time the ball landed. A high pop-up off the bat of Schwarber. And Escobar puts it away. So 1 out. And now Real Muto, the batter. Fly to right his first time. Now 5 for 51.
There you go,
career against Scherzer. Get to Citi Field for opening day and the biggest games in 2022.
Well, Joe, this book, Bob Carpenter scorebook, is one of the best ones out there. He's got 3 different kinds. He's got the radio scorebook, the TV scorebook, and also the fan scorebook, which is the one I have. I like the fan one better.
26 for Max against Philadelphia. Scherzer's teams are 20-5.
How much was it? I think it was $29.99. And it has,
coming to Real Muto. Swing and a miss, good slider. Tight spin.
I think 150 scorecards.
Scherzer actually faced Wheeler a few times last year, and he won all 3 of those starts in all low-scoring games. I'll tell you the final scores of those 3 matchups last year. The 0-2.
Just type in Bob Carpenter's scorebook on Google, and it'll come right up.
Scherzer beat Wheeler last year by scores of 2-1, 3-2, and 3-1.
Ooh, Scherzer's looking good
game,
now.
July 29th was the last game that Scherzer pitched as a Washington National before he was traded.
I don't know if you can see it, but it kind of looks like this.
0-2 on the way.
It's got the pitchers,
swing and a miss, strike 3.
the lineup.
Good slider again from Scherzer.
Got
short work
the
of
runs,
Real
the
Muto.
hits, the errors, left on base, and all that.
Real Muto,
Pretty nice.
probably jealous of
That's
Rhys
the other
Hoskins,
side,
because Hoskins
basically the same thing.
got the day off today. And Real Muto had to go face Scherzer. He was just flailing.
Well, you know what? He's still very good at his older age, so we're good.
As confused as you'll ever see JT Real Muto at the plate. 3 strikeouts make that 4 strikeouts now for Scherzer. That gives him 10 in his first 2 starts as a Met. 3,030 all-time for Max Scherzer. First pitch to Bryce Harper, fastball outside, 1 ball, no strikes. Next on the all-time strikeout list for Scherzer to pass is John Smoltz. Scherzer is 18th right now. Smoltz 17th, 54 ahead of Scherzer. 1 ball, no strikes, the pitch. Harper backs away from a high fastball. It's 2-0. Scherzer should pass Smoltz, CC Sabathia, Schilling, Bob Gibson, Pedro Martinez, and Fergie Jenkins.
All right, so they got out of the inning. 1, 2, 3 for Scherzer. First one of the day.
Harper. Scherzer's pitch. That's lifted toward left center field. Nemo moves over to his right, calls off Canna. Nemo's there, makes a one-handed catch. And the inning is over, so Scherzer, after walking the bases loaded in the first, has retired now.
All right, guys, so it was a 1, 2, 3 inning. The first 1, 2, 3 inning for Scherzer of the day. Going to the top of the 4th, the Mets have Marte, Alonso, and Escobar coming up. So, yeah, I see you guys talking about ballparks as well, and Joe saying never thought Scherzer would be a Met. Well, nobody thought he was, honestly. There was no way. The Mets had to overpay to get him. And luckily they did because DeGrom was out. So, luckily for us, they did. Yep, F8 for Harper. You know, I know everybody everybody does the scorecards differently. Like, I'm more thorough when it comes to like fielder's choice, pop out, foul out, defensive indifference, late in game, stuff like that. I like to write a lot of letters in my scorecard. So it's a little different because I basically learned on my own. My dad taught me a little bit, but I just started to just started doing it myself and, trial and error basically until I got it down pat. Now I can't stop doing scorecards. Like the first thing I do when I know the scorecards are out, I just get it. Yes, they do have an umpire's box. Well, it's not a box, but it's like a line. The second line on top, right under where it has the stadium. It's right here. I don't put the umpires because I can't stand the umpires and I'll get mad if I put the names in. I don't feel like cursing them out every game, so I just don't bother with that. But I'm very thorough about usually the only thing that the scorecard doesn't have that I like is usually they have little boxes in the corner of each of the boxes that you can see the balls and strikes for each batter. I like that. The scorecard that I printed out before I bought this book has that, and I like that, so I keep track of how many full counts and everything like that. This doesn't have that, but that's okay. But it's pretty good. So the game's coming back on, guys.
Player, and you look at a guy like Starling Marte. Nemo's not as fast as Marte. Or actually, Nemo's faster than Marte, but not the base stealer Marte is. Marte bats here, right-handed batter. Hit into a double play his first time. First pitch. Marte bunts, third base side foul, and it's 0-1. But Starling Marte is a legitimate five-tool player. He can hit for power. He has terrific speed, a great throwing arm. He's a Gold Glove winning outfielder. Moving over to right field, a little different look for him, but he seemed to handle it just fine. And Starling Marte bats here in the top of the 4th inning. You think about the Mets' best overall all-around players. The 0-1. Marte rips it to the left side. Diving stop Gregorius. From his knees, throws to first. It gets by the first baseman, Camargo. Marte will hold up right there.
Speed kills. That's what happens when the speed that the Mets lack for a long time.
Would have been a bang-bang play at first.
So it's nice. That's what happens when you have speed. Yeah, the Rockies have been playing well.
The best of it there to try to make that a close play and even it out at first.
But
Marte is aboard.
It's definitely a hit.
Alonso. I think Marte would have been safe looking at the replay.
All right, so Alonso's out. Nobody on, one out. I'm sorry, no one on, nobody out.
Marte might be the best overall, all-around player the Mets have. And he has developed into a guy who was supposed to be a 4th or 5th outfielder at best to one of this team's best players. Throw to first as Marte goes back standing up.
Which just makes the remainder of this season rather interesting and compelling as it pertains to Nemo's future, because this is his walk year. And the Mets did not make any overtures to him, certainly after the lockout ended during spring training. And we'll see what happens. Now represented by Scott Boras.
For the first, and Marte back standing
So
out.
the
Brandon
official
Nemo
score
can just
called
play
it a base
full
hit.
season. That's been the biggest issue for him, is staying on the field. He gives the Mets 150 games this year. It's hard to envision Brandon not
Yeah,
being
Angel,
a
exactly.
4 or
A lot.
5,
Everybody's
player
feeling
for
each
this
other
team.
out. You can't really tell if there's a bad team or a good team.
It's to Alonso.
The Rockies
That's
are 4-1,
down
but
the
they could
left field
be
line, but well
under
fouled.
500 by the
Alonso
end of the
slipped a
year.
couple down that way
Just
in
the way
this
it is.
series, and it's 0-1.
Brandon Nemo was the first player selected during the Sandy Alderson era, way back in 2011 in the Major League Amateur Draft. And at that time, having come out of Wyoming, where there's no high school baseball per se, that raised some eyebrows, wondering what the Mets were thinking about and what they saw in Nemo, but now it's pretty evident.
First, Starling Marte back with a dive. Brandon takes such good care of himself. He's in tremendous shape. He really has fine-tuned his game. He saw where his flaws were, and he's made each of them better as he's gone along. No balls and a strike on Alonso. Nola chest-high stretch, the pitch. Fastball swing and a miss, 0-2. Think about his defense. At first, he was a corner outfielder. The Mets tried him in center field. It wasn't really working out. Nemo made some adjustments with the help of the coaching staff. Started playing deeper, was able to turn himself into a pretty good defensive center fielder. How about his speed? He worked hard to look at his sprint speed. He saw the StatCast numbers, and he felt like he could get more out of his body, more out of his speed. So he worked on that, and he was more than a full mile per hour faster. Balls and 2 strikes. The pitch, Marte's running. Alonso fouls one back. Still no balls, 2 strikes. Starling Marte is always going to have that green light. He took off there and looked for his second stolen base as a Met. He got his first one yesterday, and it helped lead to a run. Another way Nemo improved last year was against left-handed pitching. He worked tirelessly last spring.
Alonso just hit a double. See if Marte's going to score.
Depth against left-handed pitchers. And that worked out as well.
Marte is safe. 2-0 Mets.
Alonso, it's another drive down the left field
There
line.
we go.
This one stays fair. It's a base hit. Bouncing to the left field corner. Marte's on his way to third. Joey Cora is going to wave him home. Relay throw on the plate from Gregorius. Not in time. Marte slides across safely. It's an RBI double for Alonso.
There we go.
The Mets have a 2-0 lead. Aggressive send by Joey Cora. As that ball bounced to the left field corner, Castellanos got to it pretty quickly. But on the relay, Gregorius had some trouble getting it out of his glove. So Starling Marte hustling to the plate, able to score fairly easily. As the Mets
Another man
in
in scoring position with nobody out.
Clutch might have been the difference right there, because the relay throw from Castellanos was perfect, but then Gregorius had to reach in a second time. That split second may have made the difference. The throw up
Once
the
again, the
first baseline
Mets
just a
get
little
ahead in the game early.
Anytime the Mets can try to utilize the base running skills of Starling Marte, they are going to. He scores all the way from first on a double down the left field line.
DiSarcina would have held them up.
The Mets have a 2-0 lead against Aaron Nola.
Nice call to send
Here's
Marte.
First pitch.
It made the defense make a play,
Balls over
and
strike, 0-1.
Didi double clutched and couldn't get him.
Escobar
Got to
walked
put
his
pressure
first
on the
time.
defense. The Mets have been doing that a lot this year.
Alonso at second after his run-scoring double. 6th RBI for Pete. He leads the team. Alonso should enjoy a lot of RBI opportunities this year. 0-1. Pitch to Escobar. Outside and high, ball 1. And that's why the 5-hole is a good spot for Escobar. He's very good at driving in runs. We'll see some leftovers from Alonso because you got to feel like Nemo and Marte and Lindor are going to be on base a lot. 1 ball, 1 strike on Escobar. Left-handed hitter, the pitch. Fouls it toward the right, bouncing softly toward the Philly dugout. It's 1-2. Starling Marte bringing the speed, brought to you by Old Dominion Freight Line, the official freight carrier of the Mets Radio Network. Learn more at odfl.com. Old Dominion, helping the world keep promises. It's lead by 2. It's the 4th. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Eduardo Escobar. The pitch. High fastball. It's 2-2. Alonso out at second base after his double scored Starling Marte, who had an infield hit. The Mets trying to get off to a good start to this season. You have the scoreboard. Atlanta down against Washington today. Still early in that game. It's only the 6th. 3-0 Nationals. 2-2. Breaking ball in the dirt. Pops away from Real Muto. Check swing. But Escobar did not go around. Alonso staying at second with a full count now on Eduardo Escobar. That ball didn't squirt away too much from Real Muto.
Yeah, I saw that with Darno when D. Gordon threw like a knuckleball.
Trying to get out to a 5-2 start. Braves are 3-3. The Phillies would be 3-3 if they lose this one.
Well, Tom, that's the problem with that I was talking about earlier. This Phillies team is relying on the 3-run homer. They're not a manufacturing and run type of team. We're men's in scoring position. They're not a team that hits sac flies. Get that base hit the driving run. They're a team that hits a 3-run homer. They're similar to what the Yankees were over the last couple of years. Power hitting team that strikes out a lot, and that's what you've seen so far. And that's why I said your pitching's got to be really damn good.
Here, well, you can tell the Phillies lead the majors in errors, and that extends to the crowd.
And the defense is the other issue as well.
They're going to sit here and boo Alex Ball. They got their own issues here.
But if you notice, Tom, what the Mets do, they put pressure on the defense to make the play. And you know what? When you do that, sometimes the defense messes up. And look what it did. Didi double clutch because Marte was the third base coach sent Marte. It put pressure on the defense to make a perfect throw, and they didn't.
Kind of goes away. There's a lot quicker at bats. If the Mets can get more consistent, Buck Showalter thinks they will as the season progresses. This team is going to make pitchers really earn their money on a given game. 3-2 the pitch. Inside ball 4. Escobar flips his bat away after a nice
If I'm not mistaken, I think
drawing a walk against Aaron Nola.
Nola is right around how many pitches Scherzer has at this point. And Scherzer started with 30 pitches in the first. So it just shows you what the Mets lineup can do at any given day.
Sponsored by Cars for Kids. Cars with a K to donate your car today. Dom is 1 for 9 to start the year. Struck out his first time.
Dom needs to get it together. He just doesn't look good at the plate. It'd be nice for Dom to come through here. Get him going.
Seems like the at-bats are going to be there in some fashion for him. First pitch. Swing and a miss on a changeup, 0-1. Robinson Cano's gotten off to a fairly slow start. Who knows, as Cano has gotten older, 39. He's going to be able to.
Dom's missing pitches right over the plate. It's amazing.
Certainly, Smith is the better defensive
option. He's just late
on
everything.
There should be opportunities for him. Maybe not every day, though. The 0-1. Fouled at home plate. No balls, 2 strikes. But if Dom can perform when he's in there, that should lead to more starts as the season goes along.
And Dom finds himself in a lot of bad counts as well.
Make sure that Dominic Smith stays engaged, that he doesn't get too beat up about the fact that he's not playing every day. No balls and 2 strikes. Nola from the set. 2 on, nobody out, a run in. The pitch. High fastball, 1-2. Buck talked about it again today, that the DH in the National League really allows a team as deep as the Mets to keep most of the players connected and engaged and playing a lot. Nobody's going to sit around too long. It's a lot harder to do that when there's one less position to put somebody in the game. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Pitch. That's high. 2 balls and 2 strikes. It'd be close to impossible, as the Mets are constructed now, to have both Smith and Alonso in the same lineup if there was no DH. First and second, nobody out. 2 balls, 2 strikes.
That was a close pitch, but struck out Dominic Smith. That was close.
He's on the horn. He's probably calling the Phillies bullpen.
Could have been low, but The umpire has been calling that the whole game.
That's
So
in there. Strike 3 called at the knees. Changeup by Nola. Dom didn't bite. He strikes out looking for the second time today. So 1 for 10 for Dominic Smith to start the season with 7 strikeouts. 2 on, 1 out. Mark Canha the batter now. Canha fouled out his first time.
well, I found it interesting information that I think will be really shocking to a lot of people. I mean, if you're a Met fan, you probably understand, but for the people up, they just hit Canha, bases loaded, 1 out for Jeff McNeil.
Both Wheeler and Nola in this series. Nola to Canha, first pitch. Curve, and it hit him. Mark Canha
All right, so
having to lean
it could
into
be a
that
big
one
inning
little
for the
bit.
Mets
A
right here, guys. Let's go.
78-mile-an-hour curveball that
So
zapped Canha on the
before
left.
we start about the game right now, because they're going to the mound right now to speak. The stat that I was looking at, I was just looking at all the games that for the first 6 games so far, including this one. It's not seeming good for Nola to go past the 5th inning, most likely. Every pitcher that started against the Mets has not gone more than 5 innings. That's a big deal, and that's excellent for the New York Mets. For a team that's not a big power-hitting team and manufacture runs, you need to work the pitcher and make him throw a lot of pitches. The Mets have done that every single game so far.
Trend going away anytime soon. This team is going to continue to get hit by pitches. Quite frankly, Alonso, Nemo, and McNeil.
Yeah, Angel,
all
you
have
got
a
to
chance
protect. You
this
got to
year
protect the plate.
to
And
take over
you know,
the
even though that pitch
all-time
was probably
Mets lead
low,
in being hit
you know,
by a
too
pitch.
close to take. You can't just, you know, you got to try to foul it off at the very
Mets
least.
history with 50. Lucas Duda and David Wright are in the top 3.
All right, so here we go.
Ron
Bases
Hunt,
loaded,
for a long time,
1
was the
out.
Mets' all-time leader
Jeff
in that
McNeil at the
category.
plate, top of the
Is
4th.
tied for 4th
This is
now
where you
with
can break
Pete
over a game right
Nemo.
here, guys.
Ron's struggling a bit with the
And it's
results
getaway
of
day for
Parkinson's
both teams. The
disease
Phillies will be
out of his
traveling, so
home
it
in
could be a
Wentzville,
really
Missouri.
demoralizing
Real
type of
truly
inning for the
Mets fan
Phillies right
favorite.
here. Got to take advantage of this right here.
He's hanging in there.
Here's Jeff McNeil with the bases loaded, 1 out. Nola ready. First pitch. Outside, ball 1. Sir Anthony Dominguez, who was the winning pitcher on Monday, is warming up now in the Phillies bullpen. Neil, 294 career hitter.
And
with the
another
bases
thing with
loaded, has
Nola
never
just
hit a
now.
grand slam.
In the beginning of the game, he was throwing 94, 95. His
Come on
fastball is
once.
92
Let's get a couple here,
right
though.
now. So
1-0.
he lost some zip on his
Fouls
fastball.
one off to the left.
So
1 ball, 1
look
strike.
for the hitters to try to catch up to that fastball that lost a few miles an hour since the beginning
Mets
of the game.
fans in the section above us.
Once again, guys, bases
Somebody
loaded,
must have
1 out
caught
for
the
Jeff
ball.
McNeil. Top of the 4th. Mets lead 2-0.
Well, now it comes tumbling down into the lower level, and a fan who was not expecting it at all just got clipped in the shoulder. That could have been real dangerous.
I wonder how that happened.
The Philly fan might have grabbed
The
it.
2 swings by Jeff McNeil.
Threw it down.
Seemed like he was trying to go for the fences there. I think he needs to bear down. Base hit here, can score
pop
2.
up left side. This will get out of play. Stott gives it a look, but no chance behind.
JD, it's not even that. It's not even that. The Mets have been working teams. I mean, you have Mets pitchers, 3 of them that already went past the 5th inning. So it's not just about stretching out.
Just checking his arm out.
The Mets have been working their pitchers,
Came
you know,
over,
getting
see
their
if
pitch
he needed
count up
any
as
medical
well.
assistance.
Has nothing to do with
He said
innings.
no.
Has to do
He's
with
got the
pitch count.
baseball, though. Sitting there minding his own business, and something comes tumbling from above.
1 ball, 2 strikes. Nola ready. Pitch.
You know, it's the pitch counts, JD. That's the bigger thing. No, I mean, the Mets were, with the first couple of starters against the Mets, had 75, 78, 80 pitches in the first 3-4 innings. You're not going to last very long. If they had a low pitch count, they would pitch longer.
Philly fans are getting soft, aren't they? They're giving Alec Boehm a standing ovation now. They're handing balls to Mets fans. What's going on here?
Change the name of this place.
So
to
Jeff McNeil
Kumbaya
keeps on
Park.
fouling pitches off, staying alive in a 1-2 count.
I'm not buying it.
Just need a
Ball,
base
2
hit here.
strikes the pitch. Swinging a roller foul, first base side. Well, you know, the Phillies won a World Series fairly recently. Eagles won a Super Bowl. 76ers are pretty good.
Flyers haven't won a cup in nearly 50 years.
Well, nobody cares about that. But,
I just had to throw that
you
in.
know, maybe Maybe some of the recent winning has softened.
What do you mean nobody cares about them? They turned this whole town around in the mid-'70s. When they won those 2 cups, they haven't won anything in forever. And this city embraced
hit Jeff McNeil on the elbow. 3-0 Mets.
Broad Street Bullies.
Yeah.
Well, Buck's at the top of the step now.
To McNeil pitch. It hit him. A fastball ran inside, and McNeil gets hit. A run will score. Alonso comes home. Another hit by pitch. That's 2 in a row from Aaron Nola. And the Mets have a 3-0 lead.
Buck Showalter immediately went to the top step of the Mets dugout, concerned about exactly where that ball might have hit McNeil and whether he's okay or not. But I mean, Buck went right to the top step, put his hand on his hip, and I mean, he saw enough as far back as the Washington series. He's overflowing and boiling over right now with rage about this.
Somebody better tell Buck where all these guys stand on the all-time franchise list and hit by pitches, because there's a lot more where that came from. You figure with this group of Mets.
All right, guys. So
McNeil gets
Nola's out of the game.
That pitch, and the Mets have taken Aaron Nola out of this
There
game.
we go. Once again, the Mets get another pitcher out before the 5th inning. That's the 6th time in 7 games they got a pitcher out before the 5th inning, and it's not because of a pitch count. It's not because of the innings. It's because of the pitch count. The Mets have been great in getting pitchers to throw a lot of pitches, fouling off a lot of pitches, working the count, having rallies. That's exactly what it is. That's what the Mets are doing. That's what I've been saying the Mets should have to do. That's the way the Mets are going to win. They're not a power-hitting team. And that's the biggest key. If they can manufacture runs, they're going to have a hard time losing certain games, because games like this, it's just, again, Nola was already wild as it was, and he's getting tired, but that was a fastball inside. McNeil could have got out of that, but, why not stick your elbow in there? You get an RBI, you keep the bases loaded, still 1 out. Coolspin says we would have been undefeated if not for our bullpen and of Alonso's errors. Absolutely. But you know what? It's early yet. It's not over yet, the game. We got 3-0 lead with bases loaded still, but still. The good news is, if we can win this game, we win 2 series on the road, going to our home opener 5-2. That's a great start for our Mets. And you got Chris Bassett pitching in the home opener on Friday. Yeah, Grant, very true. All right, guys, so Sir Anthony Dominguez is in right now, and Tomas Nido is up.
And Sir Anthony Dominguez on the mound for the 3rd time this year. He faced the Mets on Monday, got the win. His first since coming back from Tommy John surgery. First pitch, Nido fouls it back, 0-1. Nonetheless, with the bases loaded, Sir Anthony Dominguez in a hot spot. But you can keep cool with the Daikin air conditioning system. Visit perfectingtheair.com today. At third, Escobar. Canas at second. McNeil at first. A walk and 2 hit by
sorry,
pitches.
guys. Let me put the game day back up.
Those men
Sorry
on
about
the
that.
bases. Now it's Nido, the 0-1. High and in. 1 ball, 1 strike. Marte with an infield hit led off the inning. He scored on Alonso's double. Alonso came home when McNeil got hit by Aaron Nola's last pitch of the
Nido
game.
might have just hit into a double play ball. Yep.
3 1/3 innings for Nola. One ball, 1 strike pitch. Nido to chopper towards short. Should be 2. Gregorius flips to Segura 1. Over to first 2, a double play. So Sir Anthony Dominguez gets the job done again. Nido hits into an inning-ending double play. And the Mets settle for 2 runs here in the 4th. 2 hits, 2 left. After 3.
All right, guys. So the Mets got 2 runs in the top of the 4th. It could have been a bigger. It could have been a bigger inning, but unfortunately we hit into that double play, which kind of sucks. But we got a 3-0 lead. Once again, the Mets get out to a lead. Once again in a game, the Mets constantly been taking leads in games early. It's just a matter of keeping it going. Scherzer, pitch count remained a little bit low based on his quick last 2 innings. So if Scherzer can keep that, we can easily see him go into the 5th, maybe even the 6th inning. I wouldn't be surprised if Scherzer pitches, throws 100 pitches, honestly, probably 90, 95 today. But you know what? Scherzer's insane. He threw, 75 pitches his first spring training out in? So I wouldn't be surprised if he can go 100 pitches. So that can get him to the 6th or 7th. But once again, guys, Mets leading 3-0 going to the bottom of the 4th. Knocking Nola out of the game after 4 in the 3rd. And Sir Anthony Dominguez came in and had Nito hit into a double play to end the inning. So for the Phillies, Castellanos, Segura, and Gregorius in the bottom of the 4th. Give me a second, guys. I'm just checking the scorecard, just filling everything out. It's getting the walks and all that fun stuff. Always fun when a pitcher comes out. You got to find everything. Alrighty. 5 strikeouts. All right, guys. So the final line for Nola, 4 in the 3rd, 3 hits, 3 earned runs, 2 walks, 5 strikeouts, and Sir Anthony Dominguez is in the game now. For the Phillies at the moment, he might stay in there a little more. But Scherzer's on the mound now with Castellanos at the plate. And he might have just hit a home run. Nope, just a double.
Beautiful. Sunny. A little bit of haze in the background. Afternoon here in Philly. First pitch. Castellanos rips one to left center. Canna got a good jump going back, but it's over his head. One out's the wall in left center. Castellanos on his way to second. Good throw by Canna coming in, but not in time. Castellanos dives.
Manuel, how you doing, buddy?
That's his specialty. The Major League's leader in that category. Dating back over the last 5 years is Nick Castellanos. He's got his second double of this series, his 3rd already this year. Gene Segura, the batter now. A few years ago, Castellanos had 58 doubles in a season. Only been a handful of seasons in the history of the major leagues where a player has gotten 60 or more. And they were all in the 1920s and 30s. First pitch to Segura. That's looped down the right field line. Smith tracing after it toward foul territory.
Oh, great, I'm on SNY.
Just barely. First base umpire John Tumpane emphatically waving his arms and pointing in the direction of a foul ball. As that ball didn't miss, dropping fair or hitting the chalk by much.
Dusty Wathan, the third base coach, did a very smart
Philly,
thing
you know
with
what?
Castellanos.
I'm a little bit shocked too. I mean, I was expecting Phillies to easily score 3 or 4 runs a game, honestly. And I'm a little shocked too.
Past first base, they say it was a fair ball. Well, then where do you place the runner? Well, if Castellanos is coming all the way around third with a full head of steam, they'd have to let him score.
No balls, 1 strike on Segura, who struck out his first time pitch. Fastball just inside. 1 ball, 1 strike on Segura. Castellanos got real close to a 60 double season in 2019. 1-1. Segura, it's a roller foul. Third base side.
Yeah, I agree.
2 strikes. Are they getting so many
It
doubles
sucks to
in the
lose a
30s?
4-0 lead.
What's going on then?
Well, they were slow, so there are a lot of doubles that would have been triples. Right? I mean, it's amazing. You look at guys from that era, pictures of, they all look like they were 50 years old, right? Honus Wagner looked like he was 85 years old while he was hitting 400.
The outfielders were just slow. They took advantage of getting what should have been singles turned into doubles. But all
he had some big outfields then, too.
Yeah, that's true.
Bigger parks, for sure.
There's not been a 60 double season since 1936. Castellanos got really close. So did Todd Helton one year. Helton had 59 in 2000. The 1-2. Slapped foul to the right. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes.
Same thing. You're playing in a big park there where weird things happen in Denver. It's another place you can just dismiss common sense.
That's part of the reason. I wonder if Castellanos didn't get traded in the middle of 2019 if he had gotten to 60 doubles, because he spent most of that year in Detroit, that big outfield. 1-2 in the dirt, 2-2 on a breaking ball. He got traded to the Cubs toward the end of that year, and he had to play a couple months at Wrigley. Not as easy to hit a double there. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Segura. Gregorius follows him. Mets lead 3-0 with Max Scherzer on the mound for the second time. Won his Mets debut in Washington, trying to win this one too. 2 balls, 2 strikes. Scherzer a high set. Pitch. Swinging a roller towards short. Slowly coming in for it is Lindor. Throws on the run to first, not in time. Segura beats it out. Close play. It's a broken back ground ball. You can see a shard of the bat head toward the mound as Lindor charged in on that ball. Fielded and did what he could, throwing on the run to first. But Segura ruled safe on the play. It doesn't look like the Mets are going to challenge it.
So first and third, nobody out for the
The
Phillies.
reason Segura wound up with a hit because he got just a little bit more wood on it, and it probably would have been more routine of a play for Francisco Lindor to make.
Castellanos advances to third, and the Phillies have runners on first and third. Nobody out. Phillies loaded the bases with 1 out in the first inning. Scherzer pitched out of it with a strikeout and a ground out. Here's Didi Gregorius. First pitch. Fastball fouled back, 0-1, 95.
And Lindor did everything he could in that spot.
Sponsored by Spectrum Mobile. Switch and save with Spectrum Mobile. Nationwide 5G included. Restrictions apply. Visit SpectrumMobile.com today. Scherzer's average fastball a little bit harder today than it was in his first start. 0-1. Gregorius hits it deep down the right field line toward the corner, but it hooks well foul. And it's 0-2. Scherzer averaged.
All right, see if Scherzer can get out of this jam.
With his fastball.
He did it in the first.
In the first game, and 94.7 today, so that hamstring must be feeling back to normal for Max. Has touched 97 with one of his pitches.
Definitely. His arm is not as good.
0-2 to Gregorius. Swinging a foul back.
But that was a tough play for anybody.
And finally, a fan made the catch in the front row in the section in front of us. We've been waiting all day.
Probably not a Phillies fan.
Looks like a Tom McCarthy fan the way he's dressed. Same hairdo.
Yeah, same cut. Give me the Tom McCarthy, he said to the barber. Give me the T-Mac.
Pitch. Check swing on a fastball high. 1 ball, 2 strikes on Gregorius.
Can't be taken off on T-Mac after he was nice enough to bring us sandwiches to take home with us after the game.
A lovely individual.
Oh, they don't come any better.
TV voice of the Phillies, Tom McCarthy. 1-2. Pitch. Swinging a foul off his foot. Still 1 ball, 2 strikes.
I asked him for turkey. Can I trust that he got the right thing, or is he is one of the great practical jokers of all time. I'm afraid to look in that thing.
Count is 1 ball, 2 strikes on Gregorius. Hopefully he'll be all right.
So
got the right
Didi's battling here against Scherzer. Yeah,
1-2.
Scherzer has 71 pitches in the fourth.
Swinging a bloop foul behind home. It's still 1-2 on Gregorius.
When Manny Acta was a coach for the Mets, Tom would never walk up to him and say, "Hey, Manny." Tom would always go, "Manny Acta," and you could hear it from 300 feet away. So now what happens is they've got a picture of Manny Acta with all the pictures on the walls in the tunnel at Nationals Park, because he was with the Nationals for a while. Imagine I cannot walk past that picture without going, Manny Acta!
1 ball, 2 strikes. Pitch. Outside, 2-2 on Gregorius. So again, Scherzer, another inning where he's laboring a bit. 72 pitches.
Yeah, I think the Yankees made a big mistake letting Didi
See a
go.
lot of relievers in this game.
Mets are ready. Got Ottavino. They've got Lugo. Joely Rodriguez would be available. Trying to get to Diaz. 2-2. Pitch. Breaking ball in the dirt. Gregorius didn't chase, and a full count, 3-2. On deck, Johan Camargo. So at least the bottom of the order comes up after Gregorius here. Scherzer tries to wiggle out.
Nice pitching by Scherzer. Blew it by him for 1 out.
3-2 on Gregorius. High set from Scherzer. Pitch. Swing and a miss. Strike 3. Just blew the fastball right by him. 96
Scherzer
on the
challenged
radar
him,
gun
and
on the TV
Scherzer
gun.
won that battle. 1 out. First and
Max
third, 1 out.
Scherzer didn't waste anything there on 3-2. He just threw a fastball almost right down the middle and said, "Here, do something with this. I'm not walking you."
Well, and he's had to reach back so far today. Among the 74 pitches he's thrown in only 3 1/3 innings, he's been able to do that to Segura in the first inning and several times thereafter, but most notably that last one to Gregorius.
5 strikeouts for Scherzer now today, and this has really
Red Bull,
been
what's up?
part of Scherzer's game for several years, the ability to strand base runners. Here's Camargo, left-handed hitter, first pitch. Fastball strike outside corner. Right around the knees, and it's 0-1 on the former Atlanta Brave, Johan Camargo. Switch hitter bats left, getting the start at first base today with Rhys Hoskins dipping out against Max Scherzer. Hoskins saying,
I am,
"No
man.
thanks. Give someone else a turn."
I am. I get excited.
The ball's in a strike on Camargo.
Toucan, how you doing?
Foul toward the right side into the Philly dugout. The ball's
It's going to
in
be
2
tough to
strikes.
double up Camargo. He's pretty fast. It's got to be a hard hit ball.
On deck, the rookie Bryson Stott, who did get a base hit his first time against Scherzer. It's lead 3-0, bottom of the 4th. Scherzer peers in, bends over slightly at the waist to get the sign. Brings his hands together, down to his shoulder level as he's ready to go. 0-2 the pitch. Swing and a miss.
Nice
Strike
pitch by
3.
Scherzer. Here we go.
It was a cutter
2
that
outs.
floated down and in. And Johan Camargo swung right over that pitch out of the strike zone. As Scherzer records back-to-back strikeouts of Gregorius and Camargo after allowing runners on first and third, nobody out. That ball not only cut inside, it dropped as well. Nasty cutter there from Scherzer. He'll use that 5-pitch mix, although today he has not thrown the cutter or the curve very much. Mostly fastballs, changeups, and sliders. Here's Stott. First pitch. It's a curveball that missed low. 1 ball and no strikes. Bryson Stott, the rookie, who's gotten off to a decent start offensively in his big league career. Our first-round pick out of UNLV. 1 ball and no strikes on Stott, left-handed hitter with an open stance. The pitch. Swing and a miss. Scherzer got him to miss the fastball. It's 1-1. Stott was the highest drafted position player out of UNLV since Matt Williams was drafted by the Giants in 1986 as a first-round pick. You may recall the Mets actually drafted him out of high school before he went to play at UNLV.
Roger Clemens, too.
Pitch. A little bit low. Changeup that missed. 2 balls and a strike. Couldn't keep Clemens out of that Longhorns uniform at that time. At least the Mets knew what they were doing scouting-wise.
As opposed to when they passed on Reggie Jackson. Take a catcher named Steve Chilcott who never made it.
2 balls, 1 strike on Stott. Pitch. Swing and a miss. 2-2 on a fastball.
And a late swing on that fastball by Stott.
The funniest run-in with Reggie Jackson in October last year.
Mr. October?
Yeah.
Well, let's hear.
To tell you about it later. Well, we have things to do right now. 2 balls, 2 strikes on Stott.
Well, I don't know. They're just playing catch with each other right now.
First and third, nobody out, and then Scherzer's recorded back-to-back strikeouts, trying to pitch out of the inning. 2-2 the pitch. Swinging a line drive toward left over Lindor's head, a base hit into left center field. Castellanos scores. Segura goes to third. As the relay throw comes in and bounces toward the infield, Escobar has to pick it up. But what an at-bat for the rookie Bryson Stott. Got a pitch down and in. It was the cutter. He just sliced it the other way. Lindor at the top of his leaf couldn't reach it, and Stott gets the Phillies on the board. It's a 3-1 Mets lead.
All the body English in the world could not get Francisco Lindor another inch or two higher. It looked like he timed his leap perfectly, but the ball just a bit beyond his reach.
How about Bryson Stott? No fear at all against Max Scherzer. So he went down. And
all right, only gave up one run. Not too bad.
It the other way past Lindor. And here's the right-handed hitting Vierling. Pitch. Swinging a high pop-up right side of the infield. McNeil's there. He's under it. He makes the catch. And the inning is over. So Scherzer gives up one, but that's all. 3 hits and 2 left. After 4, the Mets still lead. It's 3-1.
Could have been much worse. Giving up 1 run in that jam, or the first and third nobody out. That's still a good pitching performance by Scherzer. Not bad. I'll take that any day. Get our offense back up there. We got the top of the order coming up. We got Nemo, Lindor, and Marte. So we'll get it right back going again and get some more runs. The best pitcher in baseball is probably Burns from Milwaukee at the moment. But, I mean, if you're looking at pure numbers at the moment, McGill had basically the best numbers so far. Yeah, like I said, one or two, one run right there, you can't complain about that. It sucks. It would have been nice to give up none. But you know what? He kept the lead. You still got a 2-run lead. Get your offense right back out there. The key to the Mets. Yeah, Arthur. I mean, he was a Cy Young last year. I mean, I'm not going based on numbers right now. Like honestly, who would you say is the best pitcher right now? The Cy Young will win. I mean, Scherzer's going nuts in the clubhouse. I mean, in the dugout, he was pissed. But yeah, I would say Burns. I mean, you can put Burley from the Dodgers. You can put, let's see. Oof. You could talk about Wheeler. Wheeler's pretty damn good. I mean, but it's so early in the season, it's hard to pick. Yeah, that porn bot is so annoying. So, all right, guys. So, Nemo's up right now. We're going to put the game back on.
2 out. And Dominguez with his first pitch is taken for a called strike. A fastball, 0-1. Nemo, Lindor, and Marte due up for the Mets here in the 5th inning. What's shaping up to be a long game that's going to see a lot of bullpen usage. Wonder if Max Scherzer will even be able to get through the 5th. The 0-1 on the way. A fastball in for a called strike. And the count 0-2. I don't doubt that he'll go out to start. Although you never know. There's some milling around in the Mets bullpen right now, but it's going to take a village to steer this one into the garage for either team, you would think. Outfield straightaway against Nemo, a left-hand batter. Dominguez with an 0-2. And it's hit off.
Yeah, that is hurting your lineup for sure.
Rolling down
but you had so many opportunities to score runs already, and you just didn't, except for one with a nice hit by Stott.
Hazy skies above, bright sunshine envelops this playing field. Way off the line at third is Stott against the left-hand hitting Nemo. And Dominguez with an 0-2. Low outside, 1 ball and 2 strikes. The center fielder, Vierling, is playing a couple of steps the other way. They're just kind of mixing and matching out there. In
the Dodgers are playing Minnesota.
The Phillies. Odubel Herrera has an oblique strain. He's starting to get back into shape down in Florida. It's practically spring training for Herrera. 1-2, swung on and missed, strike 3. Nemo swings through a fastball, and Sir Anthony Dominguez has his first strikeout. So 1 man away. Francisco Lindor coming up. The scoreboard update is brought to you by the New York Lottery. The newest scratch-off games are on sale now. Try your luck today, and you could bring home a win. Once upon a very long time ago, the Dodgers and Minnesota Twins played in the World Series.
Yeah, there's a lot of pitchers. Like I said, it's so early to pick. But if you go by last year, it's Wheeler, it's Burns, Woodruff, those guys like that. Burrow. So a lot of those guys too.
First pitch to Lindor, a fastball for a called strike, 0-1. Kershaw, like Koufax, a left-hander, perfect through 6 innings with 12 strikeouts. And yet he's only thrown 69 pitches. Here's the 0-1. And Lindor takes low outside a slider, 1 ball and 1 strike. That is a remarkably low pitch count to have 12 strikeouts over 6 innings. But Kershaw's been perfect. The Dodgers lead the Twins 3-0. Keep an eye on that. They're in the top of the 7th. The 1-1 bounce foul up the first base line. And the count 1-2. Kershaw re-signing with the Dodgers this year. And there seemed to be some question about whether that would in fact happen.
Everybody keeps thinking he's toast, and then he keeps going out there and performing at an extremely high level. Kershaw said it was going to be on the Dodgers or his hometown Texas Rangers, and chose to stay in L.A.
So 1-2 the count.
Daniel, we can all hope for that.
At home plate. I believe Kershaw has ever pitched a no-hitter, right?
No.
Don't think. Madge says yes. Wayne says no. I don't recall a Kershaw no-hitter, but I could very well be wrong. 1-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Swing and a drive deep to right, down the line. It's a laser, and it hits the base of the right field wall.
Nice double by Lindor.
Briefly in right field by Bryce Harper, and pulling into second.
Another man in scoring position with less than 2 outs. Here we go.
Francisco Lindor. He hit that right on
Lindor has looked like a lot better hitter left-handed than right-handed. Last year, he was a better right-handed hitter than left-handed hitter.
That right field fence where the out-of-town
Lindor hasn't been hitting a lot, but he's been hitting in a lot of big spots.
So you never know what the ball's going to do when it hits that fence.
He's got a couple of RBIs already so far, so he's been looking a lot better in April this year than he did last year.
Someone backspin on it. It actually played the ball back off the warning track in towards the wall again. It took a while for Harper to get it. So here's Marte, right-hand batter, and he lays off a first pitch sinker, ball 1.
He threw one in 2014 against Colorado.
So there.
Go ahead.
Well, memory gets a little fuzzy. I'm not going to say anything about Coors Field.
It was in L.A. anyway. You can't throw a no-hitter at Coors Field, that's for sure.
Dale Nomo did it, of all
yes,
people.
He did.
The 1-0, taken down the inside corner, a called strike, 1-1.
Still the only one they've had there.
Baseball either relocated teams or expanded. I believe it was something like 20-odd times before they finally went to Denver. There's a reason that they stayed away from Denver for as many years as they did. Here's the 1-1. Bouncing ball up the third baseline, foul. It's 1-2 to Starling Marte. It's just a different game there.
It is.
Some like it. I'll never forget Bob Murphy after a typical Coors Field game. Probably took about 4.5 hours and featured about 23 runs. We're in the elevator. We get to the ground floor. About to walk out of there and go back to the hotel. Murph just turns around, looks at us, and goes, "Well, I'm not sure what that was, but it sure as heck wasn't baseball." And Murph stormed out into the Denver night. The 1-2 to Marte is swung on and missed, strike 3. Got him with a fastball. And for Dominguez, his second strikeout. So Lindor still in scoring position with 2 out, and Alonso coming up. Alonso doubled in Marte from first base in the 4th inning.
Yeah, Marte's been struggling early on.
Alonso struck out looking in the 2nd as we come to you live from the Bigelow T Bob Murphy broadcast booth. Bigelow
yeah,
T,
exactly, Joe. He hasn't a lot of spring training
proudly.
time. You're right.
Murph's wife, Joy, passed away recently. She was about 95 years old, something like that.
Yeah, so let's go Mets chance.
Noise. First pitch to Alonso is a slider for a called strike, 0-1. Joey Murphy will be memorialized on opening day in New York on Friday when we go through The unfortunately long list of baseball people that we've lost in the last year. Mets 3, Phillies 1, 2 out, top 5. Lindor at second, 0-1 to Alonso. Sir Anthony Dominguez deals, and a breaking ball is low. So a couple of sliders to start Pete off. A switch hitter, Eduardo Escobar, is on deck. And this fifth inning is sponsored by ELEC 825, building our bounce back. Damon Jones,
I like
who
Dominguez's
is a
arm.
left-hander,
Got a
is
very
throwing
solid,
in the
strong arm.
Philadelphia
Very
bullpen.
strong
They
arm.
have 5 lefties in the Phillies pen. 1-1 pitch. Swing and a miss. Fastball. And a count 1-2 on Alonso. It's just 2 for his last 15.
Come on, Pete.
Each team with 4 hits. Let's have a 3-1 lead in this slow-moving game, which is just about 2 hours old, and we're in the top of the 5th inning. Stott, the third baseman. Strider 2 off the line. First baseman Camargo well off the line with a right-hand hitter in the box, and Alonso gets time from the home plate umpire, Adrian Johnson. It's bullpen.
Alonso hits one deep to left.
Will go out to start the 5th. See what develops from there. Aaron Nola left after just 3 1/3. Here's the 1-2. Swing on a high fly ball, well hit left center. Castellanos going back with Fairling at the track, at the wall, and hits the wall.
Big 2-out RBI right there
Fairling picks it
for
up.
Pete.
Around third, coming home to score, standing is Lindor. And
Second
standing
double
at
for
second with his second
Alonso.
RBI double of the game is Pete Alonso,
Nice.
and the Mets have a 4-1 lead.
Well, I know Pete Alonso says he doesn't like to DH, but he has absolutely raked in the 2 games where he has. He has 6 RBIs, a grand slam, and now 2 RBI doubles in 2 games as a DH.
Got that run back.
And with
And a pitching
Jones
change.
warm in the bullpen, on his way to the mound is Phillies manager Joe Girardi, and there's going to be a pitching change. It's brought to you by the New York Lottery. The newest scratch-off games are on sale now, so try your luck today, and you could bring home a win.
All right, guys. So the Mets are, again, another clutch 2-out RBI hit for the Mets, and Alonso just got one there. Just missed a home run by maybe like 5 feet. Nice at bat. That was a really good pitch by Dominguez. I mean, it was low, but Alonso, just raked it and just missed the home run by like 5 feet. But nice to see Alonso getting that clutch hit that we needed, getting that run back. So another 3-run lead for the Mets. Escobar's coming up, another pitching change for the Phillies. Once again, the Mets are getting into the team's pitch in bullpens. That's exactly what you have to do. Make them work. Hey, guys, you can't complain. You can't complain with this team right now. They're very solid. I'm just looking at the scorecard really quickly, the box score, so I can just get the numbers pat down for Dominguez, so I get that right. Alrighty, guys. Who is coming in? Let's see. Something Jones. Damon Jones. All right, guys. Sorry, I'm just fixing up my scorecard. Got to get it right. All right, guys.
Lead over the Phillies as they bat with 2 out in the top of the 5th inning. Pete Alonso's second RBI double of the game has brought home Francisco Lindor. So Alonso, the runner at second, with 2 out, as the Mets will see a pitcher they have not seen before, and he's a big one. A fellow by the name of Damon Jones, a left-hander who is 27 years old. He is from
I'll give you
Idaho.
around the league score update right now. So at the moment, Washington's leading Atlanta 3-1. Cleveland's leading Cincinnati 6-1. Pittsburgh's leading Chicago Cubs 6-2. Boston's leading 7-1 against Detroit. Dodgers leading 3-0 against Twins. And the rest of the games still haven't started yet. Sorry, I had to do it quickly because the first pitch just happened.
Escobar has walked twice today. Mets looking to add to this 4-1 lead now as Alonso leads from second. And big
Damon Jones is a left-handed pitcher.
That's fouled straight back out of play. So no balls and 2 strikes. Jones 6 feet 5 inches tall, 225 pounds.
Kershaw's threw 7 perfect against the Twins. I don't think pitch count's going to be an issue either. He's kept his pitch count very low.
Even with all those strikeouts.
80.
0-2 pitch. Breaking ball missed low. 1-2.
80 pitches, not strikeouts.
Well,
13 strikeouts.
So he struck out 1 in the 7th inning because he had 12 through 6. So 80 pitches in 7 innings. That's remarkably economic. If you were doing an average pitch count, you'd be a little over 100 through 7. Plenty in the tank, you would think. Here's the 1-2 to Escobar. Way outside, a changeup. And the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Dom Smith waiting on deck. Mets were going to have
Milwaukee
an
plays the
optional workout
Orioles.
at Citi Field tomorrow, but Buck Showalter canceled that. He understands.
Yeah, it hurts. It not only hurts the team that the Mets are facing in this game, it hurts them later in the series. I mean, this is the last game of the series, but
7 straight days
they got to go. They had to go to their bullpen every game. I mean, they had 4 or 5 relievers every game so far. So Escobar hits a long fly ball deep to left. If it's fair, it's gone. Just foul. Little more foul than I thought, but hey. Ryan, how you doing?
Escobar swinging a high fly ball to deep left field down the line. Castellanos in the corner. It's hooking and it's foul and out of play. We'll pause here for station ID on the WCBS Mets Radio Network.
Your home for Mets baseball is also your go-to weather. WCBS and WCBS FM HD2 New York.
Howie Rose, Wayne Randazzo with you in Philadelphia.
Escobar is putting up a nice at bat right here with 2 outs. They're running the score position.
Top of the 5th, Alonso the runner at second. 2-2 the count to Eduardo Escobar. Damon Jones deals. And a breaking ball is low. Missed with a slider, full count. First base is open, and a left-hand hitter, Dom Smith, is on deck.
Has not been a perfect game in
nice
baseball in almost 10
at bat by
years
Escobar.
now.
Was that Felix Rodriguez?
Felix Hernandez, one of the 3 that year in 2012.
This payoff pitch. Breaking ball is low.
That's 4. His 3rd walk of the day for Escobar.
Jones allows a walk. And Escobar.
All right, let's see if Dom can come through. Let's root on Dom, guys. Let's go. He's still on our team. Let's go, Dom. Base hit here. That's all we need.
What's new? Once with the bases loaded, that was with Jeff McNeil batting. Bring home a run. So now Jones has walked the first batter that he's faced. It'll get a lefty-lefty matchup here with Dom Smith, who, as you know, last year hit the lefties very well.
Let's go, Dom.
So, first pitch to Dom, and a breaking ball low, ball 1.
Philip Humber threw a perfect game in 2012.
Former Mets farmhand, former Met, period. Did pitch for them briefly on the big leagues.
He did.
A big start down the stretch in 2007 or 8, as I recall. 07, I guess. The 1-0 hit in the air foul down the left field line out of play. And the count 1-1.
3 out of the 23 in the history of baseball. 3 were in that 1 year in 2012. There has not been one since. The only Dodger perfect game, of course, was Koufax against the Cubs in the 60s.
Although Sandy Koufax pitched a perfect game, Vin Scully called.
And you know what's funny? I've been blocking that. I blocked that person in my studio, in my YouTube studio. I blocked it officially, and they just keep on with the bots. It's just crazy.
Level of appreciation for it when you're in our business.
Oh, Dom just got hit too.
Scully painting that
Jesus Christ!
And vivid word picture off the top of his head.
And Buck Showalter's at the top step again.
The greatest prose you'll ever read was spoken by Vin. Inside to Smith, and it hit him. Another one. Now, this was a fastball at 90 miles an hour. And Smith walking slowly down to first. Again, Buck Showalter up on the top step. 3 Mets have been hit in this game.
Amazing.
And that is 10 for the year. And this loads the bases somewhat painfully.
If you're not watching it, hit him right on the forearm, right over here, guys.
Look at a replay now. Looked like it got
and it was a fastball.
Right.
All right, so Marcana's up. This is getting
It's 3
ridiculous
Mets
now
hit
with
in the last
pitch
2
clock games.
innings. Well, it
The
was
Mets need to
about
blow
an
this
hour
game
and a
open
half
so we
ago
can start
that
hitting
Canna
people.
and McNeil were hit back to back. But anyway, that loads him up again.
Bucks are
And
about to go
Mark Canna
nuts.
will
I'm
be the
telling you.
batter.
Listen,
Canna fouled out the first.
make this a
before he was hit in the
9-10 run
fourth
ball
inning.
game, and then you start clunking guys.
I'd love to read the thought bubble adjacent to Buck Showalter right now. I know one thing.
Come on,
the
break this
FCC
game
wouldn't
open.
let me get away with it. He's been fuming about this since the Washington series. First pitch to Canna, way outside, rescued on the backhand by Real Muto, and that would have gone to the backstop. So
Come
it's
on, Mark.
1-0 on Canna.
A lot of
David
Mets,
Jones has
let's go
walked the
Mets
batter and
chance
hit a batter.
in
First
Citizens
2
Bank right
he's
now.
faced out of the pen.
2-0.
After allowing 2
Go.
runs in 2 innings on Sunday against Oakland. Phillies fans drowning out the chanting Mets fans again. Here's the 1-0 pitch. Fastball downstairs, ball 2. So Canna in a great hitting spot now. Jeff McNeil, another left-hand batter on deck. And Caleb Cawthon is on his way to the mound. This is a huge batter in this game. There aren't many leads that are safe in this ballpark. So, I mean, Canna can hit one out, make it 8-1, and you still wouldn't feel like this one's in the bag. Not at Citizens Bank Park. Not when it's going to be a battle of the bullpens all day, you would imagine.
I'm sure the Mets would like to get Scherzer through one more inning at least, get him through 5. Mets bullpen in seemingly good shape, even though Trevor May is probably not available today.
So see
A
if
lot of guys
Canna
who didn't
can.
pitch yesterday, since the Mets only used
This is the pitch Canna should
Shreve
go
and
after.
Drew Smith to get to Diaz.
There's probably going to be a
Diaz has not
fastball right
pitched in
down
a
the
few
middle
days,
here.
so he'll be fine going back to back.
Long turn at bat for the Mets here in the 5th inning. This is Canna's 7th inning, or it's Canna the 7th batter. Thought I heard what I just heard. The organ is playing
And
the
he
Mexican
took it.
hat dance here. That's what Jane Jarvis used to play at Shea Stadium. That was an out-of-body experience for a moment.
Mets have had 10
Well, we're ready
batters
to go. The 2-0 to Canna
hit this year
is on
already
the
in 7
inside
games.
corner. A fastball, 2-1. This game is progressing at a snail's pace, so you can understand the mind wandering a little bit. And when you get little reminders like we just did,
I'm going to tell you my Reggie Jackson run-in.
I'm always in the mood for a Reggie story because there are some great ones. Here's the 2-1. Swing and a foul into the mid of the catcher, Real Muto. And so the count 2 balls and 2 strikes. Can you at least tease it? We'll wait until there's a more tranquil situation in this game, but give me a little bit of what we're thinking about here.
Yeah, I shared an elevator
All right, so
ride
full
with
count to
Mr.
Canna now.
October.
Okay.
Runners on
Reggie
first
in
and
the
second
elevator.
will be running on the
Stay
pitch.
tuned. 2-2 to Canna. Now the pitch. Breaking ball is low. Full count. So the carousel will be in motion here. With Alonso, the runner at third. Escobar, the runner at second. Smith, the runner at first. They'll all be off and running on a 3-2 pitch. It's been a while since the ball is in play, or has been, because after the Alonso double, a walk and a hit batsman, but everybody in motion now. There they go. 3-2 pitch. Swung on and missed right 3. Got him with a fastball down and in, and that retires.
All right, guys. So the Mets only got 1 run on an Alonso near home run. But we got the run. We got that run back that we gave up in the bottom of the third. So, the bottom of the 4th. So the Mets lead 4-1 going to the bottom of the 5th. But once again, guys, Mets had opportunities to blow this game open. You're keeping around the Phillies, and we know what you do when you keep around the Phillies offense. They easily, the Mets are probably, I don't know if Scherzer's going to come back into the game. He might pitch the 5th. We'll see. But you know what? We got to rely on our bullpen for the next couple of innings, and that's going to be an issue most likely. But the Mets do lead 4-1, guys. It could be worse. Could be worse. All right. All right, guys, calm it down. Calm it down. It's all right. I think Scherzer's pitch count was 85, if I'm not mistaken. Let me see. Give me a second. I think it was 85. Let me see. I'm checking right now. Give me a second. Well, Scherzer's back on the mound. It looks like it was 86 pitches.
Well, we go to the bottom of the fifth inning, where the Mets leading the Phillies 4-1. We'll have a Baker Tilly trivia question along the way in this fifth inning. Visit BakerTilly.com to learn how
So,
their leading
sorry, Brad, it was
advisory
83
tax insurance
pitches.
professionals can help you
Three
bring home
pitches
a
off.
win. Baker Tilly now for tomorrow.
I wouldn't be surprised Scherzer would get through the fifth inning. If he gets through it quick, maybe he'll get through the sixth inning.
Max Scherzer faces Kyle Schwarber in the first pitch curve in for a called strike, 0-1.
So
But eventually we will get to the Reggie Jackson
and I'll be right back,
story.
guys. Listen to the game.
Wayne, Reggie, and an elevator. The 0-1 to Schwarber, a fastball outside, 1-1. Let's get the trivia question out of the way first. Which two Mets homered here in Philadelphia in both the last season at Veterans Stadium in 2003 and the first season at Citizens Bank Park in 2004? I'll go with Cliff Floyd. The 1-1 swung out and missed. 1 and 2. That's one of my guesses. There's two, right? There are two.
David Wright. He wasn't there. He wasn't
David
there.
wasn't there in 2003.
Let's see. 03, 04. Burnett's? Is he there?
I don't think he was there in 2004. Might have been. The 1-2 to Schwarber is swung on and missed, strike 3. Scherzer gets him with a changeup, and Max has his 7th strikeout. So one gone. JT Real Muto coming up. Scherzer at 87 pitches.
Johnson.
He was there both years, yeah. Mike loved to hit in Philadelphia, effectively his hometown from Norristown, Pennsylvania.
Are you sure this wasn't asked before?
Don't look at me. I don't write them.
Very nice
Well,
pitch by
Madge,
Schwarber. I mean, by
Wayne was
Scherzer,
just
sorry.
curious if this question might have come up once before. Madge says it's possible, and why wouldn't it? Here's Real Muto, and he fouls one back into the upper deck behind home plate. 0-1.
All right, so I was in the elevator at White Sox Park during
You're
the
just
playoffs.
kicking this trivia question to
Yeah.
the curb.
Playing the Astros. You know, Reggie's an advisor now for the Astros.
Mhm.
So he's in the elevator.
The 0-1 on the way. On the outside corner, a changeup 0-2. Is that this spring?
This was last
in West
October.
Palm? Oh, last October.
Last October.
You said
It was
October.
a White Sox Astros playoff game.
Okay.
I said, "Oh, hello, Mr. October," just like that. Reggie said, "Hello, son," and we take the elevator down to wherever we're going.
0-2 pitch. Realmuto lines it through the right side. A base hit into right center field as the Mets were shifted to the left against
They
him.
took out
Played in
Kershaw.
by Nemo,
Wow.
and Realmuto has
He
his
probably
first
was
hit.
not happy with that.
He is now 6 for 53 in his career against Max Scherzer. Realmuto won't ask for the ball, but I'm sure it still feels pretty good to him, and Bryce Harper will be next.
So we get down to our level, and as the elevator door opens, before either of us had a chance to move, Reggie looks me dead in the eye and he says, "Hall of Fame first, son."
Not age before beauty, huh?
Nope, Hall of Fame first.
Seaver used to. Seaver used to.
Sorry, guys. Just give me 1 second. All right. Sorry about that. Game day went a little crazy.
To his Hall of
There we
Fame
go.
standing every once in a while. Tap Tom on the shoulder. He go, where does it say you get to touch the Hall of Famer? Here's Harper. First pitch fouled off to the left and out of play into the second deck in the count 0-1. Mets baseball is brought to you by your local Honda dealers. Contact the dealer for a great deal today or visit tryhondadealers.com. Well, let's see. When did Reggie retire? 1986? What year were you born?
84.
Yeah,
He didn't play in 87?
and might have. I thought 86 was his last year, but we're splitting hairs here. Here's the 0-1. Harper hits it high in the air to left field, pretty deep. Canna back, warning track. reaching for the fence, reaches up and makes the catch right along
That
the
just
wall.
missed. It was a
Right
freaking
at the
pop-up that almost
334
went
mark,
out, guys.
and hustling back to first,
All right, so we got
sliding
2
in,
down.
albeit without a throw.
92 pitches for
Here's
Scherzer.
Real Muto, and there were 2 men away.
Well, good play by Canna. Not a spectacular play, but did everything right as he got on the warning track, reached back for the wall to see how much room he had, followed the ball all the way down, and made a nice play up against the fence out there.
Angel, I do agree with that.
I think Reggie was making the point. Look, you never saw
Angel
me
and Ken,
play, so
I think we can all agree the Mets will retaliate at some point during the year for the Washington, for Nationals and
I
Phillies.
don't think he really needed to do that.
There's no guarantee about
I'll
that.
tell you, covering him in his days with the Yankees
This definitely will be Scherzer's last inning, 94 pitches.
accelerated your growth. The first pitch to Castellanos is in for a called strike, 0-1. You didn't know what to expect. You hung out around Reggie Jackson's locker covering a game at Yankee
You know, I
Stadium.
can see Sean Reed Foley
Walked in
coming
there
into the
one
game.
night and
He
had
could pitch 2 or 3
Badlands
innings.
territory taped over his nameplate. The 0-1 to Castellanos, fouled back to the screen 0-2.
Yeah, Ken, it's really
Another
possible.
night when Reggie was in one of his moods,
I mean,
he and George had been
65
going at it.
pitches he would have had if, or
About
maybe
20
75
reporters
pitches he
around
would have
Reggie
had
asking questions in English, and Reggie gave
if he would have
very nice,
not had that
cordial
30 pitch
responses
inning.
in Spanish.
He would have definitely went
They'd
7
ask
for
a
sure.
question in English, Reggie would answer in Spanish, and on it went for 5 minutes. The 0-2 to Castellanos. Breaking ball missed low. 1 ball and 2 strikes. Reggie one night was singing the praises of Al Rosen, Yankee front office executive who was doing battle with George Steinbrenner back then. 1-2 on the way. Reached for and popped in the air behind first base, backing up Dom Smith, still on the dirt, makes the one-hand catch.
Exactly. I'm not worried when you put Scherzer back in the game because he just battles. He threw 96 pitches, threw 5. You know, it wasn't a great outing, but guess what? He battled through it just like DeGrom does. He battled through it, kept his team in the game, only gave up 1 run when he was struggling today, and he still bared down and got the job done. You know, again, we got 6, 7, 8. We got 4 more innings. Well, technically 5 more innings if you count the 6th through the 9th. All right, 6, 7, 8, 9. 4 more innings for our bullpen to take care of business. Now, I would use Sean Reed Foley. He can pitch multiple innings. Ottavino probably part of this bullpen game today, the rest of the game. We'll see. So perfect game is over. Well, team perfect game now. But yeah, Sanchez just blew it. Just blew up the no-hitter. I mean, the perfect game. Yeah, the Braves haven't looked good this year. I'm looking at Scherzer's walks. He had a ton of walks. 1, 2, 3. Well, 3 walks, but that was all in the first inning. And he had 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 strikeouts. Not bad performance. But we're going to the top of the 6th. The Mets have McNeil, Nino, and Nemo up. Yeah, Cole and Ace. That's something that is hilarious. He's gonna get beat up today.
This is Brandon Nemo.
He's definitely gonna get beat up today. Sorry, guys. I'm just checking something out. The radio call is just about to come.
I would imagine Max Scherzer is probably done. He's needed 96 pitches to get through 5 innings on a day when at times he bent but did not break. As the Phillies did score in the 4th inning, a leadoff double by Castellanos and a hit by Segura. Finally got a 2-out hit from Bryson.
Well,
Stott,
actually, we gave up 1
Scherzer
run.
had struck out the next 2.
Well, and we gave up
And
5
they
the
had
other
men
night.
on against him.
So we
Every
gave up
inning
6
but
runs so
1,
far.
but
But again,
only have that
it's
1 run.
been
Each team with 5
sporadic
hits.
for
It's
them.
4-1 New York.
They only
And
scored a lot of
lefty
runs in
David
1
Jones
inning. That was the
stays on
8th
for the
inning of the
Phillies.
first game.
As Jeff McNeil, Tomas Nido, and Brandon Nemo bat for the Mets here in the 6th inning. It's looking to go 5-2 on their season opening road trip They will open the National League season in New York on Friday against
Ken, let's hope so.
Arizona Diamondbacks. Nothing says Mets tradition for an opener like a visit from the Arizona Diamondbacks. So here's McNeil. First pitch, breaking ball, low outside, ball one. With interleague play and more of it coming next year, you could open against anybody nowadays.
He really does out there.
Pitch to McNeil inside, almost clipped him with a slider. Count 2-0.
Yeah, Plexi, I agree, but you know what? That's baseball.
Silly to consider how
Things
many Mets
happen,
have been
man.
hit already. 3 in this game. Total of 10 so far in the first 7 games of the year. You know, very few of them you'd look at and say there might have been intent there. 2-0, low outside, a fastball, 3-0. Yesterday, was it Starling Marte was
I'm sorry,
on the
I forgot to
butt
put game day
of
up, guys. Sorry
his
about
uniform jersey.
that. Not that it started anyway,
First
but
inning
you know.
from Zach Wheeler.
Here we go. Sorry, guys.
So 3-0. Jones deals, and a fastball in for a called strike. The ball has not been in play against Damon Jones. He walked Escobar, then hit Smith, and struck out Canna to get through the top of the 5th inning. He has thrown 23 pitches.
See, when I'm doing streaming, guys, I have a little screen of my own
3-1 pitch.
that shows
There's
what
one in
I
play, right
have.
to
So,
left, but pretty much right at Castellanos.
so it
who
looks
makes
like
the
it's
catch.
up on the
One
screen
man
that
out.
I have, and then obviously
He'll
your screen
square
it
it
wasn't
up,
up.
and
So
here's Nemo.
sometimes I
All right,
have
back
to
our
like
Baker
switch
Tilly trivia
windows just to
question.
check.
Which 2 Mets homered here in Philadelphia in both the last season at Veterans Stadium in 2003 and the first season at Citizens Bank Park in 2004? Wayne threw out Mike Piazza. I countered with, I think I opened the foray with Cliff Floyd. Let's flip it over, and guess what? We're half right. Floyd and Jason Phillips. Here's Tomas Nido. First pitch taken low, ball one. Phillips, a right-handed hitting catcher and first baseman who, stride for stride, might have been as slow as anyone in the history of the New York Mets.
What happened to Mike? He was a catcher too, you know.
I know.
Yeah, Danny.
Here's the 1-0.
It's I love it right now. They're showing it right now on SNY. They're all the pitchers all together right now in the dugout, talking and chatting it up. So that's great to see. And then yesterday with Bassett, with the video, it's amazing. It's really good. That's something that is great because you're only going to help the young guys for sure. That was really awesome.
And that cost him a big chunk of one of those seasons. Here's the 2-0. On the outside corner, a called strike. 2-1 to Nito, who struck out and grounded into a double play. Visit BakerTilly.com to learn how their leading advisory, tax, and assurance professionals can help you bring home a win. Baker Tilly now for tomorrow. 4-1 New York. 1 out, nobody on. Top 6. 2-1 pitch. Swinging a grounder up the middle.
Hey, Nito got a hit. Hey, a Mets catcher did something. All right. Now top of the order again. Let's get some more runs, guys. I really want to blow this game open so we can start plunking guys on the Phillies. Just to show them, like, can you please stop?
Now, Nemo extending that mini streak with a 3rd inning home run. Phillies are going to start getting one of their right-handers loose. Corey Knebel, by the way, activated today by the Phillies. They DFA Jeff Singer, a left-hander who had been called up when they placed Knebel on the COVID list for precautionary reasons, really, yesterday. Pitch to Nemo, taken outside, ball one. The way that works is if you're under the weather and you think there's a chance pitcher's got COVID or the player's got COVID, you can deactivate him, add a player, as the Phillies did. And if he gets a clean test, then you can bring him right back onto the roster, and that's what they did with Corey Knebel. 1-0 to Nemo. Jones deals. Fastball for a called strike. Sinking fastball at 92, and the count 1-1. When it comes to heating efficiency, Peerless Boilers and Pavilion Tankless Water Heaters are in a league of their own. So go to PeerlessBoilers.com for more info. And remember, Peerless Boilers, America's best-built boiler. 2006
was a really good lineup. They had a lot more power in 2006.
4-1.
But
1-1
definitely.
Pitch, breaking ball, and that's low. 2 balls and 1 strike. Connor Brogdon is the right-hander warming up. Brogdon got into the game last night, gave up an RBI single to Lindor, and then got Alonso to fly out in the 8th inning.
So I love this Mets lineup. They're just working all these pitchers, man. It's amazing.
Outfield a step or two.
I mean, how many 3-ball counts have there been in this game alone?
Missed outside a fastball, 3-1.
Excellent hitting. Excellent.
Command, not a strong suit of Damon Jones today. He's already thrown 32 pitches. He's facing his 6th batter. So Dave Roberts pulled Kershaw after 7 with a perfect game, huh?
Sure did.
3-1 pitch. Low outside. Ball 4.
All right, guys.
Brandon
First
Nemo
and second,
draws a
one out.
walk. It's 2 walks
Middle of
and
the
a
order.
batsman.
Lindor's up
Allowed
now.
by
Let's see where we can
Damon
get some more runs here. We got to
Francisco
put the
Lindor will be
runs
the
on the
batter.
board.
Well,
Danny, I am going
I don't
opening
know
day.
whether or
Yes, I
not
am. I'll be there bright and early at 8:30 in the morning.
in that decision, you'd have to
Opening
think he
up the
had some
tailgate
input, but he had a
with the
relatively
7-line
low
army.
pitch count after 7
Going to be
innings,
fun.
working on a perfect
You got to
game.
get there early because
They took
everybody
him
wants to
out.
get to the statue for
And
the
that was the
Tom
end of the
Seaver
perfect game.
statue
Get
reveal.
more on that a little bit later because Joe Girardi's on his way to the mound. Looks like he's going to go to Connor Brogdon here. As this pitching change is
All right, so
sponsored
there's
by
a pitching
Hyundai.
change, guys. So just so you know, guys, for opening day for the Mets home opener, I will be doing a early pregame, probably while I'm driving to Citi Field. So I will be doing a quick pregame, driving to Citi Field for my job because I am working that morning, and I'm going from work straight to Citi Field. So it's going to be a long, long day. So if I look like I'm high or drugged out, it's because I'm tired. So I am going. I'm going to do an early pregame early in the morning while I'm driving, and then at 10:30, I'm going live again for the Tom Seaver statue reveal. So everybody got to tune into that 10:30 in the morning. Again, I know a lot of people might be working, so you might have to listen to the ceremony and everything like that. But I will post pictures on my YouTube channel on the community page. So make sure if you're subscribed, you'll be able to get it because only subscribers will be allowed to see the video, see the live stream and the pictures I post on my community page. So make sure you subscribe if you're not subscribed as yet. And Danny, yes, during the 5th inning of every game I attend, I go live during the 5th inning. I can't do it the entire game because I'm not sure how I keep my battery alive all that time. So I will go live during the 5th inning. So pregame in the morning, around 9 o'clock in the morning, 10:30, Tom Seaver statue reveal, and 5th inning, whatever time that will be, I will go live for that as well. So three live streams in one day for opening day. So once again, guys, the Mets have first and second with 1 out with Francisco Lindor coming up.
Howie Rose, Wayne Randazzo with you in Philadelphia. The Mets lead the Phillies 4-1. Connor Brogdon takes over the pitching for the Phillies, becoming the 4th that they've used as David Jones sure struggled trying to find the strike zone. He walked 2, hit 1, facing only 6 batters. And now Brogdon, who faced 2 hitters last night, will face Francisco Lindor, who singled in a run against him, with Brandon Nemo on at first. Tomas Nido, the runner at second. First pitch to Lindor, batting left-handed. Bounce to second. Segura up with it to second one. Gregorius to first, not in time. Lindor turned on the Jets to beat it out. So a fielder's choice, which means that Nemo is forced 4-6, and Nido goes to third. So 2 men away.
All right, see if Marte can drive in it. No, see if he can get another 2-out RBI here.
On average, about 6 or 7, it seemed. And that's to complete a plate appearance. So 2 men away. Starling Marte, the batter, with the Mets in a window of opportunity here. And that's presented by Windorama, the window replacement experts. Let your project be their passion from start to finish. Visit Windorama.com to set up a free consultation. And by the way, one other note on that. Clayton Kershaw, 7 perfect innings in Minnesota.
I hope he comes back soon.
36 degrees there.
Hopefully, just in June, like everything's supposed to be. Lindor needed to be patient in that spot. I think he wanted to go for a first pitch fastball, but he didn't get it.
Single and 3 trips, infield single.
Another
Pitched 4
2-out
runs, 6
RBI.
hits, no errors. The Phillies 1 run, 5 hits, no errors.
5-1 Mets.
Righty against righty, the outfield straightaway. 1-0 to Marte. Swing and a looper up the middle. Base hit center field beyond the reach of a tumbling Segura. Nito scores. Lindor goes all the way to third. And on at first with an RBI single is Starling Marte. And the Mets now lead at 5-1.
Nice.
They've done this very nicely on this road trip.
2 out RBIs. It's a killer for the other team.
There's been a lot
This,
of those, and
this
Starling
Mets team
Marte
has done
having
it
one of
for the
his
first
best
7
days
games. I
as
love
a
it.
Met so far.
We
2 hits, a
couldn't
run
do
scored,
this
an
last year
RBI,
at all.
and an outfield assist in this game.
Not
for
only
Marte.
runners in scoring position,
So
with
Pete
2 outs, we could not do
will
nothing.
be the batter with the Mets up 4, and Alonso having 2.
Yeah, nobody
RBI
cares about the
doubles
27
in this
World
game.
Series. 90% of the league wasn't even in the league when they had 20 of them, so nobody cares.
Segura was very frustrated that he wasn't able to reach that ball. A little soft
And the
liner
Mets aren't
through the
0-4
middle.
in the World Series. We actually have 2.
Lindor making noise at third.
So if you're going to come with other
And the first pitch to
information,
Alonso,
you got to get it
up and
right
in
first.
for ball 1. And one of the reasons that Lindor was doing that is because the
Let's go,
third
Pete.
baseman,
Keep it going.
Bryson Stott, is playing deep. So since Stott is not close to the bag, Lindor can measure a couple of extra steps down the line and at the same time try to perhaps force the pitcher, in this case Connor Brogdon, into a balk. 1-0 to Alonso on the way. Swing and a miss at a fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike on Alonso. Pete now with 7 runs batted in. 4 of them, of course, came on 1 swing in Washington over the weekend. Well, Mets with tack-on runs.
John, I'll
Actually
take that.
scored runs
That'll
now
be
in
2
4
runs for
straight
sure.
innings. Lead 5-1. You just can't have enough in this building. The 1-1. Breaking ball down and in, 2-1. Eduardo Escobar waiting on deck. JT Real Muto flashing signs to the infield. Having to do, I'm sure, with what to do if Marte breaks towards second base. Do they throw through? Having to pay attention to Lindor, the runner at third.
In general, absolutely,
Ways you
man.
can
It's a
handle that
totally different
defensively.
vibe.
Real Muto wanted
I
to make sure
expect
they were
them
on
with
the
2
same
outs to
page.
get RBIs when men on base.
2-1
That's
the
the way I
count.
feel now. You know, last year,
Here's
I mean,
pitch.
time and time again,
Swing and a pop
we
foul
relieved
straight back out of
so many
play
men
into
on
second
base,
deck.
so many
The
men in
count, 2
scoring
balls and
position.
2
2-out
strikes.
hits were like non-existent with
Times
this
in a
team with men in
situation
scoring
like this,
position.
the first and third
I
play,
think if I'm not
the
mistaken,
runner
we
at
probably had
first
about
takes
7
off.
already,
The catcher does throw to second.
and it's only
And
7 games in a
whether
year,
it's
so it's
second
it's
baseman
great
or
to
the
see.
shortstop,
They
that
got to
middle
keep it up
infielder
though,
will
especially
step
the
in
way
front
we've
of the
been
bag,
pitching.
paying no mind to the base runner, at least the one coming from first to second, and immediately pay heed to the runner at third in case he's trying to come to the plate. Better position to make a play on him. 2-2. Throw to first. And Marte dives back.
Alexander,
in. We're looking to take it
100%,
right
man,
along those
100%.
lines.
It's just a confident
Well,
vibe
Alonso
that's
has
around
been
the
swinging
team, and I
bat
think the
today. I'm not
fans,
sure I
the
would
Mets
risk
fans
taking
feel
the
the
bat
same
out
way
of
at
his
the
hands
moment.
right now anyway.
Oh,
Try to play for 1 run.
yeah, 3-run
Marte
homer,
in
baby.
motion. Having Lindor make an attempt at the plate. You can let Pete swing and maybe
Alonso
pick up
just hit a
3
3-run
runs.
bomb. Sorry, guys, I got
2-2,
excited.
swung
You'll
on
hear
it,
it.
high in the air to right center. Dearland going back at the track at the wall. There's 3 runs. A
Woo!
3-run homer for
Boom.
Pete Alonso.
Here we go.
Now the Mets have opened up an 8-1
Let's
lead.
go.
And that's why you don't bother sending the runner from first. Let him swing the bat. Alonso has now driven in 5 runs today. That's his 3rd hit as he's having a big day on a rocking chair day for the designated hitter today, Pete Alonso.
Yes.
8-1 New York.
Well,
That's
if
what
he
I'm
wants
talking
to
about.
stop DHing,
That's
he's going
what
to have to
I'm
do a lot
talking
worse
about.
than this because he had 4 RBIs the first time and now 5 in this one. That's 9 RBIs in his 2 games as a DH, and the Mets have finally blown this one open.
There we
They've
go.
been right on the brink of doing so, and here in the 6th, they score 4 times to make it 8-1.
Somebody just get Pete a Kindle. Let him read
Yes.
while the Mets are in the field. Here's Escobar.
Getting the
He
Pete
takes
Alonso
low
chance from the
ball
Mets
1.
fans.
As a chant
8-1
of
Mets.
Pete Alonso goes up from several Mets fans. Some Phillies fans either heading to the exits or the concession stands or the bathrooms because there's quite a parade of people walking up the aisle.
Woo!
Want to know the count? Now the pitch. Escobar reaches, pops it in the air, shallow left. Hangs up for Castellanos, makes the one-hand catch.
Nice.
Side retired. However, the
4
Mets in
runs.
the 6th inning scored 4 runs. There were 3 hits, no errors, and nobody left. Middle of the 6th inning.
Let's go, guys.
Alonso's second
Let's
home. Big hit on this one. The Mets lead the Phillies.
There we go, guys. 8-1 Mets. 3-run bomb by Pete Alonso. Starlin Marte with the RBI with 2 outs. 4 RBIs, 4 runs scored with 2 outs. Absolutely amazing with this team right now. Yeah, come here in, and we don't care about the Yankees. You can go watch the Yankees if you want. We don't care. The Yankees have nothing to do with us. We don't care. Guess who's beating up the Phillies right now? The Mets, right? You're in our division. You should be worrying about us by talking about the Yankees. 8-1 Mets. Again, guys, we all know there's still a couple innings left. The Mets bullpen is coming in. We got to be careful. It's very easily this lineup can score runs. We saw it in the 8th inning on Monday. But once again, guys, Marte Alonso with big 2-out RBIs, with Marte with the base hit and Alonso with the 3-run homer to right center field. Great piece of hitting. It's just nice. It's just refreshing to see a team that couldn't even do that last year do it this year in the first 7 games of the year. Granted, only 7 games of the year into the year, but it's great to see that they're doing it right now. They just got to keep it going. Just got to keep it going, guys. Sorry, guys. Just give me a second. I'm just fixing up my scorecard. Just got to see the runs that went to everybody. Always fun to look at. All right. So 2 went to each of the pitchers. There we go. All right, guys. Sorry about that. I'm just gotta.
Your favorite supported devices, blackout and other restrictions.
Yeah, I don't think people understand when it comes to Met fans or even Yankee fans, for that matter. Don't care about that team until you face them. The only teams I care about is the team the Mets are facing and the teams in their division. That's it. To see how they're doing.
Second appearance of the year. You might remember a couple of times last year, Reed Foley pitched 3 perfect innings for the Mets. Whether they're perfect or not, Mets could really use 3 innings from Reed Foley right now, or somewhere in that neighborhood anyway. Give the bullpen a little bit of a rest.
There you go, Yippee.
One guy who hasn't pitched in a little bit, Adam Alavino.
It's a whole new team, Yippee. That's for damn sure.
You've got Trevor May, who's nursing.
It's totally different team. It really is. They couldn't buy a run
last night
with 2 outs in runners in scoring position last year. They've done it time and time again in 7 games. Again, I'm excited about today, but it is only 7 games. I don't get too excited to the fact that this can go bad really quickly. But you never know. So Sean Reed Foley is in the game for the Mets, which I thought he would be coming. He hasn't pitched in a while.
So he's had 3 days off. Wouldn't be surprised to see him somewhere. Gene Segura leads off, and the first pitch is taken high, ball 1. So
once again, guys, it is only the bottom of the 6th. Things can happen really quickly.
The Richard M. Kinney Law Firm, New York's #1 personal injury law firm. It's scored in 4 straight innings, including 4 in the top of the 6th. Big day for Alonso. 5 ribeye steaks. Here's the 1-0. Breaking ball over. A slider from Reed Foley. It's 1-1. No ribeye steaks available for the Mets on the bus ride home.
They just hit Segura. There we go.
Considering we're only in the bottom of the 6th inning and it started a little after 1. But
Thank you.
Might not be the worst thing.
Ken, I know you're happy.
Here's the 1-1. Inside he
There
hit
you
him.
go.
And there you go. Well, the Mets have hit
Finally.
and it is a guy who has hurt them in the past, Gene Segura.
Finally.
Segura doubled up as it looked
And
it
took Sean Reed Foley to do it.
And I don't know that the umpires
I got to stand up for that one.
are going to present any warnings here. But if Foley was sending a message
Beautiful.
right there, it's understandable. And again, they're going after a guy who's hit 325
Cameron, we don't care.
Gene Segura. And he's going to walk down to first
Nobody
base, accompanied
cares.
by the trainer with Joe Girardi.
Wait until Cole gets destroyed.
So there's a little bit of a response as 3 Mets hitters have been plunked today.
Jesus Christ.
And I don't know that any of the Mets were hit on purpose. That's not really the point. The Mets have got to protect their own
Oh,
hitters.
yippee. Can't complain about the over, that's for sure.
We really didn't see the Mets have an opportunity.
Well, John, we're happy
so
because the Mets have been
this
hit
game
10 times in 7 games.
Clip,
3 times already in this game. So I don't think it was intentional, but oh well.
In mind that you guys have to go up there and swing the bat too.
You know, it slipped a little bit, even though it was like a 94 miles an hour
You mentioned
fastball.
Reggie Jackson before.
Oops.
And hitters do not like when either they or their teammates are plunked, and the pitchers don't seem to retaliate. I remember Reggie and we had some uneasy moments years ago.
Yeah, exactly. Like I said, we got a 7-run lead, but again, there's still a couple more innings to go here, guys. And in this ballpark, it can easily change quick.
But hitters, you know, they can only take so much, and they need their pitchers to back them up. And Sean Reed Foley.
Yeah, I think so too, Angel.
Whether you care,
they're taking Segura out of the game.
Philosophically or not,
bye.
It's just a reality.
You know, I don't like seeing nobody getting hurt, but you know what? Balls at our heads, balls at our backs, balls at our shoulder, our hands. It's about time.
Girardi and the trainer to stay in. It's an 8-1 game. Maybe that has some bearing on it, even though this is a ballpark where leads can shrink in a hurry. And Segura, who was hit, not sure if it was square on the wrist or a little bit above it, but anyway, he was doubled over in pain for a while. Even though he went down to first base, he has been
Philly, you're right, man.
Game.
Listen,
so the Phillies
like I was just saying, I don't know if you heard, but yeah, this game is not over.
Get the hand for. Is that Bohm?
Yes, it is.
Alec Bohm. All of a sudden, he's become a fan favorite here in rather unlikely and unusual circumstances. But it's Bohm at first base, ready for Segura.
He's their Wilmer Flores now.
All goes back to when he made 3 errors the other night, and after the second, got a sarcastic cheer. Appeared to have said
I agree, Denny.
Less than flattering things. There's Didi Gregorius. First pitch, fastball inside. 1 ball and no strikes. Coincidence or not? Sometimes that's.
But you got to bear down and get some outs here, guys.
Didi Gregorius.
You don't want to rile them up and get it going. You don't want that to happen. It's only the 6th inning.
Maybe making a point here. Want to know the count. Now the pitch. High with a fastball, 2-0. Lefty Jose Alvarado is throwing in the Philadelphia bullpen, and he was in the middle of some fireworks last year with Dom Smith. We'll see.
So Foley's a little wild.
Mets would like to keep it nice and boring as far as the scoring.
He did hit the grand slam as the DH.
And now the 2-0. Way inside. That was a changeup, but still came close to the elbow of Gregorius in the count 3-0. So Bohm at first base, running for Segura.
All right, now we just walked the Gregorius now.
Reed Foley ready. Now the 3-0 pitch. And that's high, ball 4.
Got to be careful here,
So
guys.
a hit batsman and now a walk. And with the Mets up 7 runs, here comes pitching coach Jeremy Hefner. I don't know whether Reed Foley decided to hit Segura on his own. Of course, Reed Foley will tell you it was an accident because once a pitcher admits to throwing at somebody, he's going to be fined, if not suspended. So he'll say all the right things after the game, I'm sure, but Hefner just wants to settle things down right now. If Reed Foley is, one of those bubble pitchers, right? He's a guy that's been up and down and trying to show the Mets that he belongs. Remember, there are going to be a couple of cuts made on May 1st when the roster goes from 28 to 26. So if Reed Foley might have thought, well, you know what, sticking up for my teammates wouldn't be a bad idea. Well, he's done that, but now it's got to get back down to the game and the pitching. Jeremy Hefner may have had that on his agenda when he headed to the mound.
It's 8-1. The Mets just need to get some outs here. Don't want to let the Phillies back in this game. In this ballpark, leads can easily go away.
Johan Camargo, switch hitter batting left, has struck out twice. And the first pitch is taken down the middle. A fastball, strike 1 call. Camargo playing first base today. day game after a night game. Rhys Hoskins getting the day off, but maybe the biggest reasons that Hoskins didn't start was his 1-for-23 lifetime resume against starter Max Scherzer. The 0-1 slider taken high. 1 ball and 1 strike. Scherzer went 5, gave up 5 hits and 1 run earned. He walked 3 all in the first inning. He walked 3 of the first 4 batters. Struck out 7, but leaves leading 8-1. 1-1
that's
pitch,
not good, guys.
breaking ball, lined in the air to left, slicing away from Canada. That is a fair ball, base hit, going into the corner, around third, and scoring his home. Gregorius coming around, he scores standing as well, and going to second and stopping there with a double and 2 runs batted in is Johan Camargo, and the Mets lead is cut to 8-3. Camargo gets his first couple of RBIs on the year. Well, the third base umpire, Marvin Hudson, the crew chief, is coming down the line to talk to Adrian Johnson. Are they questioning fair or foul here? Yeah, they are, apparently, as we look at a replay. And, boy, that ball might be foul. It was right along.
It might be a foul ball, guys.
If it kicked up chalk, it was right at the very edge of the foul line.
Mark Canna's out there showing
all right. The Mets are challenging the call.
Out on the warning track.
So
in the left field corner to Lindor, who walked all the way out there to get a better look at it. And as we take a look at the replay up on the video board, it looks like a foul ball to me. There's really no evidence that any chalk kicked up. Now we're getting a close-up view, and it is pretty clearly a foul ball.
This may come right back. What is now 8-3 might be 8-1 again in a moment. I mean, if that ball got any piece of the chalk, it just grazed the outermost part of it. And you could see where the ball left an imprint on the dirt. I don't know if any of that might have nicked the lime as well, right? It's not chalk, it's a lime that they use to paint the foul lines. It's just, it's just showing off, but that's an egghead move.
It's not chalk?
I thought it was lime, technically.
Oh, I see.
But anyway, they're looking at it and looking at it and looking at it. See, there's a mark from a previous ball that had hit that chalk or lime or white out or whatever you want to call it.
Okay, they called it a foul ball, guys, so no score. They didn't score.
Take some of the chalk out.
There's no telling what it is, but where you saw the ball.
After review, the call was overturned. We have a foul ball. The count is 1-2.
Now the score is 8-1 again.
There you go.
So you heard. Take the double away from Camargo. Bring him back into the batter's box. And it remains 8-1 for the time being, which means that Segura's base runner, pinch runner, Bohm, will go back to second. And Gregorius retreats to first. With a count now, 1 ball and 2 strikes on Johan Camargo. Just contributing to the slowest of slow-moving games. Mets will stay here all day if that's what it takes, because they're the ones leading 8-1. We're not too far away from being 3 hours in, and we're in the 6th inning.
This is a long one. Mets have not played a game under 3 hours yet.
This one may not make it under 4.
It doesn't seem like it unless there's a fast-forward button.
1-2 the count. Here's the pitch. Chopper towards third. Foul ball. That one right along the line, too. Camargo wants to make this simpler. He could just straighten it out. He's hugging the line, and it remains 1 ball and 2 strikes. At least from Mets' perspective, you look at this long bus ride they've got going up to New York, and by the time this game ends, it'll take them about an hour to get on the bus and leave after the final out. They'll probably miss rush hour. So look at the bright side. 1-2 pitch. Camargo fouls it straight back. Look at the bright side if you're part of the traveling party.
Yeah, that'll be nicer. Smoother ride.
There's no such thing once you approach the GW Bridge. Not many smooth rides in New York anyway, with the potholes all over the place. 1-2 the count. Reed Foley deals. Pulled on the ground, right side. That's a base hit going into right field. Ball will be held at third by Coach Dusty Wathan as the ball is fired into Smith by Marte. Smart move by Wathan. Now the Phillies have the bases loaded, nobody out. Bryson, Stott due up, and it's going to have to get the bullpen up, you would imagine. Reed Foley hitting a batter, walking a batter, giving up a base hit, and the Phillies have them loaded with no out here in the 6th inning.
I'm sure the Mets wanted to see multiple innings here of Sean Reed Foley, but he's got to get multiple outs first in this inning. So far, he's got none. Joely Rodriguez is starting to throw in the Mets bullpen, with Schwarber and Harper not far away.
Bryson Stott, who is 2 for 2, will be the batter now. So Reed Foley to the belt, the infield back. He'll gladly trade a run for a couple
on, Mets
of
fans.
outs.
You know
First
it's never
pitch
easy.
Taken for a call, strike the slider, and it's 0-1. Stott singled and then was thrown out trying to stretch by Starling Marte in the 2nd inning. And then he singled home a run in the 4th. 8 runs, 8 hits, no errors for the Mets. 1 run, 6 hits, no errors for the Phillies, but they've got them loaded with nobody out. Matt Vierling on deck. The 0-1 pitch, swing and a miss, and a changeup, and the count 0-2. So a struggle here for Sean Reed Foley, with a lefty Rodriguez throwing, with an eye towards Kyle Schwarber, and later Bryce Harper should have get down that far in this inning. 0-2.
I'm so glad we have a day off tomorrow.
Way upstairs.
Rest our pitchers a little bit.
1 ball and 2 strikes. Reed Foley, the first man out of the bullpen for the Mets, but there will be others, to be sure. Phillies have already used 3 relievers. 1-2. Now the pitch to Stott. That's ball outside. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Reed Foley doesn't wander around. He just stays right at the edge of the pitching rubber and then takes that unorthodox bend in towards home plate.
Yeah, Angel, that's why I worried. That's why I said, we're happy we got the 8 runs, but,
And the 2-2 pitch.
Grand Slam here, it's 8-5. It's a 3-run ball game. So, I'm not saying it can happen, but, this lineup and this stadium can easily score runs very quickly. And it's only the 6th.
Both resulting in base hits, including the RBI hit his last time, and now battling with Reed Foley here.
Stott was the opening day 3rd baseman for the Phillies. 2-2 the count. Reed Foley ready. Now the pitch. Broken bat, slow hit, looper to the left side, picked up by Escobar, fires to first in time. Gets Stott, who was signaling himself safe when he was about 10 feet from the bag. It gets a run home as Bohm scores from 3rd. Gregorius goes to 3rd. Camargo to 2nd. It looked clear as day from up here that Stott was out, but he was signaling safe before he was anywhere near the bag.
All right, I'll take that.
And it is now an 8-2 Mets lead, but they do get an out.
I'll take an out for a run.
Vierling will be the batter with 1 run in so far, and runners at 2nd and 3rd.
Nice play, too, by Escobar.
Yeah, very
ball
nice
that
play.
was slowly hit and over to
Thank
his
God he
left.
has a good arm.
Infield bat, first pitch on the way. Vierling fouls it off to the right and out of play. It's 0-1. It's the 6th inning. And if there is any temptation for Joe Girardi to use, I guess, the one guy on the bench who can shorten the lead in a hurry, Reese Hoskins. Well, Girardi prefers not to do it.
Yippee, I said it when we first signed all 3, Escobar, Kana, and Marte, that Escobar was going to be the best signing, in my opinion.
And misses at a slider.
I like that signing more than any other.
Vierling 0 for 12 on the year.
Come on, Foley, let's go.
You got to think it's at least run through Girardi's mind. There's no guarantee you'll get another chance to get closer in this game. Phillies are still 6 runs down.
That's fine. I'll give up another run for now.
Part of Girardi's reasoning. See if they can chip away and use them later. 0-2, now the pitch. Breaking ball hit on the ground up the middle. Lindor, the shortstop, has it. A run will score as he fires to first in time to get Veerling. Gregorius scores from third. Camargo goes to third. Now it's 8-3 New York, but the Mets have effectively traded 2 outs for 2 runs, and Reed Foley's done. Buck Showalter on his way to the mound. He's got the lefty Rodriguez throwing. Kyle Schwarber due up next, and this pitching change is brought to you by the New York Lottery. The newer scratch-off games are on sale now, so try your luck today, and you could bring home a win.
You have a vision for your window and door project, and the
All right, guys,
installation
so
expert.
I would definitely give up 2 outs for 2 runs. Absolutely. I don't mind that. We still got a 5-run lead. That's okay. You're getting Rodriguez in, who's very much better against left-handed hitters, and he's coming in for Schwarber. So that's a good call by Buck here.
Visit one of our 20-plus showrooms in the tri-state area or visit windowrama.com to help you see your project through from start to finish, including installation. Windowrama. Let your project
Just doing my scorecard, guys. So, guys, the Mets traded 2 runs for 2 outs. I think all of us would take that. Nope, especially with a 7-run lead. Now it's a 5-run lead. I take that. Just get out of this inning. Just giving up 2 runs and get our offense back out there. Get to the 7th. Yeah, I know. Sorry about the commercials. Yeah, Angel, exactly. 2 runs is not bad considering his base loaded, nobody out. I can't complain about that at all. But that was an excellent play by Escobar. If he didn't make that play, it could have been a much bigger inning. So, but it's not at the moment. 2 runs we can take. We can deal with that. But again, we still got to get it out of the inning. Joely Rodriguez is coming in for Schwarber. It's not going to be easy, but Rodriguez is a lot better. He's a lefty specialist. That's what he is. Well, you know what, Manuel? Foley hasn't pitched since what? The second game of the season? So he hasn't pitched in almost 65 days. So that's rough. Hasn't pitched in 5 days. That's not easy to come into. I know why Buck put him in there, get him some work, but you know what? He was wild today, but Foley's pretty good. He's a pretty good pitcher. I wouldn't worry about him just yet. All right, guys, so Rodriguez is warming up. I'm going to put the radio call back on.
Remember, they had the bases loaded, nobody out.
Yeah. I think we all remember Washington came back from 6 runs down against the Mets a couple of years ago. I was at that game in Washington. That was terrible.
For his last 16. I wonder about Kyle Schwarber, too. One of the reasons I'm sure he signed with the Phillies is that this place is built just for him. I mean, he should hit 40 home runs playing in Philadelphia, in this ballpark specifically, such a home run hitter's paradise. And you wonder sometimes, ballparks can get into a hitter's head in a negative way. And you wonder if what should be a positive is negatively affecting Schwarber, thinking maybe he's got to produce too much of the long ball stuff early on in his Phillies tenure. Lefty against lefty, the first pitch, fastball for a call.
Yeah, I was at that game.
I'd say, he wasn't exactly slow out of the gate last year, but he only had 9
Hey,
home
Sean,
runs
remember I
going
talked
into
about you,
May.
Rob. What's up, buddy?
Going into June, rather.
Luckily for you,
Being
this
16
game's
in
going
June
very
alone,
long.
So those home runs will come one way or another for Schwarber.
So to tell people the game, it's 8-3 Mets, bottom of the 6th. The Phillies just scored 2 runs. Joely Rodriguez is in with 2 outs. Schwarber's at the plate with 0-2 count.
Swing and a miss at a fastball. The cross-firing delivery of Rodriguez, giving Kyle Schwarber some trouble here. He's quickly ahead of him. No balls and 2 strikes.
Again, Rodriguez is much better against
left-handed
left-handed hitters.
hitter. The infield
Right-handed hitters, not so much.
Short right field. And the 0-2.
Yeah, Yippee. I know he's been amazing. What is it? Three home runs, 2 home runs, 3 doubles. He's batting like 7 for 10.
Game just about 3 hours old now, and we are in the bottom of the 6th inning. Rodriguez comes set. Here's the pitch. A little chopper foul off to the right of home plate. Actually hit Schwarber in the leg. He picks the ball up himself and flips it towards the ball boy.
Strike him out. There we go.
We assume you heard that in the background. If you couldn't make it out, the paid attendance, 31,190. 0-2. Rodriguez deals. Swung out and missed, strike three. Got him with a change-up side, retired. So the Mets continue to keep Kyle Schwarber nice and quiet as the Phillies score 2 runs in the 6th inning on just 1 hit.
All right, that's good inning for the Mets.
6.
Good inning for the Mets. Can't complain about that at all. Very nice. All right, guys. So that's where we are right now. The Mets still lead 8-3. Again, giving up those 2 outs, them 2 runs for 2 outs. I take that any day of the week with 7-run lead. So we still got a 5-run lead, 3 innings to go. We're okay. We're okay. Yeah, Alvarez has been absolutely amazing. Like he said, he wants to make the major leagues by the end of the year. And you know what? He hits like this, he will. And if McCann and Nito don't start picking it up, one of these guys, most likely Nito will probably be, or you can put 3 catches. You can have 3 catches on the bench, especially when you have a DH and you don't have to worry about pinch hitting and double switches and all that. So once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. Let's get this stream out to more people for the next couple of innings. Mets lead 8-3, going to the top of the 7th. If you're new to the channel, say what's up in the chat and hit on that subscribe button, everybody. Once again, guys, for opening day on Friday, the Mets home opener against the Diamondbacks, early in the morning, I think it's going to be around 9:30 in the morning. I'm going to do a little pregame for opening day while I'm driving from work to Citi Field. Then at 10:30, another live stream for the Tom Seaver reveal of the statue in front of Citi Field. And in the 5th inning, going live for the first time this year during the 5th inning to bring you that in-game experience. If you're new to the channel, you haven't been with me from last season, I go live during the 5th inning of each and every game I attend, home and on the road. A lot of people like that. It's fun. It's just a good time. So hopefully you guys tune in. All right, so Alvarado's coming in for the Phillies, and the Mets have Dominic Smith. Oh, excuse me. Escobar, Smith, Kana, and McNeil. Sorry, guys, I messed up a little bit.
And it will be Alvarado and Dominic Smith here as the 7th inning begins. 8-3, the Mets have the lead. We'll see if any of that bad blood from the past spills over here for Alvarado and Smith. Smith's already been hit by a pitch today. Mets have been hit 3 times, and now 10 on the season. Mets pitchers have only hit 2, one of them by Sean Reed-Foley in the bottom of the 6th inning. Phillies got 2 back. Mets lead by 5. First pitch. Fastball strike right down the middle from the hard-throwing Alvarado, 97 miles an hour, 98 on the TV gun, so probably somewhere around 97.5 or more because they don't round up in the ballparks. They do on the TV gun. No balls to strike the pitch. Fastball right down the middle again, so it's 0-2 on Dominic Smith, who has struck out 7 times in his first 10 at-bats this year. Twice today. Both times looking, and he just looked at 2 strikes from Alvarado. 8-3 Mets, 7th inning. Mets trying to win 2 out of 3 in this series, and 5 out of 7 on their season-opening road trip. 0-2. Swing and a miss, strike 3. The sinker down and in. Alvarado makes short work of Dominic Smith, who has struck out for the 3rd time today, and now the 8th time in 11 official at-bats this year. 1 out, nobody on. Mark Canha, the batter. Well, Clayton Kershaw has spoken about being taken out of a perfect game bid today. Kershaw making his first start of the year on a cold day in Minnesota. We all understand the reasons why Dave Roberts took Kershaw out of the game. It's just against the very nature of baseball, which is to be an entertaining sport. First pitch to Cano, rolled to short. Gregorius grabs it, throws it across to Alec Boehm now at first. And there's 2 up, 2 down here in the 7th inning. Kershaw said at the end of the day, those are individual things. Those are selfish goals, and we're trying to win. That's really all we're here for. As much as I would have wanted to do it, I've thrown 75 pitches in a sim game. I hadn't gone 6 innings, let alone 7.
Yeah, Dom
Sure,
hasn't been playing
to
well,
do it,
guys.
but maybe he'll get another chance. Who knows? I mean, maybe he will, but realistically, there have only been 23 perfect games in the history of Major League Baseball. 21 in the, quote, modern era, which goes back to the early 1900s. And it's just such a rarity. There has not been one in Major League Baseball in 10 years. So to see a
I like Alvarado a
figure
lot.
like Kershaw, a guy who's going to be
The
in
one
the
guy in
Hall
the
of
lineup
Fame,
I actually
add
like.
something like that to his Hall of Fame plaque would have been a special moment. First pitch in the dirt to McNeil, 1 ball, no strikes. So to see it taken away when he'd only thrown 80 pitches, I think we all would have understood more if he had thrown 115 in the first 7 innings and really had maxed out. But to see 80 pitches, see him be so efficient today and still not get a chance to go back out, it's tough to swallow for a baseball fan. 1 ball, no strikes. Alvarado's pitch. McNeil, it's a ground ball softly to the right side. Stott to his right backhand. Throws to first and gets McNeil to win the inning. Quick inning for Alvarado. 1, 2, 3. We'll go to the bottom of the 7th. It's stretch time in Philadelphia. It's the Mets 8, the Phillies 3.
All right, guys. So the Mets didn't do nothing in that inning, but Alvarado looked good. So there you go, guys. So the Mets still lead 8-3 going to the bottom of the 7th. So I'm assuming maybe Rodriguez will stay in for Real Muto and Harper, and then take him out. We'll see. But once again, guys, Mets lead 8-3. Alonso hit a 3-run bomb with 2 outs to make it 8-3. Marte with the clutch hit, 2-out base hit to get that extra run before the Alonso home run. But the lineup has been scoring runs, manufacturing runs. We finally get another home run. This is the 3rd home run of the year for the Mets. 2 by Alonso, 1 by McNeil. So there we go. I think Lindor hit a home run too, if I'm not mistaken. I think he did. Yes, he did. I'm sorry. 4 home runs on the year for the Mets. 2 by Alonso, 1 by Lindor, 1 by McNeil. And 6. Nemo. I forgot. So it's been 1 for Nemo, 1 for Alonso, 1 for McNeil, and 2. So 5. 5 home runs in 7 games. So once again, guys, don't forget to please hit on that like button. Got a couple of more innings to go. And then we can enjoy the day off tomorrow, hopefully if we win, and go in the home opener on Friday, 5-2. That would be great for all of us.
Of the 7th inning as we come to you.
All right, so
live from the
Rodriguez
Bigelow
is staying in the game.
broadcast booth.
Joey, a member of Talking Mets with Rob, how you
Bigelow
doing?
T, grab a mug, and T proudly. Joely
Let's go.
Rodriguez still
Close it out.
there.
Just like I'm
Struck
trying to
out
say. Let's go.
Schwarber to win the 6th inning. Now, by rule, the Mets could have taken him out after getting the final out of the last inning. But now that they didn't, he has to face 2 more batters. He's got to get to 3.
I think they're gonna have it. They probably have it on their social media channels, but I'm gonna have it on my channel, Sean. I'm gonna be live in front of the statue, so just come on my channel if you want to watch it that way. But SOY probably their social media accounts probably will be holding it, but I will have it on my channel at 10:30. Don't worry about that.
One huge inning from the Phillies on Monday night to do much of their scoring.
All right, so here we go, guys. 7th inning, bottom of the 7th.
Their only win. 1 ball, no strikes on Real Muto. Pitch down and in, ball 2. But for that big inning, the Mets might be looking at a possible sweep here this afternoon. But a 5-2 road trip certainly sounds good for the Mets. Face an Arizona team that's another last place candidate, a team that is already in last place. 2-0. Fastball high, ball 3. The Diamondbacks will likely stay there in the National League West this year. A team that's lost more games than any other dating back to the start of last year. So the Mets would like to fatten up even more this
No problem,
weekend
Sean.
against the Diamondbacks.
Glad I can help out.
Before they play San Francisco next week.
But I am hoping
Real
if
Muto, the pitch.
I'm most likely going to do a pregame earlier than that while I'm driving to Citi Field from work. But I got to see if I get out of work in time to do a pregame. If not, excuse me, I'll just go live for the statue ceremony for Tom Seaver.
3-1. It's in there for a strike. Sinker got over. It's a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes on the right-handed batting. Real Muto singled his last time. Finally conquered Scherzer. Just his 6th career hit in 53 at-bats against Max. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Real Muto, the pitch. Swinging a roller foul, third base side. Real Muto out in front of a slider. The count is still full. 3 balls and 2 strikes. Harper and Castellanos due up here in the bottom of the 7th inning. Last game of the road trip. Home opener Friday, 1:10. Scheduled first pitch Friday afternoon at Citi Field. Chris Bassett.
I notice things nowadays
in the dirt. Ball 4
with pitchers. When you have a big lead,
that begins with a free pass.
Throw a fastball on the first batter that you're facing in the inning. If he hits a home run, it's only 1 run. I just don't get it. A 3-2 count, you're throwing a breaking ball. I never understood that. You got 8 guys on the field with you.
Veteran right-hander Zach Davies.
Like, throw the ball over the plate. I just don't get it.
Davies had a pretty rotten year for the Cubs last year. He's trying to get fixed as a Diamondback. Phillies have lefty Bailey Falter warming up in their bullpen as Ottavino continues to throw for the Mets. We'll see Ottavino here probably after Harper bats. Harper is 0 for 2, walked in the first. Muto on to the leadoff walk. Now lefty. Pitch to Harper. Fastball
yep, exactly,
strike on the outer half. No balls, 1 strike on Harper. Quiet start for Harper to the season with his 0 for 2 today. He's just 2 for 20. Hits are going to come for these Phillies. Mets catching them at the right time. 0-1 in the dirt. 1 ball, 1 strike on Harper. That's as much to do with it as anything else. When you catch a certain team, the Mets are going to play the Phillies a lot this year, but a lot of those will be early. Mets actually have to come back here right away next month. 1 ball, 1 strike pitch. Outside to Harper, ball 2. Scoreboard update brought to you by Food Bazaar. Feeding your way of life. Visit foodbazaar.com for store locations. Josiah Gray pitched very well for Washington today. 5 scoreless innings, allowed 1 hit. The Nationals beat the Braves 3-1. Atlanta's 3-4. 2-1. Breaking ball low, ball 3. Dodgers, as you know by now, shut out Minnesota 7-0. Kershaw, 7 perfect innings, 13 strikeouts, but taken out after 80 pitches. As we mentioned last inning, Kershaw totally fine with it. 3 balls, 1 strike pitch. Inside, ball 4. So Rodriguez has walked the first 2 hitters of this inning.
Joey, no problem. I really appreciate it. Thank you guys for tuning in.
Adam Ottavino will come in. Castellanos due up with 2 on, nobody out. Mets leading 8-3 in this pitching change sponsored by Hyundai.
Well, the Mets are not making it easy, as always, guys. Ottavino's coming into the game with nobody out and 2 on. Jesus Christ. You just can't make it up, guys. You just can't make it up. Ah, Lord. Can't make it up. Amazing. Can't be an easy win. Never can be an easy win, guys. Yeah. Yeah. Listen. I just don't understand. You had a 3-2 count to Real Muto. Throw a fastball. He's a leadoff. He's leading off the inning. He hits a home run. It's 1 run. Throw it down the middle. You got 8 guys on the field. Let them field the ball. I just don't get it. Lane, you never know. They might sign Tony Watson at this point. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, Foley couldn't throw strikes. Rodriguez struck out Schwarber, and then he comes in the next inning and just can't find the plate. It's amazing to me. I know your best pitch is your breaking ball, but when you got a 5-run lead, you don't want to walk guys. Throw a fastball down the middle, please. But then again, these pitches are not coming from the catcher and the pitcher. They're coming from the bench. So you got to blame the bench on the dugout as well. Yeah, Bill, exactly. You got to challenge the guy. Bill is also a member of Talker Mets and Rob. Exactly. Like, I just don't understand it. I really just don't understand it. Like, nobody says you got to blow it past somebody. Let him hit the ball. I'd rather them hit the ball and get on base by getting a base hit than walking guys. Like, it's just, oh, God. Because now you got to put in a reliever who a reliever is usually always better in a clean inning. Now you got to put him with men on base with pressure. James, but again, I don't know if it was the pitcher or the catcher deciding what the pitch is going to be. Usually the pitches come from the bench now. So, but still, either way, I think he should have. I understand why he put Rodriguez in the 7th because you had Remoto. Okay, fine, but he had Harper after that. He just didn't do his job. Rodriguez. That's all. That's it. You can't do nothing about that. All right, Roosevelt. Cool, man. All right, so Ottavino's in right now. The radio call's going back.
Excellent seasons in the bullpen for Colorado. Specifically in his last year with the Rockies, 2018, he had 112 strikeouts in 77 innings. He had a 2.43 ERA that year. Got him a nice contract with the Yankees. 2-1, nobody out. First pitch. There's the slider, and there's a strike to Castellanos. Tied him up on the inner half. It's 0-1. Castellanos has a double and a run scored. Alec Boehm is on deck. It's 8, Phillies 3. Bottom of the 7th inning. 2-on, nobody out. Ottavino, a belt tie set. It's 0-1. Fastball loop toward the left field line. That's going to get down a base hit. Around third, Real Muto scores easily. Harper hustles to third. Castellanos goes to second.
Who knows? They're good for doing this.
Run, and now it's an 8-4 Mets lead. A broken bat floater that fell in down the left field line.
Ridiculous.
Leadoff walks to start the inning. Resulted in 1 run already, and now second and third, nobody out for Boehm.
Kind of a recurring theme, isn't it, from last year, really the last couple of years, with Mets relievers just issuing far too many walks, getting them into difficulties such as this. All of a sudden, Alec Boehm is a folk hero.
Well, that was supposed to be one of the things about Joely Rodriguez that was different than Miguel Castro. He was supposed to be a strike thrower.
Jesus.
First pitch to Boehm. Fastball high from Ottavino. 1 ball, no strikes. Ottavino, when he's right, will rack up a lot of strikeouts with that slider, especially to right-handers.
Amazing.
Ottavino had a pretty good year for Boston last year until the end. He struggled in the second half. 1-0 is high. 2 balls, no strikes on Boehm. High run in the on-deck circle. Didi Gregorius.
Now you know why they've saved Rhys Hoskins rather than hit him when they had men on base earlier.
None of these pitchers can throw the ball over the plate. It's amazing.
Ballpark. 2 balls and no strikes.
Jesus
Pitch
Christ.
coming to Boehm. Way high. Ball 3.
Joey, all the time I remember Franco.
Times.
Well, we talked about this bullpen, guys. This is the problem of the team.
The Yankees. Ottavino did have trouble with the strike zone.
Yeah, but Arthur, loading the bases brings up the tying run to the plate. You don't want to do that.
Pitch. There's a strike on the inner half, 3-1. Infield back, they'll trade a run for an out here. Phillies are certainly knocking on the door. It's an 8-4
throw the ball down the middle.
lead.
Let him hit it.
3 balls, 1 strike on Boehm. Ottavino ready as
pitch.
Pitch.
Basically, Joe. They didn't spend no money on the ball.
Swing and a miss. Strike
Ottavino.
2 at the top of the zone. Boehm way out in front of it. That's a full count. 3 balls, 2 strikes on Alec Boehm, who was hit by a pitch, or rather he came in when Segura was hit by a pitch back in the 6th inning. Came on as a pinch runner and scored. Full count on Boehm, 3-2. Pitch. Swinging a high fly to center. Nemo's right there. Backs up a step. Makes the catch. Tagging from third. Harper. He'll score. Castellanos holds at second. Now it's 8-5. As the Mets lead shrinks to 3 RBI for Bohm on the sac fly to score Bryce Harper. Both of the runs in this inning charged to Rodriguez for the 2 walks. Now Didi Gregorius stands in with 1 out. He walked and scored his last time. Phillies have scored 4 runs in the last 2 innings to keep this game interesting.
Amazing.
Johan Camargo on deck, and Grace Hoskins is looming somewhere. Joe Girardi will likely
7-run lead is now a 3-run lead.
The best spot for Hoskins coming up maybe soon. First pitch. Fouled away to the left. No balls, 1 strike on Gregorius. This copyrighted broadcast, presented by authority of the New York Mets, may not be reproduced or retransmitted in any form. The accounts and descriptions of this game may not be disseminated without the express written consent of the New York Mets. 8-5, Mets lead, bottom 7.
Looks like we need more run, guys.
It's lifted toward left center field. Out goes Lindor. In comes Canna. Lindor waving his arms, makes the catch, angling to his right.
No, they spent money. It's just the problem. They didn't spend money on the bullpen. That's not exactly what we were. Look, we were talking about this before the season. The bullpen is a problem. Yeah, I can understand not signing Luke, but there was Chafin out there. There was a couple of guys out there you could easily get. You could have made the trade for Rogers from the Twins. Now he's the Padre.
Switch hitter, bats left-handed against the righty Ottavino.
I don't know who's pitching the APL. Who knows? I don't know.
Brad Hand has joined Falter.
Maybe
this game gets even closer. We'll see Hand in the top.
I don't know.
Of the 8th.
Would you put Ottavino back in? I mean, we have really nobody left.
Camargo looks a strike.
I mean, can Lugo pitch today? I don't know.
Basically a 2-pitch pitcher with that slider and his fastball.
Jesus.
The ball's 1 strike on Camargo. Pitch. Foul toward the left.
Okay, I don't think he's going to hit 30 home runs, but he's one of the better solid players, especially defensively and offensively. You'd be surprised by his power for sure. Yeah, I know too, but we don't have. They're going to score. Well, at least they keep the run from scoring for this one.
Ottavino from the belt. Is 0-2. Swinging a ground ball up the middle. McNeil to his right. Gets to it. Has no play. Everybody's safe on the infield. Castellanos to third. It's another hit for Camargo, an infield single. McNeil saves a run by being able to cover as much ground as he did to his right to retrieve the ball on the outfield grass. Now the tying run will come to the plate, and it's the rookie Bryson Stott.
McNeil's only agenda there was to smother that ball somehow, keep it on the infield. It was not much of a
I said this when the Mets went up by 7 runs.
Hold on to it.
The Phillies can easily come back in this ball game with their lineup.
I don't see Hoskins. As Vierling is due up next, you have to believe that if this inning gets to Vierling, that Hoskins would hit for him. 8-5 Mets. Stott represents the tying run. 2 out, 2 on. First pitch. Breaking ball strike lands on the inner half. 0-1.
Frank,
Stott
exactly.
Had a nice game. Couple of hits, an RBI. 2 RBIs make that. Drove in a run with a ground out his last time. Hoskins has his batting gloves on, but doesn't have a helmet.
Thank God he got on top of that ball.
Bat in his hand. 0-1. Stott turns on it. It's a line drive to right. Marte backs up, makes the catch.
If he lifted that ball, if he would have lifted that ball, that would have been a 3-tie game. Jesus Christ. This team's going to drive me to drink. Well, now it's a 3-run game. Ugh. Jesus Christ. Amazing. Absolutely amazing, guys. And we got 2 more innings of this crap. Jesus Christ, we can't have nothing easy. Yeah, it's like if our starters don't go 6-7 innings, we're in trouble. Like, but what did I say to you guys? What did I say? 7-run lead, but it's not over yet. You still have 4 innings to go. Not at the moment, 3 or 2. But I don't know. Maybe Drew Smith can come back in. I don't know. I maybe. But didn't he pitch an inning and a third? Hey, Hayden, what's up? Yeah, Austin Day for people. We might lose this damn game. No, Steve, it's not easy rooting for the orange and blue. I mean, I got a haircut, but I lose most of my hair because of this shit. Ugh. Amazing. Amazing, 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 guys. But we got to score some runs. We got 9-1-2 up. Got to score runs, guys. Let's go. Let's get it done. Well, Drew Smith pitched yesterday. I think he pitched an inning and a third, so I don't know if he's going to be available. Fausto, I started worrying about the pen day one. Because, like, you can't spend all this money on building your lineup up, getting Max Scherzer, and having no bullpen, basically. Bringing back basically the same bullpen besides Ottavino and Shreve. It's not – you can't win ball games like that. You can't.
Coulter has checked in for the Phillies. The sixth different pitcher that Joe Girardi has used today. Aaronola only worked 3 1/3.
But let's go. We got to score some runs. Our offense been kicking in.
Jones,
let's get some runs back.
Jose Alvarado. And now
got to get some runs back, guys.
Has appeared in one game, and Coulter took the loss, allowed 2 runs, 4 hits, and 2 1/3 innings against the A's in his one appearance so far this year. He'll face Nemo,
all right, guys, just get some runs here, guys. Going right back to the game day.
Seth Lugo is warming up in the Mets bullpen.
Okay, it's Lugo. You just heard it. Seth Lugo.
Presumably Edwin Diaz will get the 9th. Mets are hoping to make this a 5-2 trip on the way back to New York. Play-by-play here in the 8th inning. We hand it back to Howie Rose.
All right, thank you very much, Wayne.
Go, guys,
Tomas Nido in the lead off, and the slender left-hander, Bailey Falter's first pitch. Swung out and missed. A fastball, 0-1. Falter is listed at 6
well, yeah,
feet 4
unconscious. It's a failure, but
180 pounds.
So you got to have a bullpen that's at least somewhat competent to hold a 7-run lead when you start a pitch as well. That's the problem.
Particularly one who works for a bullpen.
You know, nobody's saying you have to get every big reliever in that was a free agent, but there was people available that the Mets could have got that would be much better than the guys that we have here.
0-2. Of course, the Mets bullpen has had some adventures and are still in the midst of trying to get this thing into the garage today.
All right, Tomas, come on. Let's go.
As you look back on these first 7 games of the season, I mean, the Mets starting pitchers, I mean, they've been unreal.
Yeah, Angel. McCann's a joke.
You know, and you're talking about the starting rotation that right now does not feature Jacob deGrom. Here's the 0-2. Breaking ball low inside, 1-2, including today, including Max Scherzer's
even if they didn't want to get Luke, Andrew
Schaefer
Schaefer was available, which is more than capable guy as a left-hander in that bullpen. He would have been perfect for this bullpen.
It's a 1.29 ERA.
Yep.
The bullpen,
the Mets bought a backup catcher. I said that since the day they signed him.
1-2. The pitch inside.
But let's get some more runs.
2-2.
What's up, Aiden?
On Tomas Nido. Bailey Falter is from Chino Hills, California. He was drafted in the 5th round 7 years ago. Last year,
yeah, I mean,
his major league
Cashell's an elite arm, but he's another one that's very wild. There's no guarantee that he would have came in and get the job done.
Low, what was
you know what I'm saying? So I'm not going to go that crazy. Miguel Cashell's very wild pitcher too.
Spread it out again. Remember, they led 8-1. The Phillies, after the Mets had scored 4 in the 6th inning to take that 7-run lead, 2 in the bottom of the 6th, 2 in the bottom of the 7th, and you just are never comfortable in this place. 3-2. Here's the payoff pitch to Nido. Swung on, lifted in the air, left center, not deep, drifting back is Vierling. Vierling, the center
well, they do. They got Claudio. They got I forgot the guy's name that pitched really well in the spring, the right-hander. Bakerton, I think his name is. We have a couple of guys in minors. And like I said, these guys can easily get replaced. So,
and Brandon Nemo. The injury update brought to you by the Rothenberg Law Firm. If you're injured in an accident, the game plan is simple. Just go to injurylawyer.com. One arm presumably not available in the Mets bullpen, although you never know. Lugo, of course, is throwing now, and then the hope is for Lugo to hand off to Diaz. We're talking about Trevor May. First pitch to Nemo, taken outside, ball one. May leaving the game the other night with what is simply being described as arm fatigue. And so right now, kind of in a day-to-day situation. We'll appreciate the off day tomorrow and maybe be good to go by Friday.
Definitely Diaz.
1-0 to Nemo. Right down the middle of the knees, a fastball. 1 ball and 1 strike to Brandon, who's been aboard 3 out of 4 times. It's kind of his thing. Career nearly 400 on-base percentage. He's walked twice and homered, and also struck out. Middle infielders are set back. Camargo even with a bag at third. Bohm deep at first. And the 1-1. Swung on and popped up. Foul outside third. Might be playable over by the railing. Camargo, but he runs out of room.
You're welcome, buddy.
Against the railing. It was well beyond his reach. And so it's 1-2 to Brandon Nemo.
Oh, I agree. I'm not saying I don't like the trade.
All 3
that
games,
I like the trade. I don't.
Diamondbacks
I didn't. I don't think it made sense.
Will be
But
afternoon game,
the Mets are looking at it as we need another lefty in the bullpen. That's how they looked at it. I don't agree with it.
And something that
But
Major League
that's-
Baseball has worked out is making all
That's
Sunday
what they
games
probably thought,
start,
honestly.
well, 1:40 in the Eastern
Again,
time zone.
I would have rather kept
1-2 pitch,
Castro as
and
well,
there's strike 3
but
call.
they were looking at it as probably they needed
Not
another
doing
lefty.
anything of the sort. It's
But-
Nemo with a sinker. First strikeout, 1 away or 2 away, and Francisco Lindor coming
Yeah,
up.
poor. I'm not going to
Originally, you
go
might have seen
crazy
that
with the
game
bases
on
loaded with
Sunday.
kind of swinging.
Listed
You
as a
scored 8
1-10
runs. You
start
had a
on your
7-run lead.
schedule,
It's the
but
bullpen's
as
fault.
per MLB
You have to
decree,
close out
it
a
is
7-run
now
lead.
1:40.
You have to.
It's kind of hard to keep up where you can find these games. But one thing we know is a constant. You can listen to them all right here on WCBS News Radio 880. Here's Lindor batting right-handed. Takes the first
Yeah, I
pitch for
think,
a
Danny,
ball
I think
strike.
the Mets
They
didn't want
won.
to pay Loop as much as the Angels gave them. Because the Angels gave him a lot of money.
As hit from the left side. His
I believe it was like
previous
$8 or
4
$9 million,
appearances, he's 1
I
out of
think,
4.
for 2 years. Oh, $60 million
Over
for 2
6
years,
as a
I think.
right-hand batter so
That's a lot
far.
for a reliever. I mean, I
And
know
the
Loop is
0-1.
very good, but that's a lot.
Foul back over the screen downstairs. It's 0-2.
I mean, I would have brought back Loop, but
That's 8 runs, 8 hits, no
But
errors.
they gave
The
him a
Phillies,
lot of money.
5 runs, 8 hits, and no errors. And Seth Lugo, who was up one getaway on Monday night, getting ready to pitch the 8th inning in today's game. And he'll have 9-1
well,
and 2.
Thor
to
wouldn't
up
really
the
matter.
Phillies
The starters
batting
haven't been the problem. It's been the
order.
bullpen.
0-2 to Francisco Lindor.
Starters have been great. The bullpen's been a
Long-haired
problem.
Falter with a right leg kick deals. Up.
Well, yeah,
and
Todd,
Lindor.
I get it, but the
Fastball,
Rodriguez
not
is
overpowered.
decent.
90 mile
The
an
problem
hour
is
four
Buck keeps
seamer.
on putting him
And
in
it's 1 ball
when
and 2
there's
strikes.
right-handed batters, and he's a left-handed specialist. That's the problem.
Walter has hair just flowing down on both shoulders.
Pitchers that gave up the runs was Sean Reed Foley and Joely Rodriguez.
And the 1-2 on the way. Breaking ball. Half the Phillies on their way to the dugout, but the home plate up, Adrian Johnson says, get back. It's ball 2. I mean, you had virtually the entire infield, the pitcher Falter included, and 1 or 2 of the outfielders beginning to edge in towards the first base dugout. That close. And one of the replays that we have seen indicates
No,
that
Bill,
that
we
was
have
in
not
fact a
pitched
strike.
anybody yet. That
So
I
here's
don't
the
like.
2-2 to Lindor.
There was a couple of
Jump
times
foul,
already
little roller going
when
back
Cano should have
behind
been
home
pinch
plate.
hit for,
Got all kinds
and
of
either
animation
McCann or
and
Nito should have been
different
pinch hit for.
gizmos that give you an approximated, well, not really approximated, more of what they think is an exact view of where the pitch was, where it clipped, if it did, the strike zone, and that one did appear to have enough on the outside corner. So Lindor, a little fortunate here, and Falter with a 2-2 to him. Way upstairs, ball 3. So can Francisco take advantage of what certainly seems to have been a blown third strike call by Adrian Johnson? It's a full count. course, Mets fans know about Adrian
All right,
Johnson.
Lindor had a nice at bat
but
there.
That's another story.
Got a walk.
For May 31st, when Johan Santana's in town. Here's the payoff pitch. Inside ball 4. So Falter, who along with most of the Phillies on the field thought that he had Lindor struck out a couple of pitches ago, allows a 2-out walk, and that
It's a good
will
at
bring
bat by
Starling Marte
Lindor.
to the plate.
See if Marte can
Let's
come
get a
through
break.
here.
Well, the Gamecast agrees that pitch number 4 should have been a called third strike against Lindor. The Mets are able to extend this inning here with 2 outs thanks to Adrian Johnson.
Giants fan, thank you, buddy. I really appreciate it.
Thank
you for tuning in and subscribing.
Homer. Alonso on deck as Marte steps in. And a throw to first, and back standing is Lindor.
You know, when you said Adrian Johnson was home plate umpire, I thought, wasn't he yesterday? But this game's been so long that it just feels like it was another day.
He had nice time for Marte's first home run of the year.
35 minutes in
Go.
at the moment. We're only in the top of the 8th inning. Now the pitch to Marte, a fastball inside, 1 ball and no strikes.
Yeah, it's a long game, and I came out in the
You got
pregame
dinner
too.
plans?
So
Bring your
4
radio.
4 hours and 50 minutes for me already.
You had a train to catch out of Philadelphia?
Oh, Marte just missed that.
Plans.
Oh,
Brad,
that was a pitch to hit.
want to know the count?
Jesus. Good. Hopefully, Bill, we
Now
can take
the pitch.
advantage of it.
Foul back to the screen. Big cut by Lindor. It's 1-1. I think a lot of us in this game have learned over the years that with the increasing length of these baseball games, that if you think you've got a chance after a day game to get to a train station or an airport to make a train or a flight, you might want to rethink it. It's just not worth the aggravation, even if you do make it. The 1-1
He is 2
change
for
up
sure, but
outside,
I
2
like to
balls
see
and
his
1
first home run
strike.
of the year. That's what I like. I mean, a double will score Lindor,
Nervous
but still.
energy that you expend trying to get to those places when the game goes unusually long or there's a rain delay or something like that. It could take years off your life if you let it. I
Hey,
couldn't roll
all
with those
right.
punches. I don't know about you.
Going to the bottom of the 8th, guys.
2-1 to
Lugo
Marte.
coming in.
Swinging a high fly ball to right. Not deep. It's up there a ways, though. Harper settling under it. Makes the 2-hand catch. Side retired. No runs, no hits. A walk, 1 left. Middle of the 8th. It's the Mets 8 and the Phillies 5 on the WCBS Mets Radio Network. Driven by your Tri-Honda dealers.
Let's go, Mets! Switch to Spectrum Mobile and get unlimited data for only $29.99 per month each when you get 2 or more lines. You could save hundreds
All right,
on
guys,
your
here we
mobile
go.
bill. Plus, there are no added tax.
So it's going to be Lugo and Diaz for sure. So let's see if Lugo can bounce back from his performance that he had on Monday. That's what we have to worry about right here. Definitely have to worry about Lugo. But, Lugo's shown in his career when he has a bad outing, he comes back and gets the job done. Again, it's going to be 9-1-2. So it's going to be Verlander, probably a pinch hitter, maybe. Schwarber and Real Muto. It's going to be the big boys of the lineup again. So you got to get it done. That's it. You know what? You're paying these guys in the bullpen to get it done. Get it done. That's it. Again, we can bitch and moan about Epler and the front office not doing more in the bullpen, but these are the guys we gotta roll with for a little while. They gotta get it done. I'm sorry, guys. I don't care if Joe Schmo is in the bullpen. You can't blow a 7-run lead. I don't give a damn who you are. I just don't care. JD does throw gas. Might as well. And you know what hurts? Losing Trevor May for at least probably a couple of days. We'll see. No, I agree with Castro. It was an odd trade when I did it. Look, the Mets clearly did it because they wanted another lefty in the bullpen, and they felt like Rodriguez was going to be a specialist for lefties. But Buck put him in spots where there's righties all around the lineup, and you leave him in for righties. It doesn't really work. Jolie Rodriguez, I think he has 2 years left, and I think that's probably another reason why the Mets did it. But then again, meet the Mets. Thank you, buddy. 7-Line Army hat right here. Oh, of course I seen it coming. I always see it coming. I even said it when we got the 8 runs. I said, be careful. The Phillies can easily score and catch up in this game. I said it. But let's go, Lugo. Come on, guys. Here he is. He's on the mound right now. He threw a ball for the first pitch. Let's go.
Is taken low for ball 1, but here is.
Got to get it done, guys.
Is this Hoskins now? Well, this surprises me now that Hoskins is hitting for Vierling. The 1-0 on the way. A fastball high, 2-0. Anyone thought that maybe Joe Girardi would wait until there were men on base to use Hoskins to hit, but they'd be thinking, 3 runs down. Hoskins so good at getting aboard. He sees so many pitches per plate appearance. He might be looking at him as
3-0 already. Lugo's already missing pitches.
2-0 pitch taken low, ball 3. That's the thing about sometimes gets overlooked, I think, about Rhys Hoskins, is that, he does a lot of his damage with power, but he sees more pitches on average per plate appearance than most anyone. So here's the 3-0 pitch, and it's in for a called strike, a fastball, 3-1.
Another thing is that this spot in the order might not come up again, the number 9 spot. There's really not many other places in the lineup that you need to hit for somebody else to bring Hoskins in.
3-1 the count. Now the pitch. Bouncing ball to short. Backing up on it is Lindor. He's got it. Fires to first in time. 1 man out. You look down the
what you want here, guys, is guys like Schwarber with nobody on. He hits a home run. You still got a 2-run lead.
It was designed to potentially get the Phillies to within.
Yes, Stott was playing third base, and now he's playing second base. Stott has looked good today. Had a couple of hits.
He will stay in the game, of course, presumably. But he has bounced out to begin the bottom of the 8th inning. And here's Schwarber. Good job by Lugo to come back from 3-0. First pitch to Schwarber in for a called strike, 0-1. Man, have they done a job on Schwarber, who was
James, I can never relax
against
with
the Mets
this team.
in this series, and 0 for his
This
last
team drives me up a
17
wall.
overall. The 0-1 taken low, 1 ball and 1 strike.
Woo.
Lugo,
That was a shot down the line, but foul.
got credit for 1.
All right, Daniel, you're back.
2 hits, no.
Let's go, guys. Come on.
Infield overshifted. The 1-1 line towards first. That's a foul ball, and not by much, as that knifed its way down the right field line, just past Dom Smith. Hard strike, and the count 1 ball and 2 strikes now.
Yeah, Justin. We got Claudio, who's a lefty. I forgot the guy's name, but Joe, you might know the guy's name. The guy that you sent, that you were talking about, the reliever that pitched well in spring. Type in the name so they see it. I forgot the name of it. He pitched really well in spring. He's a right-handed
out
pitcher.
into short right field, and the 1-2 pitch, curveball. It's high.
All right, Seth, come on.
2 balls and 2 strikes. Seth Lugo came up with the Mets back in 2016.
Holderman, that's his name. Holderman pitched well for the Mets in spring. So Holderman and Claudio, they might be the next guys up. You never know.
Multiple pitches, more than most relievers. 2-2 pitch. There's the curve again. It's lifted in the air.
Randy got 500 on the Mets. Oh boy, good luck with that.
Of course, Lugo back then was a starter. Starters generally will have
Bill, that's so true.
Sometimes 4, 5, 6 different pitches. Lugo, since going to the bullpen, has found ways to throw all of them. Curveball's not been quite as
Oh
sharp
boy, that's true too.
the last little while for him. Last
Less
year or
teams
so.
to trade players
Here's the
to,
2-2.
right? Or more teams to trade players to,
Ball just missed. He's
and
thrown
less
3
teams
curves in a
who
row
are
here
going to
to
be trading
Schwarber.
players.
And now the count is full. Behind Real Muto is Bryce Harper. Mets leading 8-5 with 1 out, nobody on, last of the 8th. Lugo went to the windup. Here's the payoff pitch. Swung on, pop foul.
We'll see, Justin. We'll see.
Downstairs.
But you know what? You got to roll with these guys at the
Reaches
moment.
seats
That's what we got.
downstairs after popping out of the front row of the second deck. And it remains full to Schwarber. Let's love how quiet Schwarber's been in this series. Lugo with a left leg kick, the payoff pitch. Curve foul back this way. And right past and underneath the outstretched arm of the fan in the front row of the section in front of us. Those would be the Spectre seats. I guess the equivalent of those seats in section 318 at Citi Field. That looked like a
Nice
playable
pitch by Lugo, strike 3.
Been a lot of them
Got
in
him
the
looking.
section in front of us today.
Nice pitch.
3-2 to Schwarber. Lugo into the windup, the payoff pitch. In there, strike 3 called. He got him with a fastball.
Nice.
Schwarber doesn't
Right
think
on the
so.
corner.
There's something to say to Adrian Johnson, but now Lugo's got the first 2. 2 up, 2 down.
That hit the plate.
And Real Muto, the batter. So the troubles of Kyle Schwarber continue. I don't know how this game will
Lugo
wind
is
up,
looking, he's a
whether
little
Schwarber
bit
will somehow get another plate
having trouble with his
appearance.
location,
But if
but
he doesn't, the Mets will have held him to 0
But again-
for 12 in this series. And at the moment, he's 0 for his last 18 and 2 for 22 to begin his Phillies career.
but there we go, guys. Here we
2
go.
out, nobody on for Real Muto.
Lugo looked better than the Monday, that's for sure. A little bit of problems locating, but
And
he
the
got his
first pitch by
fastball
Lugo.
for sure.
Fastball down the middle, strike 1 call.
He didn't have
Muto
nothing
was
on Monday.
flying
His
to right,
curveball, his
struck out
fastball,
swinging.
nothing. So he couldn't
Single
set up
to 1.
anybody.
Each team with 8 hits. Mets up 8
James,
to
I'm gonna
5.
worry even if the
Alonso's
game's
driven
over.
in 5 of the 8.
Because I'll be worrying about
3-0-1.
Friday.
Breaking ball low and away. So 1-1. Real Muto catching all 3 games of this series, including today after the night game last night. Infield sent back. Escobar not far off the line at third. Here's the 1-1.
Yeah, but they're scary
Inside
lineup.
and
man.
high. 2-1 to JT Real Muto. Had a base hit against Max Scherzer today, a rarity for him.
Elliott, I hope
With
you
that
get it.
single, he is 6 for 53 in his career against Scherzer. Now the 2-1 pitch. Fastball foul back into the second deck behind first. So 2-2 the count. Lugo, the 5th pitcher the Mets have used. Scherzer went 5, allowed 5 hits and a run. 3 struck out
He's a
7.
big batter here for Lugo against Real Muto. Got to get him out of here.
So Lugo into the
Because then
overhead
he can
windup.
start the 9th inning
And the 2-2
with
to
Harper
Real
leading
Muto.
off. He hits a home run. It's still a
Straight
2-run
back
lead.
again.
Each batter in this inning has pushed Lugo to the max. This will be a 20-pitch inning, even with the possibility of being 1-2-3.
It's the kind of game it's been. A lot of deep counts, a lot of foul balls.
Yeah, exactly,
And
Bill.
Lugo
Imagine
now with
JT
a 2-2
Realmuto
pitch.
instead of McCann.
High with
He
a
is such a
fastball,
different,
3-2.
such a different lineup. Oh,
He would
God.
just love to get Real Muto here, which would allow the Mets to maintain at least a 3
Yeah.
ninth, and then you'd have Harper leading off.
Swing and a
He
miss.
Can't do as much damage
Going
as
to
he
the
can
ninth.
with men on base.
Good pitching by Lugo.
So
Whoever just won money,
here's the payoff
congratulations.
pitch to Real Muto. Swung out and missed, strike 3. Got him with a slider, and that retires the side. Well, took Lugo 21 pitches, but he got the side in order
There
with
we
2
go.
strikeouts, and at the end of 8, it's the Mets 8, the Phillies 5 on the WCBS Mets Radio Network, driven by your Tri-Honda dealer.
All right, guys, we're going to the top of the 9th. The Mets have up Alonso, Escobar, Smith. How about this, guys? Can we score a little bit more runs? Because I don't care what anybody says. I still don't trust Lugo. I'm sorry. I still don't trust Diaz. I just don't. He looked good yesterday, but I just don't. The day I'll trust him is the day he throws strike 3 called or have a swing and miss in the World Series of Game 7. That's when I trust him. God damn it. Please, give me another run. Give me like 1 or 2. I'll take 1 more. 4 in lead. But nice performance, bounce back for Lugo. He threw a lot of pitches, 24 pitches, but he had a lot of, what he had control of was his fastball. And that's the big key for Lugo. Lugo on Monday didn't have his fastball. He couldn't locate it. When you don't locate your fastball for a strike, well, guess what? Guys are going to sit on your breaking ball and wait for it. And that's basically what they did on Monday. And then when they actually threw the fastball down the middle, they clobbered it. So when he has his fastball location, which he did today, his breaking ball worked better. And now they were out in front of the breaking ball. And that's how he did really well in today's game. Yeah, Corey, that's the thing with Diaz. He had a really nice slider last night. That's nice. Last night, it was probably the nastiest I've seen Diaz throw a slider since he's been a Met. The problem is, no day is the same as the day yesterday. You know, Diaz could look great yesterday, and today he can't find his slider. So, yeah, James. Yeah, if you're like my father was a Met fan since day one, and he, maybe I can blame my dad, but just completely, so completely, just. I dealt with Benitez. I dealt with Franco. Now, remember, I'm only 34, so I just missed the 86 World Series. I was born the year after. So, Wagner, Brady Looper, Benitez, Franco, go on and on. Aaron freaking Heilman. We can go on and on. It's just Henry Mejia for a little while. Familia we had to deal with. I mean, yeah, I've dealt with enough now. All right, so the game's back on, guys. Sorry about that. Let me put the radio back on.
Eighth inning, his first inning of work. Allowed no hits, strikeout, and a walk. Alonso's had a big day. 3-run homer, 2 RBI doubles. The 1-0 foul back into the second deck behind first base.
Yeah, he was.
So the count 1 ball and 1 strike.
Or Roscoe.
Pete would prefer to be playing first base.
I didn't like K-Rod either. But K-Rod was pretty good.
Games he's DH. You got to take notice. Was it 9 RBIs?
Yeah.
Oh, I agree. It's finally a different vibe. But
here's the pitch.
Diaz still hasn't proven enough to make me gain his trust all the way yet. He's looked better over the last 2 years. But I still don't trust him 100% yet.
Ramirez has more. The Guardians' third baseman has 14 already.
Nolan Arenado had 9 at the start of play to lead National League RBI men. Here's the 2-1. Alonso hits it on the ground up the middle to his left. Gregorius, the shortstop, has it, slings it across in time. And Alonso is out, 1 away.
Oh, yeah. There was many people better than look. Benitez was the regular season king. He was amazing in the regular season. As soon as he got to the playoffs, he forgot how to be a closer.
So, 1 out, nobody on. And
Corey, exactly. Exactly what I just said.
Eduardo Escobar.
So we got 1 out of the 9th guy. Escobar is up. The Mets lead 8-5. Escobar might have just hit a home run.
Phillies pitching walked 5 batters.
The fan grabbed it, so I'm not sure if it's a home run.
Check that, 6 batters, including Fulton.
But at the very least, it's a triple.
Escobar lifts it in the air pretty deep.
Oh, Dwayne Sanchez.
This ball's got a lot of legs, and it is off the top of the wall and in play. Played by the center fielder.
So I think it's fan interference.
Escobar, the throw, not in time. And it is a triple for Eduardo Escobar, who had the somewhat misfortune of hitting into the deepest part of the yard here. But the umpires are going to huddle up because there is some thought that ball might be a home run. It came back into play. Question is exactly how. Off of a fan or off of the wall? He hit it to the left of the 409 mark. A fan reached over. In fact, I think a glove.
Yeah, it's definitely not a home run. The fan reached over, so it should stay a triple.
And in true Phillies fans fashion today, not only did he miss the ball, but he lost his glove. And so he reached over, and because that ball was not going into the stands anyway, well, let's see. We're going to take a look.
Well, I wonder if they'll send Escobar back to second because of the fan interference. There was no true carom off the wall. The ball just kind of drizzled down.
We have a crew chief review. Call on the field, spectator interference.
Yeah, again, though, it's a judgment call on the part of the umpires. And as I mentioned, he hit it to the deepest part of this ball.
Yeah, exactly.
Where it's just to the
100%.
left of 409 feet.
I would say they would give him a double, because I think, bouncing off the wall, the center fielder would have got it and probably made sure.
Second base, you're kind of taking the leap of faith.
So, he had the angle in center, so the ball would have probably bounced right to him. Again, you can't judge if he would have bobbled it or what, but I think you're going to give a double. I think they'll give him a double.
Replay that unfortunately was not originally intended, which puts maybe a little too much emphasis on the judgment of an umpire as to where a base runner should be placed. It's not always a black and white situation.
Well, not only is that the deepest part of the ballpark, that's also where the outfield wall is the highest. And Escobar hitting it to the top of that fence out there in left center field, which is what allowed the fan to just slightly reach over.
I don't know if you guys can hear it, but you hear the Let's Go Mets chants really loud?
And so by doing that, you say, all right, well, that slowed the ball down to the point where Escobar could get to third.
All right, so they're giving him a triple.
Interference, then here's the adjudication.
After review, there was spectator interference. We're going to replace the third.
Okay, so they're placing him at third because they assume that where the ball was hit, Escobar would have gotten to third base anyway.
Well, that was a whole lot of nothing.
In the end, yes.
Yes, I remember Brad Isthmus. Yes, I do.
Exactly
God.
right. Now,
Joe Girardi's wondering why he's
All right.
not at second.
Let's get this run home. Get that insurance run we
well,
need.
effectively, yeah, because now you're arguing judgment. which
4
you're not allowed
hours
to
into the
do.
game.
Right.
You know, it's funny because then it becomes you're arguing judgment made by somebody else on replay, right?
Yes.
So
Exactly,
then, like
James.
arguing with
Manufacturing
an umpire in real
runs.
time
That's what
about
this
his
team does. They're not a
judgment
big
on
power
bang
home run
play.
team.
I don't know. My head hurt.
Man, so does mine. You know what? If
Frank,
you
I
ripped up
agree.
the
I'm
whole
sorry.
replay system, it wouldn't bother
Poor,
me
I
one
agree.
bit. So
All we
give
need is a sack
Escobar
fly
triple.
here,
That
guys.
forces the Phillies to move the infield in, and here's Dom Smith to face the lefty Falter.
Come on, Dom. You fucking
Terms
do.
of thing, it's more headaches than it's worth. But anyway, lefty against lefty. Mets trying to add on here, leading by 3. First pitch on the inside corner, a called strike. 0-1 to Dom,
Come on,
who
Dom.
has struck out 3 times and been hit by a pitch.
Well, he got it to the
Mets
outfield.
now
I don't know
with
if it's
9
deep enough,
hits,
though.
Phillies 8. Mets
We'll
are
see.
leading 8-5.
He's running. Hey. Ball gets away. All right. There we go, Dom. Good job.
Fastball high in the air to left, fairly deep. Not a lock to get the run home. Castellanos makes the catch. Here comes Escobar, throw to the plate, missed by the catcher Real Muto. The ball sails to the backstop, and that allows Escobar to score on what becomes a sacrifice fly for Dom Smith.
Put the bat on the
Mets
ball.
have a
That's how you do
9-5
it. That's
lead.
how you do it.
Well, you know, if Joey Cora has an opportunity, he's going to send a runner. And Eduardo Escobar tagging at third on a fly ball that wasn't hit that deep. The throw wasn't that bad either. He's got a short hopped Real Muto, and he was unable to scoop it out.
Yeah, it's a throw off to the left of home plate.
Give me a second,
Give
guys.
Dom Smith right before which means that Edward will not enter in the save situation. It doesn't look like they're going to get anybody up alongside him as Edwin continues to throw. So 2 out, nobody on. Here's Mark Canha. And the first pitch popped up foul straight back out of play. And the count 0-1.
That's a great insurance run right there. All you got to do is put the bat on the ball.
Phillies
Let the
5.
defense work.
What has
They have to
become
make a perfect play,
marathon,
and they didn't. There you
edging
go.
towards the 4-hour mark.
Yes, it is.
All right, sorry.
Here's the 0-1. Breaking ball upstairs. 1 ball and 1 strike. Jeff McNeil, the on-deck hitter.
Escobar's been great, guys.
3 infielders to the left of second base. And Bailey Falter deals. Bouncing ball to third along the line, a foul ball. Joey Cora, the third base coach, with his hands behind his back, just looked almost like a professor watching that ball go by him. Not the kind of thing he did as a major leaguer.
There you go, James.
Yeah, he was a good fielder in his big league career.
The older brother of
All right, guys, so we're going to the
Red
bottom of
Sox
the ninth.
manager Alex Cora. Here's the 1-2. Bouncing ball to third. This one fair ball. Big hop for Camargo. For Crump. Holmes got to stretch towards the right field line a little bit, but he makes the play, and that retires the side. A run on a nobody left. Middle of the 9th inning. The Mets 9. The Phillies 5.
All right, guys, so here we go. We're going to the bottom of the ninth. Diaz is coming in, and we will see. Sound the trumpets. Unfortunately, I can't play that song because I get copyrighted, but I would love to play it. Probably 90. Probably wager. Let's see. Probably I don't know. It's probably good odds, to be honest. Escobar played a lot of second base, Michael, as well. If I'm not mistaken, from Milwaukee, he played a lot of second. If I'm not, I could be wrong, but I know he played second base. He's played a tad little bit of short. So, but yeah, Escobar and Conner got 2 years, and Marte got 4. So once again, guys, we're going to the bottom of the ninth. It's looking like Diaz is coming in. Sound the trumpets. It is time for Trumpet Man. Great. You know what? That's a great comparison. Dave Magadan. I didn't that's a great. You know what? Again, that wasn't my time. I'm not trying to say anybody's old or anything like that, but you know what I've seen of like replays and video, and yeah, that's actually a great comparison. Actually, if my dad was here, he'd probably agree. But that's a great comparison. KTU, man, I don't know, man. It's the bullpen. Exactly, Frank. We got the off day, so we got all the pitches that all our bullpen can rest for the home series against the Diamondbacks. So here we are, guys. 4-run lead. Edwin Diaz is on the mound. Radio going back on.
The Mets have a 9-5 lead over the Phillies as they added a
Kind of has a good eye, but not as good as Magadan.
So
That's
a nice
absolutely
way to
true.
start an inning when Bryce Harper, Nick Castellanos, Alec Bohm will be the first 3 hitters to face Edwin Diaz. Now for Diaz, it's been a whirlwind few days. Going back to Puerto Rico.
Let's see how good Diaz is in a non-save situation.
Throwing on Monday night, activated last night, wound up getting the save and a 2-0 Mets win. Although Diaz did give up that infield hit. Another runner reached on a fielder's choice, so he faced 5.
Oh, that's great. They finally got the damn shooter.
Here
Good.
he is again with a quick turnaround. Day game after the night game, although we're at the 4-hour mark now since this game started. So it's a little longer, perhaps, than the average amount of time that would go by between day game and a night game. But no matter to Diaz, he's just looking to finish this thing off. That run the Mets scored on the top of the ninth, picked his pocket as far as a save opportunity goes. But here is Harper. He's walked twice. He's 0 for 2. And
Again, I keep on looking at the wrong screen.
Nothing in 1. Diaz cranks it up at 98 to start this bottom of the ninth inning. Infield is swung over to the right. They are not overshifted.
I agree.
Though.
I agree, Danny.
Outfield
I agree.
very deep against Harper. Diaz deals. Foul ball
Honestly,
back this way.
I think you would have to give it to Lugo.
Somebody made a nice grab.
Lugo's still solid. He's still a very good pitcher. I would go Lugo.
Mets looking the
Well, yeah, I think that's what the Mets are going to do. They're going to see how this bullpen works out. We're probably going to be good enough to be either in the lead of the division or right near it, and then do something in the deadline for sure. And I think the deadline's August 2nd this year, August 3rd. So, hey, Jonathan, what's up?
Be there soon.
Off day tomorrow, and then the National League season.
Harper just hit a home run.
Will open on Friday. It'll open at 10:30 in the morning, really, with the unveiling of the Seaver Statue. 0-2 to Harper, hit in the air to left field. That's pretty deep down the line into the corner. Count over. It's gone. A home run. Bryce Harper with an opposite field line drive home run on an 0-2 pitch from Edwin Diaz. Harper hits his first home run of the year. And it is now.
Well, thank God for that insurance run.
Might be the shortest home run he hits all year. He tucked that one in where it says 334 down the left field line. Is not quite all the way to the line. There's an indentation that comes inward right toward the left field corner, toward the foul pole, which has a different marking on it. It says 329 to the actual foul pole. So Harper hit it right between the 334 sign and the 329 sign. In that little spot in the left field corner, basically at the foul pole.
It's kind of an odd angular configuration down there in the left field corner.
Now watch, he'll turn it on now because it's the same situation now.
The 3-run lead is back. 9-6 New York. Here's Castellanos. Swings and misses at a first pitch slider. 0-1. What Castellanos just did The rookie Stephen Kwan of the Cleveland Guardians has not done yet.
Exactly, KTU.
That kid's
Exactly.
seen 115
We know they'll make a
pitches
move if
this
they
year
need it.
without swinging and missing.
No, it
Mayo,
wasn't a bad
one
pitch. It was a
on
little
the
bit more.
inside corner,
He got a lot of the
slider,
plate.
no
All
balls,
right, he
2
got
strikes.
Castellanos on 3
today.
strikes.
Oh,
Nice.
really?
Yep,
One
it's
out.
over. The pitch 116 is what got him.
All sliders.
Oh, I thought it would last forever.
Yeah, Bill, it wasn't a bad pitch at all. Yeah, I mean,
Well, it
it got
wasn't
a lot of
The
plate,
0-2,
but it was
swung
low
out
enough
and
where it
missed
should have
strike
been.
3.
It was a good
Castellanos
pitch.
down on
So
strikes.
3 sliders to
One man
Castellanos and
away.
got him out. 1 out.
Slider from Edwin Diaz.
Diaz turning it on now because it's a save
Now, you
situation
can't
now.
create your own situation, now that it's a 3-run
Again,
lead.
that's
It
an
doesn't
out at
change
City
anything
Field in most
as far as this
ballparks.
being a
So,
non-save opportunity for Diaz.
it would have been at the warning track, but it would have been out
Funny
at
if
City
you
Field
could,
for
though.
sure.
Or some closers might say, just he's doing the bad news Bears when the hit ball comes
Come
back
on,
to the
Alan.
pitcher
Sure.
and he just holds it while the kid runs around the bases to get back at his dad.
Well, when there's money on the table, don't discount anything anywhere by anyone. Alec Boehm takes on the outside corner. Strike 1 called. Boehm in the 6th inning
Yeah,
ran
exactly,
for
bro.
Gene Segura after Segura was hit by a pitch. He left the game, and then Boehm
I take Keith Hernandez. The pitcher probably throw better than he'll throw strikes. I know that.
It's 0-2.
All right, 0-2 pitch. Uh-oh.
Laquan something, huh?
Okay, sorry, I
Fourth
scared
day.
people.
In
2
5
outs,
games,
guys.
He's been on base 18 times.
Major league record.
0-2, Diaz deals. Swinging a high fly ball to right. It's playable, fairly deep, and Marte under it makes the one-hand catch. And there are 2 men away. So at about 4 hours and a couple of minutes after this thing got underway, the Mets now an
All
out
right, 2
away.
outs, guys. One more. Here we go. Honestly, Frank, I don't even know if it's the Phillies. I think it's
Last
just,
chance
you know,
for the
we
Phillies.
walked mostly all the batters. They only
Crowd
had
is
like 3
really
hits
thinned out. Paid
during
attendance,
they scored their 5 runs. All right, ground ball.
31,190. Not
Game
nearly as
over.
many here
Put it in the
now.
books.
A large chunk of those who do remain are Mets fans. Although they might have been hustling over to the 30th Street station, too. First pitch to Gregorius, hit slowly to the right side. Off the mound, Diaz to grab it, runs to first, touches up himself.
5-2 coming home, baby.
The Mets close out a splendid season-opening road trip.
Beautiful.
They take 2 out of 3 from the Phillies here in Philadelphia. They will return to New York to open the National League season in New York on Friday, having won 5 of their first 7 games to begin the season. In the 9th inning for the Phillies, a run on a hit, the Harper homer. Nobody left. The final
Beautiful,
score,
beautiful.
New York Mets 9 and the
All right,
Philadelphia
guys. So a
Phillies.
quick little post game. Star of the game is Pete Alonso. 5 RBIs for Pete. 5 RBIs, 3-run homer, 2 RBIs for just the doubles that he hit. Marte with a big hit earlier in the game to bring home Lindor with 2 outs. And then right after that, Alonso with the 3-run bomb. Really, really good performance by the offense. The bullpen still needs a lot of work, but the Mets held out. Listen, last year, the team would have probably lost this game. But we the first 7 games of the year, 5-2, we were all signed on the dotted line for that. Mets, put it in the books. See you guys on opening day on Friday. Once again, guys, I'm not sure if I'm going to do a pregame because it depends on what time I get out of work because I'm going straight to the stadium. But I'm definitely will be going live for the Mets Tom Seaver statue reveal. So I'm going to go live around 10 o'clock, a half hour before the statue gets revealed. So everybody can I'm not going to join live at 10:30 exactly because then most people will miss it. So 10 o'clock, I'm going live for the statue reveal. So make sure you're there at 10 o'clock. And if you can't watch it, you can definitely hear it. So make sure you tune in on Friday. So once again, guys, really appreciate everybody tuning in today. The Mets win 9-6. Very interesting game. But the Mets pulled it out 5-2, coming home to a home opener. Once again, guys, thank you guys for all the support. I will see you next time. Have a good night, guys. And as always, Met fans, let's go Mets. See you at home, baby.